A good-for-nothing young man is transported into the world of cultivation. His original plan is simple: lie low, coast through life, and survive under the protection of his 9 breathtakingly beautiful and overwhelmingly powerful fairy sister mentors, becoming the ultimate freeloader of the cultivation world. After 10 long years, the dormant sign-in system he had been relying on finally awakens. But instead of the heaven-defying opportunity he had dreamed of, what arrives is a completely absurd God-tier choice system. One outrageous mission after another begins to appear. Steal his eldest sister's undergarment? Reward: 100 years of cultivation. Secretly watch his 9th sister bathing? Reward: a top-tier heaven-grade cultivation technique. Faced with rewards this tempting, who could possibly resist? It isn't that he lacks sincerity toward his sisters. The system's freeloading missions are simply far too cost-effective to refuse. Above the rolling sea of clouds stretching hundreds of thousands of miles, the Sword Immortal sect stood atop Mount Deshishan. On Spirit Vulture Rock, a young man named Yi Xian sat quietly in meditation. With his handsome features and scholarly appearance, he looked completely out of place among the sword cultivators flying through the sky on their blades. Below the rock, several disciples whispered among themselves while mocking him openly. To them, Yi Xian was utterly unworthy of the title of Junior Grandmaster. At the end of the day, he was nothing more than a useless cripple. Their discussion soon drifted toward the devastating Immortal Demon War 10 years ago. Back then, the Blood Demon Patriarch coveted the Sword Immortal sect's blessed land and deliberately launched an invasion on the very day Yi Xian's 9 senior uncles were getting married. Faced with disaster, the sect ancestor and the 9 senior uncles self-destructed their dantians and activated the myriad Sword Mountain River formation to defend the sect at all costs. No one expected that during the battle, Yi Xian would not only fail to contribute anything, but would also be struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning. His spiritual roots were completely destroyed. From that day onward, he became incapable of cultivation. Over the past decade, he had only managed to survive within the sect thanks to the constant protection and favoritism of his 9 senior sisters. He was widely acknowledged as the #1 freeloader in the cultivation world. Although the disciples mocked him relentlessly, they kept their voices low. If the sect master overheard them, punishment would surely follow. After the group finally left, Yi Xian remained motionless on Spirit Vulture Rock, as though he had heard none of the insults. Only when a familiar system notification suddenly rang out in his mind did he finally let out a long breath and collapse onto the cold stone beneath him. Yi Xian was not originally from this cultivation world. 10 years earlier, he had been transported from modern Earth. His arrival coincided with the Blood Demon sect's siege of the Sword Immortal sect. Nascent soul experts overturned rivers and seas. Spirit transformation cultivators tore apart the heavens. The sect stood on the brink of destruction. The sect master and her 9 gifted disciples sacrificed their cultivation to activate the mountain protecting formation. Under the overwhelming force, space itself shattered, briefly connecting 2 worlds. Caught within a storm of lightning, Yi Xian was dragged through the dimensional rift. By sheer coincidence, a heavenly lightning strike descended directly onto the Blood Demon Patriarch. The demon leader suffered severe injuries and was forced to retreat. Meanwhile, the original junior disciple who shared Yi Xian's name died during the heavenly tribulation. Taking over the deceased disciple's identity, Yi Xian became the last remaining second-generation disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. Unfortunately, fate had one more cruel joke in store. After crossing worlds, he lost all of his spiritual roots. In a cultivation world where strength reigned supreme, lacking spiritual roots meant he could never cultivate. Just when despair consumed him, the sign-in system bound to him left behind a single message: sign in for 10 years, and your opportunity shall arrive. Then it fell completely silent. No matter how desperately he called out to it, there was never another response. For 10 years, through wind, rain, snow, and scorching sun, Yi Xian faithfully checked in every day atop Spirit Vulture Rock. After enduring countless lonely and boring days, the 10-year deadline finally arrived. Filled with anticipation, he expected the system to fulfill its promise. Perhaps it would grant him an overpowered cheat ability, maybe instant max-level cultivation, or 10,000 years of cultivation in a single step. Anything would be enough to change his destiny. Yet after waiting through a cup of tea's time, then an instant stick's time, and finally an entire hour, nothing happened. Not a single notification sounded. His excitement evaporated instantly. Staring blankly into space, Yixian cursed the system for playing dirty. 10 years of persistence had apparently earned him absolutely nothing. Just as he was venting his frustration, a soft jade-like hand gently landed on his head. A delicate fragrance drifted through the air. A stunning woman dressed in magnificent robes appeared beside him. Her presence carried the majesty of an empress. She was Nangong Zhao, current sect master of the Sword Immortal sect and the eldest among his 9 senior sisters. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yixian had no chance to recover before Nangong Zhao pinched his cheeks and began rubbing his face affectionately. "My little brother is far too handsome," she said with a smile. "Just looking at you puts me in a good mood." With his hair now a complete mess, Yixian hurriedly dodged her hands and reminded her to behave more appropriately. If the disciples saw this, rumors would spread throughout the sect. Nangong Zhao merely smiled. She had already cast a high-level illusion technique. With her peak nascent soul cultivation, no one nearby could see what was happening here. After their playful exchange, her expression became serious. She had sensed the anger in Yixian earlier and immediately asked whether someone had been slandering him behind his back. If so, she vowed to punish the offenders severely. Pretending to be magnanimous, Yixian claimed that as a junior grandmaster he would not stoop to arguing with younger disciples. However, he casually mentioned the name Yuan Ba. The moment those words left his mouth, Nangong Zhao flicked her finger. A miserable scream echoed from the distance. Yixian immediately began adding fuel to the fire. First, he claimed Yuan Ba had called the sect master a tigress. Another flick. A louder scream followed. Then he said the disciple had mocked Nangong Zhao's appearance. Another flick. The screams became even more tragic. Finally, Yixian mentioned how everyone called him a useless cripple incapable of cultivation. This time, Nangong Zhao's anger exploded. Several more finger flicks shot through the air. By the end, Yuan Ba lay gravely injured on the ground, unable to make another sound. The surrounding disciples were terrified into silence. Looking at Yixian, Nangong Zhao's eyes filled with sympathy. She recounted the hidden contributions he had made during the battle years ago and lamented how many misunderstandings and insults he had endured. Meanwhile, Yixian felt immensely satisfied watching Yuan Ba's miserable state. Although he could not cultivate, he possessed something countless people envied. He had 9 extraordinary senior sisters who doted on him endlessly. The decisive sect master Nangong Zhao, the brilliant strategist Huang Yuero, the capable administrator Dongfang Shifeng, the master alchemist Lu Lingyun, the poison expert Lu Lingxi, the unrivaled artifact forger Madame Manhua, the world's greatest assassin Duanmu Fu, the noble fox spirit princess Ling Huyu, and finally Bai Xuanji, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in all the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. 10 years ago, all 9 women lost their husbands on the very day of their weddings. Since then, they had poured all of their affection and care onto Yixian. After a decade of companionship, they were closer than blood relatives. Without question, he was the most envied freeloader in the entire cultivation world. Just as Yixian was secretly marveling at how wonderful it felt to be spoiled by 9 peerless fairy sisters, his body suddenly trembled. The long silent system finally spoke again. "Congratulations, host. The 10-year sign-in mission has been successfully completed. God-tier choice system activated." Immediately afterward, the first random mission appeared. 2 choices materialized before him. Option 1 asterisk, hug Nangong Zhao tightly. Reward: obtain a random spiritual root. The longer and tighter the embrace, the higher the quality of the spiritual root. Option 2 asterisk, do nothing. Penalty: the system will permanently shut down and never activate again. Staring at the outrageous yet irresistible mission, Yixian froze. Inwardly, he cursed the shameless system. How could it ask him to do something so inappropriate to the sister who cared about him the most? At first, he struggled with the decision. Nangong Zhao was the person closest to him in this world. Surely he couldn't betray that trust just for a spiritual root. Yet after exactly 0.001 seconds of hesitation, reality hit him. Compared to spending the rest of his life as a cripple without spiritual roots, he would rather accept the mission. Silently apologizing to his eldest sister in his heart, Yixian made up his mind. If becoming stronger required surrendering to temptation, then this time, he would gladly choose the path of "it smells wonderful after all." Hashtag Chapter 2. A God-tier choice, spiritual root reborn. But how was he supposed to pull it off? This was practically suicide. Ever since becoming a widow, Nangong Zhao had remained chaste and distant from all men. Even Yi Xian was no exception. Simply put, she could do whatever she wanted to him. But if Yi Xian dared to make a move on her, certain death, he would have to rely on strategy. A crafty gleam flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as a plan formed in his mind. Staring into the endless sea of clouds, he let out a bitter laugh. "Big sister, this isn't anyone else's fault. Who told me, Yi Xian, to be such a useless waste?" "You." Nangong Zhao's graceful body trembled. "How can you say that about yourself?" Yi Xian shook his head. "My sisters have always protected me, but cultivation is a path that defies the heavens. Strength is everything. I have no cultivation, no power. I'm basically a cripple. It's no wonder the disciples look down on me and gossip behind my back." He lowered his head in sorrow. "I only regret that during the immortal demon war, I didn't die instead of senior brother." Pain, numbness, guilt, dozens of emotions intertwined across his face. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed possessed by a whole army of award-winning actors. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The man actually started crying. If there were an Oscar in the cultivation world, the first golden statue would undoubtedly belong to him. Seeing Yi Xian so dejected, Nangong Zhao's eyes reddened with distress. "You mustn't belittle yourself. Those fools don't know that your spiritual roots were destroyed because you." She stopped herself. Years ago, Yi Xian had convinced his senior sisters that he had used a forbidden secret technique and detonated his own dantian to summon the heavenly lightning that drove away the blood demon patriarch. Yi Xian continued sadly. "A cripple like me has no future in the Sword Immortal sect. What right do I have to remain in this world? Big sister, I can only repay your kindness in my next life. Fortune favors the bold." Without warning, Yi Xian leapt off Spirit Vulture Rock and plunged into the clouds below. Yi Xian, Nangong Zhao's expression changed drastically. She had never imagined that he was suffering so much that he would actually throw himself off a cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed. Like a celestial maiden descending from the ninth heaven, she streaked through the air and caught him in her arms. "You fool." Tears glistened in her eyes. "We've depended on each other for 10 years. I won't allow you to die." Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian wrapped his arms around her. "Big sister." Success. Thousands of Sword Immortal sect disciples witnessed the scene of the two embracing beneath the sun and moon. Shock spread throughout the sect. What are the sect master and junior grandmaster doing? They're hugging. How can such a thing happen in our ancient sect? Isn't the sect master supposed to be pure and untouchable? Meanwhile, at Sword Screen Peak, inside a cave residence, a handsome yet sinister-looking man sat cultivating. He was Yuan Ji, the most senior, influential, and powerful elder of the Sword Immortal sect's outer division. A peak nascent soul cultivator. If not for Nangong Zhao's unparalleled talent, he would have become sect master long ago. At that moment, Yuan Ba limped into the cave. "Master, I was punished by the sect master again because of Yi Xian. Umph, that useless trash again." Yuan Ji's eyes darkened. "I'll have a word with Nangong Zhao myself." With a thought, he appeared in the sky, just in time to witness Nangong Zhao carrying Yi Xian through the air. His face instantly turned icy. Everyone in the sect knew that Yuan Ji had long coveted Nangong Zhao and repeatedly tried to become her Dao companion. Every attempt had been firmly rejected. He had even once organized a martial competition to win her hand. The result? A humiliating defeat. Nangong Zhao had beaten him so badly that he nearly lost all dignity. Seeing Yi Xian embracing her now filled him with murderous jealousy. "Yi Xian," Nangong Zhao, his eyes burned with hatred. "You shameless pair. Our Sword Immortal sect is an ancient sacred sect. What kind of disgrace is this? I'll remove Nangong Zhao from power, kill Yi Xian, and take control of the Sword Immortal sect myself." In the sky, Nangong Zhao glared at Yi Xian. "You brat. A grown man throwing a tantrum and trying to kill himself? Wait until we get back. I'll teach you a lesson." Although her words were harsh, she held him tightly, afraid he might attempt something reckless again. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was secretly delighted. Being held by his eldest sister was far more pleasant than he had expected. Though they often joked around, this was the first time they had ever been this close. For an ordinary man, remaining calm under such circumstances was easier said than done. At that moment, another notification sounded. You have completed the God tier choice. Reward: 1 defective spiritual root. The spiritual root will continue evolving as long as the embrace continues. Yi Xian immediately sensed something inside his dantian. A spiritual root, about the size of a sewing needle. What the hell? He almost cursed aloud. A needle? No wonder it's called a defective spiritual root. Spiritual roots were ranked from lowest to highest. Defective, low, medium, high, peak, perfect, innate, immortal, primordial origin, 3 purities, 6 sovereigns, and heavenly Tao. A defective spiritual root was the absolute bottom of the ladder. Practically useless. Fortunately, it could evolve, as long as he kept hugging Nangong Zhao. To his delight, the spiritual root steadily grew stronger, from the size of a needle to the size of a chopstick. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Sometimes shamelessness truly was a virtue. Big sister, burying his face against her shoulder, he wailed dramatically. Just let me die. Quiet. Nangong Zhao snapped. Thinking he was still depressed, she held him even tighter. A warm current flowed through Yi Xian's dantian. The spiritual root continuously absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual energy and guided it into his body. For the first time since arriving in this world, Yi Xian had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. As the spiritual root continued developing, both Yi Xian and Nangong Zhao began noticing strange sensations. Yi Xian felt an increasing warmth gathering within his dantian. Nangong Zhao, meanwhile, sensed unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy from his body. Her brows furrowed. Strange. As a peak nascent soul cultivator, ordinary emotions and worldly desires could not shake her Tao heart. Yet the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Yi Xian somehow made her feel oddly unsettled. She stared at him suspiciously. Could it be? Then she immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. His spiritual roots had been destroyed years ago. There was no way they could regenerate. Giving him a sharp look, she scolded. You little troublemaker. Have you started entertaining improper thoughts toward your big sister? Yi Xian nearly choked. Big sister, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Nangong Zhao snorted. What else could it possibly be? A spiritual root? Don't be ridiculous. She shook her head firmly. In this world, once a spiritual root is destroyed, it can never be reborn. Yi Xian could only suffer in silence. After all, the impossible had already happened. Hashtag Chapter 3. Helping Big Sister in the Wilderness, breaking through the bottleneck. There was no way Yi Xian could explain the truth. What was he supposed to say? Asterisk. I'm actually a transmigrator, and my system just grew me a brand new spiritual root. Asterisk. Looking at Yi Xian's awkward expression, Nangong Zhao maintained her icy demeanor, but her heart was pounding wildly. Asterisk. My little brother has become a man. Asterisk. Their bodies brushed against each other, and every contact sent ripples through her Tao palace. What Nangong Zhao didn't realize was that such an intense reaction wasn't merely caused by physical proximity. She possessed the peerless, profound phoenix spiritual root, a supreme constitution of the highest grade. Meanwhile, under the system's influence, Yi Xian's spiritual root had undergone explosive evolution. From a tiny embroidery needle, it had transformed into a heavenly Tao spiritual root, a legendary existence that existed only in myths. No one had ever seen one before. As the siblings remained close together, their spiritual roots resonated. Yin and yang intertwined. Their spiritual roots responded to one another, creating one of the most mysterious phenomena between heaven and earth. Within Nangong Zhao's long-frozen heart, ripples quietly spread. Her breathing grew uneven. She almost lost control of the immortal energy supporting their flight. The two swayed amid the clouds. The movement only increased the frequency of their collisions. Hey! Nangong Zhao flushed with embarrassment. Stop bumping into me. Yi Xian looked innocent. But, big sister, you're the one bumping into me. He sighed dramatically. My heart is racing because of it. Huh. Nangong Zhao nearly exploded. You're asking for a beating. Stay farther away from me. We're falling. Unable to do anything else, she tightened her hold on him. The result only made the strange sensation worse. Inside, Nangong Zhao felt utterly helpless. This brat is a walking disaster. What debt do I owe him from a previous life? What a sin. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had no time to enjoy the scenery. He was too busy celebrating. It was growing. His spiritual root was growing at a terrifying rate. From the size of a needle, to a ginseng root, to a carrot, and finally as thick as the largest white radish imaginable. A system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations. You have completed the God-tier choice. Reward. Spiritual root evolved into the legendary Supreme Yang Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, Mystic Yang Dragon Root. You now possess the ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Activate. Warning. As a Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root, absorption speed exceeds ordinary spiritual roots by over 10,000 times. Proceed with caution. Yi Xian was stunned. A Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root. I actually have a Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root. His excitement skyrocketed. Activate immediately. The moment he accepted, the mystic Yang Dragon Root began absorbing spiritual energy at a terrifying pace. The efficiency was comparable to a giant jet engine roaring to life. Massive amounts of spiritual energy surged through the air and poured into his dantian. The mystic Yang Dragon Root began heating up. After all, powerful operation generated heat. And that became a problem for Nangong Zhao. No, this isn't good. She felt the strange warmth growing stronger. The spiritual energy within her body was gradually slipping beyond her control. Her spiritual springs surged. Ripples spread through her Tao palace. Even her Tao heart began to waver. Most shocking of all, something within Yi Xian's dantian seemed to be resonating with her own nine heavens' profound phoenix spiritual root. The two forces echoed across the void, responding to each other, intertwining, producing an indescribably mysterious effect. Suddenly, the nascent soul within her Tao palace opened its eyes. It became restless, violent, as if preparing to break free. Nangong Zhao's expression changed. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? She was both shocked and delighted. For 30 years, she had remained stuck at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. Yet merely embracing Yi Xian had somehow triggered signs of advancement. The reason was simple. The profound phoenix spiritual root was a supreme spiritual root. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, cultivators possessing such roots could dramatically improve their cultivation efficiency if they encountered an equally powerful or stronger Yang attributed spiritual root. Yi Xian's mystic Yang Dragon Root was exactly that. The meeting of the two was like two celestial forces colliding. Then disaster struck. As Nangong Zhao momentarily lost focus, her body trembled. Both of them plunged from the sky. "Aya!" Yi Xian screamed. The pair tumbled endlessly through the clouds. Boom! They crashed onto a massive stone hidden within the cloud sea. The impact threw Yi Xian forward. He slammed directly into Nangong Zhao. At that exact moment, the mystic Yang Dragon Root resonated fiercely. Nangong Zhao let out a muffled gasp. Her body trembled for several seconds. The bottleneck that had imprisoned her for 30 years finally cracked. A tiny fissure appeared, like a spring emerging through frozen ice. Once the crack formed, it rapidly expanded. "Big sister, are you all right?" Yi Xian clung to her like a monkey, terrified of falling again. Nangong Zhao's body trembled, yet she couldn't speak. "Big sister." Yi Xian blinked. Something about her expression seemed strange. Her eyes were unfocused. Her face was flushed, almost as though she had entered a special state. A dangerous thought briefly crossed his mind. Then he quickly dismissed it. "Big sister, you don't talk." Nangong Zhao gritted her teeth. Sweat covered her forehead. After all the chaos Yi Xian had unintentionally caused, she now stood at the threshold of a breakthrough. A breakthrough she had long dreamed of. The path toward the next realm had finally revealed itself. But she was completely unprepared. Spiritual energy surged through her meridians like a raging flood. One wrong step could result in total destruction. She desperately mobilized all her cultivation to suppress the turbulence. Even maintaining flight had become impossible. Still, it wasn't enough. The spiritual energy remained wild and violent. The closer one came to the peak of cultivation, the harder advancement became. She was only a single step away from the divine transformation realm. Breaking through was already difficult under ideal conditions. Doing so unexpectedly in the wilderness was infinitely more dangerous. Asterisk, this is bad. Asterisk, Nangong Zhao's heart sank. Asterisk, I can't hold it back much longer. Asterisk, she instinctively felt that the source of this opportunity was Yixian. Although she had no evidence, her intuition told her the strange phenomenon was connected to him. A desperate gamble was better than certain death. Suppressing her embarrassment, she finally spoke. Hug me tighter. Yixian froze. What is going on with Big Sister today? Still, this was a direct request from an immortal beauty. Who was he to refuse? He cleared his throat. Big Sister, you asked for this. I'm an innocent man who's been single since birth. Pure and untouched. You'd better not forget me afterward. You. Nangong Zhao nearly exploded from anger. Are you going to do it or not? Yes. Yes. The moment he tightened his embrace, a miraculous change occurred. Streams of pure yang spiritual energy flowed from Yixian into her body. Though insignificant compared to her immense cultivation, the energy was extraordinarily pure. Wherever it passed, her violent spiritual energy instantly became calm and obedient. Nangong Zhao shuddered. So comfortable. The words escaped before she could stop them. Again, Yixian stared at her in shock. He had absolutely no idea what was happening, but following orders seemed like the safest choice. The moment he complied, Nangong Zhao felt the crack in her bottleneck widen further. Her beautiful face turned even redder. Good. Again. Understood. Sweat dripped down Yixian's forehead. What exactly is going on here? Nangong Zhao's breathing became increasingly uneven. I'm about to break through. My nascent soul is about to emerge from the Dao Palace. Do it again. Hashtag Chapter 4, The Fairy's Breakthrough. Shocking the three realms. Now, it was Nangong Zhao who was urging Yixian to press closer. To an outsider, the scene looked rather strange. It almost appeared as though Yixian had pinned the sect master against a cliff face. More gently, slower. All right. A little faster. Got it. More. A little more force. I'm almost there. The peak. I'm about to reach the peak. Yixian used every ounce of strength he had. Silently, he apologized to his deceased senior brother. Sorry, senior brother. Big Sister was the one who asked for it. With Yixian's assistance, the raging vortex inside Nangong Zhao's dantian gradually calmed. Heaven and man resonated. Their energies intertwined. A heavenly phenomenon erupted across the skies. The sea of clouds rapidly twisted into a gigantic vortex spanning 10,000 miles. At its center stood Nangong Zhao and Yixian. The endless clouds and spiritual energy stretching across thousands of miles were drained dry in an instant. Such was the terrifying energy required for a nascent soul peak cultivator's breakthrough. The cracks in her bottleneck widened. Her breakthrough was imminent. Nangong Zhao's body trembled against the cliff wall as she approached the critical moment. Ah, Big Sister, what's wrong? It's broken. I've reached it. Nangong Zhao gritted her teeth. The peak. Yixian blinked. What's broken? What's reached the peak? Looking at her flushed face and unfamiliar expression, he spoke innocently. I told you we shouldn't do this. You're the one who insisted. Now something's broken. You've reached the peak, and somehow it's my fault. Suddenly, a divine pillar of light shot into the heavens. Behind Nangong Zhao appeared the colossal phantom of a nine heavens profound phoenix. Its wings stretched for thousands of feet as it soared skyward. The immortal mountains trembled. The sea of clouds shook violently. Her aura exploded outward. In a single instant, it became more than 10 times stronger than before. Every cultivator within 10,000 miles felt the disturbance. Someone is breaking through. Which fellow Taoist achieved a breakthrough? What terrifying aura! That's a top-tier spiritual root, the nine heavens profound phoenix. Invincible among peers. Inside his cave residence, Yuan had only just returned when he sensed the disturbance. His eyes widened. He immediately shot into the sky. What? That aura. Nangong Zhao. She broke through to the nascent soul peak realm? How is that possible? Staring at the phoenix silhouette rising above the clouds, Yuan nearly dropped his jaw. He was utterly stunned. With Nangong Zhao's strength increasing yet again, his dream of becoming sect master seemed farther away than ever. I finally succeeded. Nangong Zhao was drenched in sweat. Exhausted, yet overjoyed. Holding Yixian's face in both hands, she said sincerely, Yixian, You've helped your senior sister tremendously. You helped me break through to the nascent soul peak realm. I've waited for this day for far too long. Yi Xian still had no idea what had actually happened, yet he nodded solemnly. So all I needed to do was hold you tightly? If I'd known that earlier, I could have helped any time. I'd gladly sacrifice my life for such an important task. For a moment, Nangong Zhao froze. Then her face turned crimson. The Empress was furious. Yi Xian, shut up. Smack. A handprint instantly appeared on Yi Xian's cheek. Covering his face, he muttered, "Women are impossible to understand. A moment ago, you were telling me to go faster and use more strength. Now you're telling me to shut up. What nonsense are you talking about?" Nangong Zhao was both embarrassed and angry. Yi Xian sighed dramatically. "I'm just a tool now, used and discarded. Get lost." Unable to endure him any longer, Nangong Zhao kicked him away. His miserable scream echoed through the canyon. Yet despite herself, a faint smile appeared on the beautiful fairy's lips. This brat is definitely hiding some kind of secret. Otherwise, how could he have helped me break through? Unfortunately, she had no time to investigate. She needed to enter seclusion immediately to stabilize her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have interrogated him thoroughly. As she recalled the circumstances of her breakthrough, her face reddened again. What am I thinking about? A trace of concern soon appeared in her eyes. 100 days from now will be the Five Supremes Sword Conference. Lin Wanli, Cheng Hao, the Sword Tomb Elder, the Blood Demon Patriarch. Nangong Zhao sighed softly. The Sword Immortal sect faced dangers from every direction. Meanwhile, after being kicked away, Yi Xian landed safely and grinned. The system is finally activated, and I somehow got this dragon root thing. I need to study it. He hurried back to his residence. After examining himself internally, loud laughter erupted from his cave. Ha! It's only slightly thinner than the sword I've been carrying around for 18 years. It's thicker than a giant white radish. Now I can finally cultivate. His future seemed brighter than ever. Then a cold voice echoed through the room. Heh! What a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Xian instantly became alert. Who's there? Come out. Space rippled. A stunning woman slowly emerged from the void. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was absolutely flawless. The amount of fabric covering her body was barely larger than a palm. Yi Xian was stunned. He had once believed his 9 senior sisters monopolized the top 9 spots on the beauty rankings of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Now he wasn't so sure. This woman could easily compete with any of them. The only flaw was her expression. Cold. Indifferent. As if she couldn't care less about him. Who are you? I am the spirit administrator of the God-tier choice system. You may call me Linger. So you're the system? Yi Xian frowned. No. Linger replied calmly. I am merely the artifact spirit that manages the system. Yi Xian thought for a moment. So the system is the magic lamp, and you're the genie? Linger chose not to answer. What exactly is this God-tier choice system? Yi Xian pressed. Too many questions remained unanswered. You don't need to know that much. Linger shook her head. Since the dawn of the primordial era, the system has existed for countless ages. No one knows where it came from. No one knows its true purpose. It has had countless hosts. With its help, some ascended to immortality in broad daylight and became golden immortals. Others became supreme immortal emperors who ruled heaven and earth. Some became peerless war gods who slaughtered across the 9 heavens. Others founded immortal dynasties. Every single one was a legendary figure whose name shook the immortal world. She paused. Then her eyes filled with mockery. But they all made the wrong choice. And in the end, they died. Her gaze locked onto Yi Xian. Will you be the only exception? Yi Xian fell silent. For the first time, he realized how terrifying this system truly was. Linger continued. The God-tier choice system always presents 2 options. One thought leads to life. One thought leads to death. One step leads to heaven. One step leads to hell. One option offers safety but little reward. The other offers immense risk and unimaginable gains. For example, it granted you a heavenly Tao spiritual root unlike any other in existence. But the missions will become increasingly difficult, more dangerous, more outrageous. If you make even a single mistake, you will suffer eternal destruction. Then she revealed the system's most important rule. A cold smile appeared on her lips. Once you make a choice, you must complete it. Failure means death. With that, Her figure began fading away. Before disappearing completely, she left behind one final warning. Countless powerful beings across the three realms are searching for me and the system. Do not reveal my existence to anyone, not even your senior sisters. Otherwise, both you and everyone you care about will face unimaginable danger. Silence filled the cave. Yi Xian stood alone, deep in thought. The God-tier choice system was mysterious, dangerous, terrifying, yet unbelievably powerful. It could create a heavenly Tao spiritual root out of nothing. It could restore what should have been impossible to restore. Slowly, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Instead of fear, excitement surged within him. This is exactly what I wanted. One thought decides life or death. One step leads to heaven or hell. Now that's interesting. Hashtag Chapter 5. The Mystic Yang Dragon Root, a Villain's Provocation. The God-tier choice system offered only two paths, success or death, and that suited Yi Xian perfectly. Fortune favored the bold. Having lived two lives, he had long since grown tired of being looked down upon. Risk? Death. Cultivation itself was a battle against heaven. In a world where the strong devoured the weak, doing nothing was the surest path to death. Yi Xian immediately examined the attributes of his new spiritual root. Mystic Yang Dragon Root. Supreme Heavenly Tao Spiritual Root. Forged from the soul of an ancient ancestral dragon. Possesses all five elements. Purest Yang energy. Cultivation speed far exceeds ordinary spiritual roots. Deals double effectiveness against evil and corrupted beings. Particularly suited for ancient immortal techniques. Countless other mysterious abilities remain undiscovered. A prompt appeared. Bind the Mystic Yang Dragon Root. Warning: once bound, it cannot be removed. As long as the root exists, the host survives. If the root is destroyed, the host dies. To Yi Xian, this was like a beggar suddenly finding an unlimited black card. Why would he hesitate? Bind immediately. A flash of golden light entered his body. What Yi Xian failed to notice was a tiny line of text hidden beneath the description. The Mystic Yang Dragon Root requires a compatible inattributed spiritual root to maintain balance. Dual cultivation with a Tao companion is mandatory. Otherwise, excessive Yang energy may result in self-destruction. Unfortunately, Yi Xian never saw it. The binding completed. The Mystic Yang Dragon Root merged completely with his Dantian. Warm energy flowed throughout his body. A powerful current circulated through his meridians. For the first time in 10 years, he felt truly alive. From today onward, I'm finally a cultivator. Excitement filled his heart. After a decade of waiting, he had finally stepped onto the path of immortality. At that moment, a bell rang throughout the sect. It was time for the monthly resource distribution. Perfect timing. Yi Xian grinned. I could use some spirit stones. Every month, the Sword Immortal sect distributed cultivation resources to its disciples. Spirit stones. Medicinal pills. The quantity depended on one's talent, cultivation level, and contribution to the sect. When Yi Xian arrived at the distribution hall, the area was already packed. Thousands of disciples stood in orderly lines, holding identity jade tokens while waiting for their allotments. As soon as people noticed Yi Xian's arrival, strange expressions appeared on many faces. News of his overly intimate encounter with sect master Nangong Zhao had already spread throughout the entire sect. Whispers immediately erupted. The sect master is the acknowledged empress of Deshishan. Countless powerful cultivators dream of becoming her Tao companion. She's ranked among the top beauties of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. I heard even Zhong Hao, the master of one of the 5 great sword alliances, publicly proposed to her. And yet that useless Yi Xian was hugging her openly? It's infuriating. What kind of luck does that trash have? Envy, jealousy, hatred. Countless emotions filled the disciples' hearts. A deacon disciple quickly approached. Marshal Uncle Yi, there's no need for you to wait in line. Please come forward. He respectfully handed over a prepared resource pouch. But before Yi Xian could accept it, a harsh voice rang out. Outrageous. Why should a waste like Yi Xian receive spirit stones? A figure swaggered forward. It was Yuan Ba. Having recently been punished by Nangong Zhao because of Yi Xian, his hatred had only deepened. Pointing directly at Yi Xian, he sneered. You useless freeloader. You survive by relying on women. What gives you the right to stand ahead of us? Instantly, Countless mocking gazes focused on Yi Xian. Most of the disciples present had entered the sect around 10 years ago. By now, many had completed body refinement. Some had even entered the qi refining realm. Only Yi Xian remained immortal. In their eyes, his title of martial uncle meant nothing. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. The Sword Immortal sect respected seniority, but strength came first. Potential came second. Even lacking strength wasn't fatal if one possessed talent. The problem was that Yi Xian had neither. No strength, no spiritual root, no future. Why would anyone respect him? Mockery filled the air. Yuan Ba grew even more arrogant. Besides, this trash can't even cultivate. Giving him spirit stones and pills is a complete waste. The Sword Immortal sect doesn't support freeloaders. I'll take his share instead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he strode forward and reached for Yi Xian's resource pouch. A blatant robbery. In public. Yet Yi Xian remained calm. There was no need for him to act personally. The deacon disciple immediately shouted, Yuan Ba, have you lost your mind? You're openly committing robbery. Yuan Ba laughed contemptuously. My master is Elder Yuan Ji. Who here dares touch me? Your master is Elder Huang Yuerong? So what? The moment Yuan Ji's name was mentioned, the deacon's expression changed. Yuan Ji was the most influential elder of the outer sect. His power was enormous. Within the Sword Immortal sect, two major factions existed. The first consisted of Nangong Zhao and her fellow senior sisters. Sect Master Nangong Zhao. Transmission Elder Huang Yuerong. Disciplinary Elder Dongfang Shifeng. And the others. They were collectively known as the Sect Master faction. The second faction was led by Yuan Ji. With more members and greater influence, they were known as the Outer Sect faction. Although Nangong Zhao's side held legitimate authority, they were viewed as outsiders who had married into the sect. Many native elders considered themselves the true inheritors of the Sword Immortal sect. The rivalry between the two sides was fierce. Yuan Ba's public humiliation of Yi Xian wasn't merely personal. It was also a political attack against the Sect Master faction. The deacon hesitated. The Sect Master faction preferred stability and rarely escalated conflicts. Still, Yi Xian was a martial uncle. How could they allow him to be insulted openly? Gritting his teeth, the deacon waved his hand. Take him to the disciplinary hall. Several disciples immediately stepped forward. Yet Yuan Ba remained completely fearless. Looking directly at Yi Xian, he sneered. You're nothing but a useless parasite living beneath women's skirts. Yi Xian finally spoke. His tone remained calm. Yuan Ba, what if I can absorb spirit stones and cultivate? For a moment, silence fell. Then Yuan Ba burst into laughter. It took him several seconds to recover. The surrounding outer sect disciples also roared with laughter. I'm dying. He says he can absorb spirit stones. Everyone knows spiritual roots can't regenerate. He's destined to remain a cripple forever. Yuan Ba confidently took out a jade storage slip. Yi Xian, do you dare make a bet? He tossed the jade slip into the air. My spirit stones are here. Absorb them in front of everyone. If you fail, hand over your identity token. From now on, all your monthly resources belong to me. A cruel grin spread across his face. Yi Xian smiled faintly. And if you lose? Yuan Ba snorted. If I lose, I'll hand over my identity token. And I'll eat every piece of leftover spirit stone dust right here. He was absolutely convinced. A man whose spiritual roots had been destroyed could never cultivate again. Over the past decade, Nangong Zhao had exhausted countless resources searching for ways to restore Yi Xian's cultivation. Every attempt had failed. What could possibly have changed now? Yet Yi Xian shook his head. His gaze carried obvious disdain. I'm a direct disciple of the sect. My monthly stipend is worth hundreds of times more than yours. How exactly do you intend to match my wager? Yuan Ba's face instantly turned purple. He was merely an outer sect qi refining disciple. His monthly allowance consisted of 10 low-grade spirit stones and a single bottle of qi refining pills. Meanwhile, even the supposedly useless Yi Xian received over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The difference was astronomical. Grinding his teeth, Yuan Ba turned toward the crowd. Everyone, place your bets. This is guaranteed profit. Let's teach this brat a lesson today. The outer sect disciples exchanged glances. Then one after another stepped forward. I'm in. Easy money. Here's my jade slip. Count me in too. Sorry, Martial Uncle Yi, but I'm betting as well. Within moments, Jade slips piled into a mountain. Hundreds of disciples had joined the wager. The betting pool continued growing larger and larger. Hashtag Chapter 6. The spiritual root astonishes everyone, eating dirt until they puke. The combined wagers far exceeded the value of Yi Xian's monthly stipend. Now you have nothing to say, do you? Yuan Ba sneered triumphantly. Yi Xian nodded. Now that's more like it. Yuan Ba tossed all the jade slips to the deacon disciple. Convert everything. Let Martial Uncle Yi absorb as much as he wants. Soon, a mountain of spirit stones appeared. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with more than 100 bottles of body-tempering pills and chi-refining pills. The spectacular sight attracted even more spectators. People crowded around in layers upon layers. The entire square became packed. What's going on? Yuan Ba made a bet with Yi Xian. If Yi Xian can absorb spirit stones, Yuan Ba and the others will eat the leftover stone dust. If he can't, his future stipends belong to Yuan Ba. Yi Xian? That useless martial uncle. He actually dared to bet? Yuan Ba laughed viciously. Yi Xian, if you can drain the spiritual energy from these stones, we'll eat every last piece of the residue. But if you fail, admit defeat. Ha! A faint smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. Then get ready to eat dirt. He casually picked up 2 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were naturally occurring crystals filled with spiritual energy. The richer the green color, the higher the grade, and the greater the energy stored within. Even a low-grade spirit stone normally contained enough energy for an ordinary disciple to absorb over 1 or 2 days. Yet in Yi Xian's hands, the color began fading. Rapidly, visibly. The crowd froze. What? It's actually changing color. That means he's really absorbing spiritual energy. His spiritual root regenerated? I've never heard of such a thing. But that's not the strangest part. Look at the speed. It takes me 3 days to absorb 1 spirit stone. This is ridiculous. Yuan Ba's face turned pale. Impossible. How can a cripple absorb energy this quickly? Before he even finished speaking. Crack. Crack. The 2 spirit stones lost all color and turned into dull gray waste. Yi Xian casually tossed them in front of Yuan Ba. Eat. His eyes turned cold. And don't leave a single grain. Yuan Ba froze. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. What? Trying to back out. The deacon disciple immediately seized the opportunity. Yuan Ba. A bet is a bet. Feed him if he refuses. No need. Yuan Ba gritted his teeth. Under countless gazes, he picked up the spirit stone residue and stuffed it into his mouth. With enormous difficulty, he swallowed it. The crowd erupted with laughter. Yuan Ba's eating dirt. Ha! How does spirit stone dust taste? His face burned with humiliation. Furious, he pointed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I don't know what trick you're using. So what if you absorbed a little spiritual energy? If you have the guts, keep going. You absorb however much you want. I'll eat however much remains. He still refused to believe Yi Xian could truly cultivate. In his mind, this had to be cheating. After all, some rare treasures could temporarily store spiritual energy. Perhaps Yi Xian was relying on one of those. Yi Xian merely shrugged. Picking up 2 more spirit stones, he began absorbing them again. The results were even more shocking. The rich green color vanished at a terrifying speed. Within just a few breaths, 2 more spirit stones became worthless dust. Yuan Ba's eyes nearly popped out. This has to be cheating. He roared. I've seen disciples with top-grade spiritual roots. None of them absorb energy this quickly. The surrounding disciples were equally stunned. How is that possible? He's draining them in 1 gulp. That's 100 times faster than me. No, 1,000. The greatest genius our sect produced in the last 500 years was senior brother Mo Xianxiao. He possessed a peak-grade spiritual root. I heard he could absorb 3 high-grade spirit stones in a day. Yi Xian's speed might actually be faster. Yi Xian tossed the new pile of residue toward Yuan Ba. Eat. The deacon disciple barked. Eat. Yuan Ba stood there in disbelief. 2 deacon disciples immediately grabbed him and force-fed him the spirit stone dust. His face turned green. Desperate, he shouted. They bet too. They should eat it too. Don't worry. Yi Xian's gaze swept across every outer sect disciple who had mocked him and joined the wager. Everyone gets a full serving. This time, he didn't pick up a single spirit stone. He grabbed a handful. 4, 5, several at once. Then he activated the mystic yang dragon root. One of the greatest advantages of a heavenly Tao spiritual root was simple. Its absorption speed exceeded ordinary spiritual roots by more than 10,000 times. While others absorbed one spirit stone, Yi Xian could absorb 10,000. As spiritual energy poured into his body, he smiled at Yuan Ba. "Thank you, nephew. I only just regained my ability to cultivate, and you immediately delivered all these spirit stones and pills to me. You even convinced everyone else to contribute. Your martial uncle is deeply touched." Before Yuan Ba could reply, another handful of spirit stones turned into dust. Yi Xian tossed the residue toward the other outer sect disciples. "Eat." The disciples' faces became uglier than corpses. Their precious monthly salaries gone. All of it. Fed directly to Yi Xian. And now they had to eat the leftovers. In front of everyone. The humiliation was unbearable. Among the crowd were many inner sect disciples loyal to Yi Xian's senior sisters. Naturally, they enjoyed every second of this. "Come on, Lu Qian. Eat." "Ma Wenqi, don't think about running away. I've been watching you. Eat." "Feng Shifei, are you chickening out? Need me to feed you?" Nobody who mocked martial Uncle Yi is leaving today. Eat until you're full. Under their supervision, the outer sect disciples had no choice. One by one, they swallowed mouthfuls of dirt-like residue. The scene was utterly tragic and utterly hilarious. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued absorbing spirit stones nonstop. Grab, absorb, discard, grab, absorb, discard. The mountain of spirit stones steadily shrank. The pile of gray residue grew higher and higher. Yuan Ba's face became increasingly pale. He had eaten so much dirt that he was beginning to vomit. Under the watchful eyes of the inner sect disciples, not a single participant escaped punishment. Anyone who refused was force-fed. By the time half a day had passed, all 10,000 spirit stones had been completely drained. Not one remained. Yuan Ba felt as though his heart were bleeding. Those spirit stones represented an entire month's earnings for countless outer sect disciples. And Yi Xian had absorbed every single one. Worse still, Yuan Ba had personally offered them. The greatest humiliation of all was having to eat the residue afterward. The triple blow nearly crushed him. "I can't eat anymore." He screamed desperately, dirt spilling from his mouth. "We can't either." The other disciples looked equally miserable. Many were rolling their eyes from overeating dirt. The scene was so bizarre that spectators couldn't stop laughing. After draining all 10,000 spirit stones, Yi Xian secretly frowned. "Strange. Why does my dantian still feel completely empty? I absorbed 10,000 spirit stones. Why isn't my cultivation increasing? Why don't I feel any sign of a breakthrough? I'll ask about it later." Casually tossing the jade slips toward the deacon disciple, he said, "They lost the bet. You know what to do." The deacon nodded respectfully. "Rest assured, martial uncle. From now on, their monthly stipends will be delivered directly to your residence." Yuan Ba immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The outer sect disciples wailed like pigs being slaughtered. This was too shameless. Starting today, they would receive no monthly stipend whatsoever. All their spirit stones, all their pills, would belong to Yi Xian. Every single month. Chapter 7. His future is boundless. He must not be allowed to live. "Yi Xian, don't go too far." Yuan Ba threatened viciously. Yi Xian glanced at him. "You still have the strength to curse at me? Looks like you haven't eaten enough dirt." He tossed all 100 bottles of cultivation pills and spirit chi pills to the deacon disciple. "Exchange all of these for spirit stones." The deacon looked puzzled. "Cultivation pills can increase your speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Are you sure you don't want them?" Halfway through speaking, he laughed. "Right. With your absorption speed, who needs pills? Please wait a moment." He accepted the 100 bottles of low-grade pills and soon had another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones brought out. They piled up like a small mountain. Yi Xian grinned. "Yuan Ba, today I'll make sure you eat your fill of guanyin clay." Then he resumed his frantic absorption. The entire crowd stared in disbelief. Yuan Ba's face turned ashen. "Holy crap, I admit defeat. I never want to eat dirt again." Wah! The deacon disciples continued force-feeding him. In the end, Yuan Ba and his companions were all foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Their bellies were swollen like starving refugees who had stuffed themselves with clay. A group of cultivators had somehow transformed into a group of pregnant women. The deacon bowed respectfully. "Martial uncle, if this continues, someone might actually die." If the enforcement elder finds out, only then did Yi Xian clap his hands. We'll call it a debt for now. Yuan Ba, thank you for your generous tribute. With that, he strode away. The mystic Yang Dragon Root's 10,000-fold absorption speed really is extraordinary. Yi Xian chuckled. But why haven't I reached even the lowest level of body tempering after absorbing 20,000 spirit stones? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Yuan Ba and more than 100 outer sect disciples were carried away by their fellow disciples. Yuan Ji's face was gloomy as he stared at the rows of stretchers. The disciples clutched their bloated stomachs and rolled around in misery. His eyes blazed with fury. Yuan Ba. Say that again. Master. Yuan Ba's stomach was the largest of all, resembling a woman about to give birth. Foam dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Today I tried to get revenge on Yi Xian. So I bet that if he could absorb spirit stones, we'd eat the residue. Idiot. Yuan Ji interrupted furiously. Not that. You said he absorbed 20,000 spirit stones in half a day? His expression became extremely serious. Yes. I thought he was cheating. What kind of spiritual root regenerated inside him? How could it be so monstrous? Yuan Ji ground his teeth. According to everything he knew, no spiritual root in existence should be capable of such a feat. Even low-grade spirit stones still contained genuine spiritual energy. The atmosphere grew heavy. Bad news kept arriving one after another. First, Nangong Zhao had broken through to the peak nascent soul realm. Now Yi Xian's spiritual root had regenerated, and its absorption speed was terrifying. Suddenly, Yuan Ji asked, Did Yi Xian break through? No. Yuan Ba thought for a moment. He didn't. Are you certain? Absolutely. Body tempering may be the lowest cultivation realm, but a breakthrough always leaves signs. He absorbed 20,000 spirit stones and still hasn't reached body tempering? Yuan Ji's expression changed dramatically. He paced back and forth, eyes filled with killing intent. This boy's future potential is limitless. He absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Yuan Ba looked confused. Master, isn't it a good thing if he can't break through after absorbing 20,000 spirit stones? You know nothing. Yuan Ji snapped. Cultivation is ultimately about drawing heaven and earth's spiritual energy into one's dantian and creating an inner world. The more spiritual energy one's dantian can contain at the same stage, the stronger the foundation, and the greater the future potential. This Yi Xian absorbs spiritual energy at least 10,000 times faster than ordinary people. I've never seen such a terrifying spiritual root. It may even surpass Senior Brother Mo's supreme grade spiritual root. At the very least, it's a perfect grade spiritual root. No, it must be an innate spiritual root. Yuan Ji trembled. A regenerated spiritual root was already shocking. A regenerated innate spiritual root was downright terrifying. Combined with a dantian capable of swallowing 20,000 spirit stones without advancing. The future achievements of this child will be unimaginable. His face twitched. He must die. Master, let me do it. Yuan Ba's eyes flashed viciously. I'll kill him tonight. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Yuan Ji shook his head. Not wise. Yi Xian isn't ordinary. The sect master and all those female elders protect him fiercely. You'd be discovered before reaching his door. Yuan Ba clenched his teeth in frustration. Everyone in the cultivation world of Deshishan knew how doted upon Yi Xian was by his senior sisters. 1 year from now, the 5 Great Sword Tournament will be hosted by the Sword Immortal Sect. Yuan Ji's eyes darkened. Tomorrow, I'll propose opening the Zhongnan Illusory Realm. All disciples will enter for 3 months of closed-door cultivation. The Zhongnan Illusory Realm? Yuan Ba's eyes lit up. Exactly, Yuan Ji sneered. It is an ancient pocket world discovered by our ancestors during their travels through the cosmos. It is vast beyond measure. Time flows 4 times slower there. 3 months inside equals an entire year outside. Our sect possesses a formation capable of transporting disciples there. It's specifically used for intensive cultivation. If I suggest it, Nangong Zhao will have no reason to refuse. A ruthless smile appeared on his face. Inside the Zhongnan Illusory Realm, you'll find an opportunity to kill Yi Xian. I'll ensure you're protected. Yuan Ba's eyes gleamed with excitement. Understood, Master. That evening, rain fell softly. Yi Xian sat in his room cultivating. Under an oil paper umbrella, a graceful figure approached. A breathtakingly beautiful woman smiled beneath the umbrella and raised an exquisite food box in her hand. Little Xian, I brought some snacks. Would you accompany your senior sister for a drink? Eighth sister. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. The newcomer was Ling Huyu, the fox queen of Qingqiu, one of the top 3 beauties in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Her looks, figure, and temperament were flawless. Perfect. Ultimate. And she possessed the supreme charm arts of the Qingqiu fox clan. Ling Huyu's jade-like hands gently cupped Yi Xian's face as she leaned in close. Very close. The intimate gesture made Yi Xian's heart itch. What are you doing? Ling Huyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. I heard your spiritual root recovered and that you can cultivate again. So I rushed over to see for myself. And it's true. Our little Xian has become even more handsome and elegant. We should celebrate. She placed the food box on the table and opened it. For dishes, 1 soup. The portions were small, but every item was exquisitely prepared. Smiling sweetly, she said, the wine is peach blossom brew. I made it myself. The fragrance is wonderful. With such a caring senior sister beside him, Yi Xian felt intoxicated before even taking a sip. Come on, little Xian. 8th sister needs a drinking companion tonight. We won't stop until we're drunk. Ling Huyu smiled and casually loosened the top clasp of her fox fur cloak. A glimpse of dazzling fair skin appeared. Yi Xian suddenly felt that people could become drunk without alcohol. These fairy-like senior sisters never treated him as a man. They simply spoiled him endlessly, doting on him as though he were a child. He muttered quietly, one day my beastly instincts might flare up and I'll really do something. Ling Huyu leaned closer, carrying a captivating feminine fragrance. What exactly are you planning to do, little Xian? Oh, nothing. For the past 10 years, Yi Xian and Ling Huyu had shared drinks together almost every 10 days. She would tell him stories about Qingqiu in the eastern continent. In summer, they listened to the rain. In winter, they walked through snow. In spring, they admired flowers. In autumn, they gazed at the moon. Over 10 years, countless beautiful nights had been spent chatting with this enchanting senior sister. After several rounds of wine, Ling Huyu's cheeks flushed pink. A charming glow appeared in her eyes. Ah, the wine is making me hot. Chapter 8. 8th sister opens her heart, the deadly poison revealed. Yi Xian blushed and coughed lightly. 8th sister, why do I feel like you're different tonight? Normally, Ling Huyu would simply drink with him, but tonight she seemed especially enchanting, to the point that Yi Xian could barely handle it. The queen of Qingqiu, drinking alone with him in the dead of night, just the two of them. Who could possibly stay calm? Ling Huyu rose gracefully and, without warning, sat directly on Yi Xian's lap. Crossing her long legs, she swung them playfully back and forth. What was a femme fatale? What was a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms with a single smile? Yi Xian finally understood. How is anyone supposed to withstand this? Hooking a finger beneath his chin, Ling Huyu smiled sweetly. Tell me then, what's different? Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. This was dangerous. Very dangerous. The queen of Qingqiu wasn't playing fair. She was actually using her charm arts on him. Even if it were the legendary sage Lu Xiaohui, sitting with such a beauty in his lap would be enough to shake his composure. Lifting a cup of peach blossom wine, Ling Huyu leaned close and whispered into his ear. I heard your spiritual root was reborn. I'm so happy. 8th sister, aren't you a little too happy? Yi Xian felt her jade-like hand slowly moving downward, stopping near his dantian, as if examining something carefully. A hint of panic rose in his heart. Something definitely felt off. In a soft, alluring voice, Ling Huyu said, why are you afraid? Let your senior sister inspect the goods. Inspect what goods? Yi Xian's heartbeat quickened. This was bad. His senior sister, the queen of Qingqiu herself, had set her sights on him. As a pure and innocent young man, was he about to lose his virtue to his own senior sister? Senior sister, please behave yourself. I know you've been widowed for 10 years and lonely in your chambers, but you can't just. What nonsense are you shouting? Ling Huyu's face immediately turned crimson. I'm not checking that. I'm checking your spiritual root. Spiritual root? Yi Xian looked wary. Why are you touching my spiritual root? By now, Ling Huyu's hand had reached his dantian. Suddenly, her beautiful face flushed with rosy color. Her charm technique had activated. The supreme charm arts of Qingqiu could resonate directly with spiritual roots. Her eyes widened more and more. This, your spiritual root, it's incredibly pure yang energy and enormous. Her breathing gradually became heavier. My Qingqiu charm art can't even determine its limits. All I know is that your spiritual root is absolutely not inferior to mine. She was utterly shocked. When she was born, auspicious clouds filled the skies above Qingqiu. Even the divine goddess Nuwa had been alerted. Because she possessed the innate nine-tailed spirit root, a supreme inattributed innate spiritual root, one of the highest grade spiritual roots imaginable. Yet Yixian's spiritual root was no weaker than hers. You have an innate spiritual root too. Yixian was equally surprised. Just what kind of monsters were his senior sisters? His eldest sister possessed the nine heavens' profound phoenix spirit root. His eighth sister possessed the innate nine-tailed spirit root. No wonder their cultivation speed was so terrifying. An innate spiritual root allows cultivation to progress hundreds or even thousands of times faster than ordinary cultivators. A trace of joy flashed through Ling Hu Yu's eyes before gradually fading. But it's still not enough. Not enough for what? Yixian was confused. To save me. Resting her head against his shoulder, she curled up like a snow-white fox. Whether I live or die depends on you now. Depends on me? The more he listened, the more confused he became. Xiaoxian, do you know why I left Qingqiu and married into the Sword Immortal sect? Why I married your senior brother, a man I had never even met. Her slender fingers lingered near his dantian as she spoke. Yixian nodded. That's something I've always wondered. As the queen of Qingqiu, your status was far above my senior brother's. This mystery had puzzled countless people. The Qingqiu Fox clan was vastly more powerful than the Sword Immortal sect. Ling Hu Yu's status alone eclipsed that of most major powers. Even the third prince of the East Sea Dragon clan had personally sought her hand in marriage. Yet in the end, she had married a second-generation disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. The news had shaken all three realms. It was even said that the East Sea Dragon clan still harbored resentment toward the sect because of it. Because, Ling Hu Yu sighed softly. If I hadn't done so, I would have died young. Yixian froze. Died young? What? After a moment of silence, Ling Hu Yu spoke. When I was born, my father was overjoyed. He had no sons and only two daughters. To celebrate my first month, he held a grand banquet and invited immortals from across the three realms. 3 true immortals, 5 bodhisattvas, and 4 dragon kings attended. He even invited a divine incarnation of goddess Nuwa, the guardian deity of our clan. Yixian secretly clicked his tongue. What an incredible background. Those guests were all legendary figures. Even Nuwa herself had appeared. But when Nuwa looked at me, she declared that I carried a rare poisonous curse from birth. I would not survive beyond 2 60-year cycles. The smile on Ling Hu Yu's face was bitter. For a Qingqiu fox, whose lifespan naturally exceeds 1,000 years, dying before 120 is considered an early death. A poisonous curse? Yixian frowned. Was there no solution? Not even Nuwa's incarnation could cure it. Ling Hu Yu shook her head. She could only suppress the curse temporarily and leave behind a prophecy. Nuwa said that if I wished to survive, then on my 100th birthday, I must travel to the Di Shirtian realm and seek a pure young man born amidst heavenly thunder. When that man reached the same cultivation realm as mine, we would unite as cultivation partners while both remaining pure. Only then could the curse be removed and my life saved. She buried her face against Yixian's chest. Yixian was stunned. That was a lot of information to process. Wait a second. Are you saying? Exactly. Ling Hu Yu lifted her head. There were 3 conditions. He had to be in the Di Shirtian realm. He had to possess a pure yang constitution born alongside thunder. And he had to eventually reach the same cultivation level as me. My father investigated extensively and found that your 8th senior brother, Zhang Jinglei, was born during a thunderstorm and possessed a pure yang constitution. He believed Zhang Jinglei was the man destined to save me. So he arranged my marriage into the Sword Immortal sect. On my 100th birthday, I married Zhang Jinglei, though we never consummated the marriage. We planned to wait until he reached the nascent soul realm. Her smile turned bitter. But on the very day of the wedding procession, the blood demon sect attacked. Jinglei died in battle. Yixian fell silent. What a cruel twist of fate. My father originally intended to bring me home immediately. But Nua's prophecy could not be wrong. If Jinglei died so early, then he was clearly not the man I was destined to find. So I remained in the Sword Immortal sect and continued searching. Her eyes locked onto his. Until you arrived with thunder. She cupped his face gently. Xiao Xian, I've begun to wonder whether you're the one fate intended. Unfortunately, you couldn't cultivate. I had already resigned myself to death. Ling Hu Yu smiled sadly. Yi Xian finally understood. No wonder you've always seemed so lonely these past 10 years. Tears welled in her eyes as she embraced him. But now your spiritual root has been reborn. Xiao Xian, my life depends on you. At most, I have 10 years before the poison fully erupts. You must reach the same cultivation realm as me within those 10 years. Her beautiful face turned scarlet as she lowered her head. Her voice became softer and softer. And then cultivate together with me. #### Chapter 9. The 10-Year Promise. Let's see what you're capable of. Yi Xian grinned from ear to ear. His senior sister, the queen of Qingqiu herself, actually wanted to cultivate together with him to save her life? This was exactly the kind of thing he liked. By the way, senior sister, what cultivation realm are you at now? I've been suppressing my cultivation all this time because I was afraid of advancing too quickly. That's why I'm only at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian was speechless. 10 years. She expected him to reach the middle stage of the nascent soul realm in 10 years? And that was assuming Ling Hu you didn't break through further herself? Was that even possible? I know it's asking far too much. Ling Hu Yu smiled bitterly. Even among the Qingqiu Fox clan, no one has ever advanced that quickly. But now, you're the only person I can rely on. The poison has been acting up more and more frequently in recent years. Every time it erupts, the pain is unbearable. Living feels worse than dying. Yi Xian could feel her delicate body trembling slightly. Even her long eyelashes quivered. It was obvious just how much suffering the poison caused her. By human standards, she was only around 16 years old. What young girl would willingly endure such torment? Over the past 10 years, Ling Hu Yu had treated him with unwavering care and affection. Yi Xian remembered every bit of it. I promise you. His voice was firm. What? Ling Hu Yu blinked in surprise. I promise. Yi Xian looked straight into her eyes. Within 10 years, I'll reach the nascent soul realm. And then I'll cultivate together with you and remove the poison. Tears glistened in Ling Hu Yu's eyes as she nodded, then shook her head. No. The path of cultivation must be walked steadily. You mustn't rush recklessly because of me. Her cheeks reddened as she gave the warning. Don't worry, don't worry. Yi Xian chuckled. Ling Hu Yu burst into laughter and shot him a fierce glare. Tell me honestly, are you eager to save me? Or are you eager to do that with me? Do what? That, dual cultivation. Embarrassed, she lightly punched his chest. Yi Xian nearly spat blood. She was a nascent soul cultivator. That little punch almost killed him. Both. Definitely both. Yi Xian shamelessly admitted. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he considered honesty one of his greatest virtues. Ling Hu Yu had treated him so well. Now that he had a chance to save her, why hide his feelings? A real man should admit what he likes. If he wanted something, he should say it openly. A woman like Ling Hu Yu? In his previous life, he couldn't even have dreamed of such a girlfriend. Ling Hu Yu rested atop him, her beautiful eyes seeming to peer straight through his soul. Then, we'll see what you're capable of. She slid gracefully from his lap, moving like silk. The lingering fragrance she left behind made Yi Xian's heart tremble. At the doorway, she suddenly turned back and winked. The 10-year promise. Let's see what you've got. With flushed cheeks, the queen of Qingqiu drifted away into the night. Yi Xian's blood boiled. Damn it, I'm cultivating all night. I'm going to cultivate like crazy. Inside the system space, Linger looked at him with utter disdain. This fool. There was no saving him. ###. The next day, Martial Training Hall. For the first time in years, Yi Xian actually showed up for cultivation practice. Ever since making the 10-year promise with his 8th sister, he had never been so desperate to become stronger. The Martial Training Hall was divided into 3 sections. * body tempering. * chi refining. * foundation establishment. These facilities were intended for disciples below the foundation establishment realm. As for Golden Core cultivators and above, they trained directly under their masters. Under the guidance of teaching disciples, students practiced diligently. Every movement carried impressive momentum. Body tempering focused on strengthening the physique and refining muscles and bones. Qi refining focused on meditation and absorbing spiritual energy. Foundation establishment marked true entry into cultivation and emphasized basic sword techniques. As Yixian listened, he recalled what Ling Hu Yu had told him the night before. After hearing that he had absorbed 20,000 spirit stones without breaking through, she had finally explained why. With an innate spiritual root, your cultivation speed is much faster than ordinary people. But the amount of spiritual energy required to advance is also far greater. Yixian had looked miserable. Doesn't that mean I'll level up even slower? But at the same realm, you'll completely crush your peers. Ling Hu Yu had answered calmly. And your future potential will be limitless. What about our 10-year agreement? Don't worry about me. Her expression had turned serious. A skyscraper rises from the ground up. A solid foundation is more important than anything else. Tomorrow, go to the martial training hall and start from the basics. Yixian had nodded. He had never desired strength so badly. As he entered the hall, many outer sect disciples immediately began whispering. Why is he here? What's a cultivation cripple doing in the training hall? I heard he absorbed spirit stones at an insane speed yesterday. Humph. Exactly because it was so fast, it had to be cheating. Yu Wenba already said he's going to teach him a lesson. Yixian ignored them all. Standing at the back of the crowd, he listened attentively. Today's instructor was Elder Huang Yuero, his second sister. Dressed in a pale yellow lotus-patterned gown, Huang Yuero was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet what truly set her apart was her elegance, wisdom, and scholarly temperament. No man could look away from her. She ranked among the top 5 beauties of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Rumor had it she came from the mysterious Tiance Manor, the most secretive intelligence organization in the Di Shirtian realm. An organization said to know everything. Huang Yuerong glanced at Yixian. A trace of approval flashed through her eyes. Then she began her lecture. Today, I will explain the fundamentals of the body tempering realm. As the name implies, body tempering means strengthening the body and refining the bones to prepare for the great Tao of cultivation. In today's cultivation world, too many people seek quick success. Not only the demonic sects, but even many righteous sects judge disciples based on how quickly they finish the body tempering stage. Among the 5 great sword sects, only the Sword Immortal sect differs. The other 4 require disciples to complete body tempering and begin absorbing spiritual energy within 10 to 15 years. A hint of disdain appeared in her eyes. In my opinion, that is nothing more than pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Utter foolishness. The more spiritual energy you accumulate during body tempering, the greater your future achievements will be. So don't rush, disciples. As she spoke, her meaningful gaze drifted toward Yixian. For some reason, Yixian suddenly felt like he was being singled out by an impossibly beautiful homeroom teacher. If Teacher Huang happened to wear glasses, a uniform, black stockings, and high heels, that would be the opening scene of a very different story. Cough. What was he thinking? Still, he finally understood. Both second sister and eighth sister had said the same thing. Absorbing 20,000 spirit stones without breaking through wasn't a bad thing. It was actually excellent news. It meant his dantian could contain vastly more spiritual energy than ordinary cultivators. Huang Yuerong's lecture was fascinating and insightful. The disciples listened with rapt attention. Elder Huang's classes are always the best. No wonder attendance is always full. If Elder Yuwenji were teaching, we'd be lucky to see 30% of the disciples show up. Elder Huang is literally the goddess of my dreams. After finishing her lesson, Huang Yuerong announced another piece of news. Today, Elder Yuwenji submitted a proposal. After approval by Sect Master Nangong Zhao and the Council of Elders, I am here to announce it. 1 year from now, the Sword Immortal sect will host the 5-sect sword tournament. To uphold the honor of our sect, every disciple must cultivate diligently during the coming year. The sect has therefore decided to open the Zhongnan secret realm once. The entire hall erupted in shock. Countless disciples became excited. The Zhongnan secret realm? The sect is really spending big this time. I heard activating it once costs over 1 million spirit stones. If all the disciples enter, that would cost at least 10 million spirit stones. And there are supposedly ancient inheritances left behind by previous generations of disciples. There may be hidden opportunities waiting to be discovered. Hashtag Chapter 10. Zhongnan Illusion Realm. A ruthless manhunt begins. Huang Yurong spoke in a solemn voice. The Zhongnan Illusion Realm is one of the 3 sacred grounds of the Sword Immortal sect. Time flows at only 1/4 the rate of the outside world. 3 months of cultivation inside is equivalent to a full year outside. This time, the sect is sparing no expense, spending tens of millions of spirit stones to open the realm. In addition, every disciple will receive 3 months' worth of spirit stones and medicinal pills as supplies. I hope all of you devote yourselves to cultivation and strengthen your abilities. Gather tomorrow at dawn. We enter the realm then. Dismissed. The disciples erupted into excitement. ***, the Zhongnan Illusion Realm? For times the time flow, ***, and we get 3 months of spirit stones and pills. The sect has never been this generous. We've struck it rich. Amid the cheering crowd, Yi Xian sensed a hostile gaze fixed upon him. From the Yuan faction, Yuan Ba stared at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Yi Xian merely smirked. ***, a self-contained world? Time flowing 4 times slower. The Sword Immortal sect really has some impressive hidden treasures. ***. Huang Yurong's beautiful eyes lingered on Yi Xian before shifting to the glaring Yuan Ba. A trace of sharpness flashed across her gaze. The next day, Yi Xian followed the crowd to the martial hall. Around the hall, hundreds of disciples had already arranged an enormous and incredibly complex formation. 7 jade mirrors, each over 3 meters tall and overflowing with immortal energy, occupied key positions in the array. This was the formation used to open the Zhongnan Illusion Realm. A formation of this scale consumed an astonishing amount of spirit stones. The transmission elder Huang Yurong, the enforcement elder Dongfang Shifeng, and the chief elder Yuan Ji were all present, standing high above the crowd. Dongfang Shifeng announced, "Disciples, you will enter separate regions of the Zhongnan Illusion Realm according to your cultivation stage: body tempering, qi refinement, and foundation establishment. The 3 groups will not interfere with one another. 3 rules apply. First, no fighting to kill fellow disciples. Sparring is permitted. Second, no robbing fellow disciples. Third, no harassment of fellow disciples. Other than these restrictions, anything goes within the realm." Yi Xian smiled faintly. Yuan Ji's expression darkened. He hadn't expected these women to be so crafty. They had changed the plan at the last minute. The scheme for Yuan Ba to directly hunt Yi Xian was no longer feasible. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. ***, you think separating cultivation levels will protect Yi Xian? Yuan Ji sneered and exchanged a glance with Yuan Ba. Yuan Ba nodded viciously. Huang Yurong declared, "Open the realm." Hundreds of golden core disciples activated the formation simultaneously. Beams of spiritual light shot out from the 7 jade mirrors and converged in the center. Space itself tore open. A stable portal appeared. Beyond it lay another world. Spiritual energy was abundant. Mountains and rivers stretched endlessly. Flowers, birds, beasts, and streams filled the landscape. This was the independent realm known as the Zhongnan Illusion Realm. Disciples of different cultivation stages would be transported into different regions of the realm. The profound heritage of the ancient Sword Immortal sect was displayed in full. At the entrance, disciples received bags of spirit stones and medicinal pills from the attendants. Grinning happily, they entered in groups. Yi Xian approached the portal as well, but Huang Yurong suddenly pulled him aside and handed him a ring. "Second sister, what's this?" "A storage ring. Inside are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with cultivation manuals and techniques suitable for the body tempering stage." Yi Xian grinned shamelessly. "Thank you, second sister. You're definitely the one who spoils me the most." Huang Yurong rolled her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. Eldest sister specifically instructed me to prepare this for you. She said your reborn spirit root would require an enormous amount of spirit stones to cultivate." Her expression turned serious. Yuan Ji seems to be plotting something. "I deliberately separated the cultivation levels. Be careful." Yi Xian had barely accepted the ring when a voice transmission reached him from Dongfang Shifeng. "Here's a tip. Once you enter, head straight for the Zhongnan back mountain and seize the cave at the highest peak. The spiritual energy there is 2 to 3 times denser than anywhere else." Yi Xian turned and saw Dongfang Shifeng giving him a playful wink. Putting away the storage ring, he felt a surge of warmth. His 9 senior sisters truly cared for him in every possible way. The moment he entered the Zhongnan illusion realm, Yi Xian burst into motion and headed directly for the Zhongnan back mountain. Although he had yet to officially reach the lowest body tempering level, the 20,000 spirit stones he had absorbed were not for nothing. His body had already been dramatically transformed by spiritual energy. His running speed rivaled that of a world champion. A single leap could carry him 2 or 3 meters into the air. This place really is a paradise for cultivation. He sighed in admiration. The spiritual energy here was several times richer than outside, while time flowed at only a quarter of the normal rate. 3 months of cultivation here was worth at least a year or 2 elsewhere. If not for the astronomical cost of maintaining it, this realm would be the ultimate cheat code for the Sword Immortal sect. Unfortunately, the sect was notoriously poor. Without the upcoming 5-sect sword tournament, they would never have spent so lavishly. The scenery was breathtaking, and the realm was vast. There were even low-level demon beasts roaming around. Yi Xian spotted an iron-head wolf staring at him greedily from behind a rocky outcrop. It had likely been captured by the sect elders and raised here as practice prey for disciples. At the body tempering stage, such beasts posed little threat as long as they weren't provoked. Then suddenly, Yi Xian sensed someone approaching rapidly from behind. Prepared in advance, he vaulted into the branches of a dense tree and concealed himself while holding his breath. A few moments later, a group of people rushed past. That bastard runs fast. Where did he go? I clearly saw him heading this way. Brother Ho Yi, what now? A deep voice laughed coldly. Calm down. The entrance to the Zhongnan illusion realm is sealed and won't reopen for a year. Nearly everyone here is an outer sect disciple, and all of them have received orders from their elders to kill Yi Xian. Split up and search. The moment anyone finds him, signal the others with the wolf howl code. Then we'll trap him like a turtle in a jar. Master Yuan has ordered that whoever kills Yi Xian gets to keep the storage ring in his possession. He'll also reward them with a yellow rank cultivation technique and an additional 100,000 spirit stones. The group erupted. Whoa, seriously? A yellow rank technique and 100,000 spirit stones. We'll be rich. The desperate killers scattered in all directions. Their voices gradually faded. Hidden within the tree, Yi Xian looked down. There were more than 20 disciples from Yuanji's faction. They had split into small groups and begun a dragnet search. The outer sect's recruitment standards were already low. Yuanji, ambitious and power-hungry, had spent recent years aggressively recruiting disciples based solely on talent, caring nothing for their character. The result was a mixture of criminals and outcasts. Many were fugitives and murderers from the mortal world. They obeyed only Yuanji. Everyone in the Sword Immortal sect knew of Yuanji's ambitions towards sect master Nangong Zhao's position. He trained these recruits as loyal death soldiers, pushing their cultivation recklessly to expand his influence. Opening the Zhongnan illusion realm had never been for the benefit of the sect. It was a means of strengthening his own faction. Most participants in this special training were disciples under him and the outer sect elders. The stronger they became, the greater the threat to Nangong Zhao. And now, Yi Xian himself had become the target of a massive hunt. The leader appeared to be Ho Yi, a notorious bandit chief from the mortal world. He had slaughtered entire villages and was drenched in blood. He was also an experienced battlefield commander. This dragnet formation was a classic bandit tactic. The old fox can't enter himself, so he's sending the young ones to kill me? Yi Xian chuckled. Fine. Let's see who ends up walking out of this place alive. At present, Yi Xian had not even officially entered the lowest body tempering realm. Fighting 20-plus body tempering cultivators head-on was impossible. So how could he break through? His eyes narrowed. He looked toward the Zhongnan back mountain. A plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 11. Intentionally flaunting wealth, then unleashing a killing spree. He looked down from his vantage point, seized the opportunity, and then sped northward. After running for about 5 miles, Yi Xian howled like a wolf, its wings grotesque and its body short. All the disciples of the Yuan sect immediately rushed here. Yi Xian immediately reversed course and headed south. Returned to the big tree. Several groups of people were seen rushing south from under the tree, completely unaware of Yi Xian. Breaking free from the encirclement, Yi Xian jumped down from the tree and rushed towards the back of Zhongnan Mountain. It took Yi Xian half a day to reach the back of Zhongnan Mountain and begin searching for a secluded cultivation cave. Unfortunately, because of the Yuan sect's obstruction, Yi Xian arrived a little late. All the caves on the back mountain of Zhongnan Mountain, numbering in the dozens or hundreds, had already been occupied. Almost all the caves were blocked up with huge stones weighing several thousand or even tens of thousands of kilograms. This demonstrates the strength of disciples in the body tempering stage. According to the rules, fighting over cave dwellings is prohibited and would violate the sect's rules. Besides, even if they wanted to forcibly seize it, the outsiders would have to break the stones by force. The disciples in the body tempering stage inside, since they were able to occupy this place, must be quite strong. A battle is bound to break out, which will attract Hou Yi. What should I do? Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. He sat down cross-legged and grabbed a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring. Absorb. The spirit stone was quickly drained and turned into dust. He pulled out another handful. The cycle repeats itself. Yi Xian knew that the people in these caves were closely watching his every move. Yi Xian simply pulled out a large bundle piled high with spirit stones. It cost a whopping tens of thousands of yuan. Such lavish absorption of spirit stones aroused envy, jealousy, and hatred among the disciples. The eyes that had been secretly observing turned red. Ignoring everything else, Yi Xian continued to frantically absorb spirit stones. Anyway, the spiritual energy here is abundant. Whether you're in a cave or on the mountaintop, it's all the same. Yi Xian just wants to show off. People in Xiodi are panicking. After Yi Xian absorbed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, someone finally couldn't hold back any longer. An opening appeared, and a series of faces with forced smiles emerged. Yi Xian glanced at them and recognized almost none of them. They were all newly accepted disciples like Yuan Ji. Just by looking at their greedy expressions, you can tell they're no good people. Yi Xian, cough cough. Uncle Master, where did you get so many spirit stones? Uncle Yi, could you give me 1,000 spirit stones? That's right. Uncle Master, you have so many spirit stones, you should share some with us. A group of disciples, whether intentionally or unintentionally, surrounded Yi Xian, their greedy gazes constantly swirling around Yi Xian and the spirit stones. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. These outer disciples are no different from Hou Yi. For the past 10 years, these people have frequently mocked and slandered him, falsely accusing several of his senior female classmates of having improper relationships with him. They came out with ill intentions, coveting the spirit stones. Why would he give these people even a penny? No need, no need. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. I don't want a cave dwelling. I just want to absorb spirit stones here. The spiritual energy here is so rich. He then grabbed the spirit stone and frantically absorbed its spiritual energy. Yi Xian gradually felt that his dantian was about to be full. After absorbing 40,000 spirit stones, my spiritual energy is finally about to reach the bottleneck of the lower-grade body tempering stage. We urgently need to find a safe place to break through. For anyone else, they could just find any place. But Yi Xian is different. This place is full of outer sect disciples, a dangerous bunch of ingrates. He ignored it and continued to frantically absorb spirit stones. A huge boulder in a high cave was pushed aside. A particularly tall man with sinister eyes stepped forward and said greedily, Uncle Master Yi, I am Feng Zhan, a disciple of Elder Jian. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Yi Xian glanced at him. What nonsense are you asking, kid? Go back and cultivate. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and left. A moment later, Yi Xian returned carrying an extremely heavy bundle. They were placed on the ground, and this time there were even more, 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. At this moment, the disciples present began to breathe more rapidly and heavily. Their eyes were completely red. The outer disciple, Feng Zhan, his eyes gleaming with greed, suddenly shouted, Yi Xian, do you know that Hou Yi and the Yuan sect are looking for you? If I were to leak the news that you are here, Yi Xian said calmly, what do you intend to do? Give me 10,000 spirit stones as hush money. Feng Zhan raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, otherwise you're dead. Yi Xian chuckled inwardly. He deliberately flaunted his wealth. That's exactly the effect he wanted. Dream on. Go eat shit. After Yi Xian finished showing off his wealth, he waved his hand. The bundle was put into the storage ring. He also has a storage ring. Feng Zhen grew even more greedy, licking his lips. The storage ring itself is worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. Killing him, even if it means escaping the Sword Immortal sect immediately, would be worth it. As he instigated it, more and more caves were opened. People die for wealth, birds die for food. An ordinary outer disciple only receives 10 low-grade spirit stones a month. Yi Xian casually flaunts his wealth, exchanging tens of thousands of coins. They could never accumulate this much wealth in their entire lives. Why should this good-for-nothing get so many spirit stones? That's right. This place is far from the Emperor's reach, so if we kill him, all the spirit stones will be ours. Feng Zhen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Someone, go and inform Ho Yi. Elder Yuan has put a bounty on this man. Heh, a horse won't get fat without night grass. Everyone, attack together. Yi Xian casually tossed out a remark. A bunch of idiots. They're not even worthy of licking my shoes. He simply slipped away. It was incredibly fast. Feng Zhen, leading his disciples who had occupied the cave, no longer cared about the cave itself and launched a frenzied pursuit. Kill him. He has countless spirit stones on him. The ring is mine. Feng Zhen laughed loudly. Yi Xian, you dare to flaunt your wealth here? Yi Xian glanced around and saw that the caves on the back of Zhongnan Mountain were almost completely empty. Feng Zhen, leading over 100 outer disciples, their eyes gleaming, relentlessly pursued him. Various martial arts techniques and weapons were constantly being attacked from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian absorbed more than 40,000 spirit stones, which solidified his foundation and allowed him to run incredibly fast, but he was still constantly being hit. Blood stained his back. This is what happens when the Emperor is far away. The path to immortality is indeed cruel. Even within the Zhongnan illusionary realm, murders and thefts occur every year. Yi Xian, the ultimate rich second-generation heir, no, the pampered and handsome rich guy, is the target of a massive anti-rich scene by hundreds of cultivator migrant workers. Who told Yi Xian to be rich and willful? Although Yi Xian's cultivation level was not even at the lower grade of body tempering, after absorbing 40,000 spirit stones, his strength was far beyond that of ordinary body tempering disciples. For example, Yi Xian's running and jumping speed is as fast as a jaguar and as swift as lightning. Feng Zhen cursed loudly. That kid runs pretty fast. It's all right. Ho Yi already knows about this and is on his way. With so many of us, he has no chance of escaping. Kill him, divide the loot. Nobody will say a word afterwards. We can't punish everyone. Linger appeared, chuckled, and shook her head, saying, You're practically courting death. I don't understand. Yi Xian chuckled coldly. How could you, a little brat, understand my operations? Watch. He accelerated. He slipped away and hid behind a tree. Hundreds of outer disciples fled in a frenzy, chasing and killing the attackers, raising clouds of dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Xian managed to reach the last person. Suddenly, he pulled me behind a tree. Caught off guard, the man was pulled over by Yi Xian. The man was horrified and was about to scream. Yi Xian suddenly swung a small green sword. That was a gift from his eldest sister, Nangong Zhao, for self-defense. How could a sword bestowed by the Sword Immortal sect master be inferior? One sword stroke. It sliced deeply across the man's neck. Chapter 12: Assaulting Fellow Disciples. Cleverly occupying the cave. Blood splattered all over Yi Xian's face. This was the first time Yi Xian had killed someone in his second life. But Yi Xian had no regrets. Screw your fellow disciples. To hell with your disciple. These outer disciples kill and rob on sight, showing no respect for their senior uncles. They are relentlessly hunting me down. They're no different from Yuan Ji and Ho Yong. They are all mortal enemies. Kill. The man fell to the ground, convulsing. Although Yi Xian didn't possess any supernatural powers, he was still only at the body tempering stage. Nangong Zhao's sword could cut through iron like mud and kill people as easily as killing chickens. Before the blood could stain the man's clothes, Yi Xian immediately stripped him naked. Change his clothes. Yi Xian even wanted to take away the bag of spirit stones and pills on this person's body. Only a corpse remained, its legs still twitching, naked as a pig. As Yi Xian was considering where to dispose of the body, Linger suddenly spoke up. Well done. I thought you wouldn't kill anyone. Yi Xian. These enemies who died at your hands, as well as useless techniques and treasures, can be devoured and recycled by the system. Linger made a surprising statement. The system can reward you with some contribution points based on their cultivation level, spiritual root, and magic weapon. What? Yi Xian's eyes widened. God-level selection system. What use are these cultivator corpses to you? To refine corpses. Corpse refining? That's the lowest form of energy recycling. Linger scoffed. Heaven and earth are full of spirits, and humans are the most intelligent of all. Cultivators accumulate even purer spiritual energy within their bodies. The system can decompose these souls, bodies, cultivation techniques, and magical treasures into a more concentrated spiritual essence than spiritual energy, thus promoting system upgrades. Otherwise, where do you think your massive rewards came from? What's the use of contribution points? Yi Xian frowned, secretly feeling that this god-level selection system, which could reclaim enemies and evolve itself, was becoming increasingly mysterious and unpredictable. Linger sighed. As you've probably noticed, each time you have to choose one of two options. One is a rewarding challenge, and the other is a penalty without a reward. Completing the challenge brings generous rewards, but failing to complete it results in elimination. Linger said in a deep voice, contribution points have two uses. First, you can use a certain number of points to exchange for immunity from death. Of course, a lot of points are required. It's like giving you an extra life. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Secondly, you can exchange rewards from the system shop to strengthen yourself. The system is currently only level 1 and urgently needs a large amount of spiritual energy to upgrade. Do you want the system to devour the enemy's corpse? Since killing people could earn contribution points, Yi Xian was naturally extremely happy to do so. Receive. After Linger finished speaking, she waved her hand. A flash of inspiration struck. The body vanished without a trace in an instant. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the ground. What a ruthless system. This thing is 1,000,000 times better than the corpse-dissolving powder from the deer and the cauldron. It completely removes the person and their soul, as if the person never existed in the world. Indeed, heaven is impartial, treating all things as mere straw dogs. You're both at the lowest level of body tempering, and you're really poor. Here's one contribution point for you. Linger disappeared. Yi Xian changed into this person's clothes and swaggered back home. Back at the summit of Zhongnan Mountain, Yi Xian grinned mischievously. I told you to hunt me down. Hee, I have a surprise for you. He chose a cave at the highest point where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. The cave is very well hidden. The entrance is narrow at first, but it widens as you go further in. In the very center of the cave, there is a flat, large rock. Sitting on the large rock, the spiritual energy was very strong. Apart from that, there was nothing else unusual. Then, Yi Xian frantically moved the large rocks. Yi Xian's strength at this moment allowed him to easily lift tons of stones. What followed was quite clever. Yi Xian frantically used tons of stones to block up the remaining caverns. Yi Xian completely blocked each cave with stones. You're chasing me down so you can cultivate? Yi Xian's actions were as fierce as a tiger. Linger stared wide-eyed, speechless. This person, that's terrible. This is a plan to wipe out the family line. Half a day later, Yi Xian saw a large group of disciples returning in the distance, chuckled, and hid in the cave he had chosen. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a shimmering yellow, illusion talisman from his storage ring. That was left in the storage ring by Huang Yuerong. Incidentally, Huang Yuerong is incredibly knowledgeable. She is a master of nascent soul stage formations and talismans. The talismans she makes can even fool a nascent soul stage cultivator. Second sister, you care about me so much, you even made the talisman for me. Yi Xian chuckled, still stubbornly insisting that your older sister asked you to prepare it. Women really are all hypocrites. This guy's being narcissistic. He's putting on illusionary talismans. The cave then disappeared, blending into the mountainside. A large group of outer disciples, led by Hou Yi, rushed over in a fit of rage. Fengzhen, where is Yi Xian, the one you're talking about? We've been chasing him the whole time. Fengzhen said awkwardly, but he ran too fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. He was just here absorbing spirit stones. Yes, we can testify. The disciples who were chasing Yi Xian started shouting. This Zhongnan illusionary realm isn't that big. With so many of us, We can definitely catch him. Ho Yi licked his lips greedily. You guys say he has tens of thousands of spirit stones on him? Not only that, he also has a storage ring, which was probably given to him by the fairy elders. A group of people, all breathing rapidly and with their eyes shining. Suddenly, Feng Zhen's eyes glazed over, and he let out a scream. Oh no, my cave has been filled in. Mine too. A group of people turned to look. The prime location they previously occupied was completely filled in with tons of huge stones. Various screams of exasperation rose and fell. Mine too. The cave has vanished. Damn it. Who did this? It must be Yi Xian. Ho Ye's face darkened. This kid, after luring the tiger away from the mountain, came back again. He might be hiding in one of the caves. Ho Ye's eyes were incredibly sinister. Dig them open one by one. Search them. But with so many caves, which one is he hiding in? It's easy to throw these boulders down, but it's extremely slow for us to blast them open. Feng Zhen complained bitterly. Umph. Even if this kid is as good as a rat, we can catch him like a turtle in a jar sooner or later. Ho Ye's eyes turned sinister as he commanded. No one is allowed to cultivate anymore. Let's dig together. Hundreds of outer disciples began frantically digging everywhere, trying to find Yi Xian. But there were too many holes, more than 100. Yi Xian threw down countless tons of large rocks, and these people could only use their fists and feet to bombard the large rocks in an attempt to open them. That's really tough. Yi Xian hid in his cave high above the peak where the spiritual energy was at its best, looking down at these ugly performances and smiling knowingly. He sat cross-legged in meditation, circulating his energy twice, and suddenly realized, this cave is incredibly rich in spiritual energy. Although the entire world of the Zhongnan illusion is rich in spiritual energy, the cave at the highest point of Zhongnan Mountain has 100 times more abundant spiritual energy than other places. Simply put, it's like the borehole in a mine. The spiritual energy emanated from below, constantly rising and spreading upwards, almost tangible. Senior Sister Shifeng was right after all. This is the best blessed land for cultivation. It's just that the spiritual energy here is ridiculously concentrated. Never mind, let's focus on cultivation first. He sat cross-legged and frantically absorbed the spirit stones. Chapter 13 Yi Family Cultivation Method. Breakthrough to the Body Strengthening Realm. He absorbed handful after handful of spirit stones frantically. It absorbed about 4,000 more spirit stones. It's here, a breakthrough is imminent. Yi Xian's spirits lifted. He's at the lower level of the body tempering stage and is about to break through. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of spirit stones formed a vortex in his dantian, spinning wildly, and then struck all parts of his body through the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Like a vast flood, it surges and crashes everywhere, forcibly widening the meridians, cleansing the body, and refining the essence and marrow. This is the essence of the body tempering stage, using spiritual energy to completely reshape the body. Yi Xian's journey from spiritual root rebirth to the lower stage of body tempering took only a few days. If Yi Xian didn't have 9 nascent soul-level senior sisters, where would he have gotten tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones? An ordinary disciple like this has never seen so many spirit stones in his entire life. Yi Xian, who told us to have our 9th senior sister as our backer. However, Yi Xian was still in great pain, because it absorbed more than 10,000 times the spiritual energy of a normal body tempering stage. The storm swept through Yi Xian's entire body, with his dantian as the eye of the storm. Yi Xian's physical strength is 10,000 times that of others, and he also endures 10,000 times more pain. Ah! Yi Xian screamed in pain. Although I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect it to be this painful. The immense pain nearly overwhelmed Yi Xian. The spiritual energy, flowing through his Tianqiao acupoint, surged and crashed through his meridians and body like a raging flood. His meridians were shattered. It was repaired by spiritual energy. An even greater surge of spiritual energy rushed in and broke through once again. Rebirth, crash, repair, crash again. Body shatters, tendons and bones break. Tendons and marrow are cleansed. Bones and flesh are regenerated. Yi Xian screamed in pain, but no sound came out. The body is being frantically tempered amidst a massive amount of spiritual energy. Linger popped out from the side, pouting. So you're allowed to be greedy? Ordinary cultivators can absorb at most 100 low-grade spirit stones to reach the lower stage of body tempering. You've managed to absorb at least 50,000. Since you absorb so many more spirit stones than others, you naturally suffer tens of thousands of times more. Even in his pain, Yi Xian didn't forget to complain. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I pregnant? What if I eat too much and the baby gets too big and difficult to deliver? Linger was amused by Yi Xian's words. A pregnant woman? That's quite an apt analogy. Who told you to eat so much? You think I want to? My appetite is so big, but I can only absorb so much spiritual energy. Even if I wanted to expel it early, I couldn't. Puff. Linger spat it out. You know absolutely nothing about cultivation. What kind of appetite is that? That's the Dantian. Do you think it's for taking a dump? Hee hee. In my opinion, cultivating immortality is another way of life. Yi Xian then recited the Yi family cultivation theory. When people are hungry, they eat. After eating, they need to defecate. Life is just about eating and defecating. Cultivation is the same. Having spiritual roots is like having good teeth. Having a dantian is like having a good appetite. Having many spirit stones is like having delicious food. Breaking through bottlenecks is like defecating, and cultivating to the nascent soul stage is like giving birth. You need to eat and defecate more to increase your cultivation level quickly. I'm so grateful to my senior sister for giving me special lessons and so many spirit stones. Huh? Linger was shocked. This guy actually compared something as noble as cultivating immortality to taking a dump? What a logical genius. I was speechless. I need to poop. Poop. Yi Xian screamed wildly. It was thanks to the illusion talisman that the sounds inside the cave were blocked. Otherwise, Ho Yi would have discovered them long ago. Yi Xian's terrifying spiritual energy shook the entire Zhongnan mountain. Huh? Did you guys feel the earthquake? Ho Yi, who was groveling away digging stones, looked up blankly. No. Feng Zhun was feeling down as he dug stones and moved bricks. Get to work. Get to work. Yi Xian broke through to the lower level of body tempering and immediately felt. Everything about me is different. Incredibly light. Pick up a large rock and give it a light punch. The stone was shattered. My current strength is over 3,000 jin. Yi Xian chuckled. Next, look at the strength of his muscles and bones. My second sister once said that body tempering is divided into 13 realms: physical body, strengthening body, tendon changing, bone forging, marrow cleansing, rock solid, golden body, spiritual body, immortal body, divine body, pangu, and chaos. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, those who can ascend the mountain are at the physical body realm. Even if an ordinary disciple reaches the peak of body tempering, they can only reach the strengthening realm at most. A few outstanding disciples can reach the tendon-changing realm. I am now. Yi Xian clenched his fists, his whole body crackling like popping beans. With the little green sword, gently slash yourself. Bleeding, injured. But the wound healed quickly. Yi Xian nodded. I have now broken through to the body-strengthening realm. My low-grade body-tempering body is comparable to others at the peak of body tempering. So what? Linger didn't miss any opportunity to strike at Yi Xian and said disdainfully, if you go out now, you'll still die if you get beaten up by more than 100 people. Who said I'm going out now? Yi Xian chuckled mischievously. Let them go move bricks and dig stones. I'm going to go into mad seclusion for the next 3 months. Cultivation. The cultivation speed here is 10 times faster than outside. I can't waste any time. He grabbed another handful of spirit stones and began to absorb them frantically. Linger glanced at the outer disciples outside, who were busy digging stones and moving bricks like ants, and suddenly found it very funny. And so time flies. Before they knew it, a month had passed in the cave. Yi Xian absorbed all 100,000 spirit stones from his storage ring. Waste residue piled up like a mountain next to the large rock where people meditated. If someone saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. Yi Xian, a body-tempering stage cultivator, created 100,000 spirit stones in just 1 month. Huang Yuerong, who probably gave him special treatment, never imagined that Yi Xian would have such a big appetite. Yi Xian also absorbed all the pills in his storage ring. Dozens of empty pill bottles were scattered all over the ground. Yi Xian was also quite helpless. My mysterious young dragon root. is a heavenly Tao spiritual root, good as it is, but it's being consumed way too fast. It's 10,000 times faster than others. Where can I find more spirit stones? Pills. Although the spiritual energy here is more than 3 times denser than outside, and the breathing speed is also quite fast, but farming is never as fast as murder and robbery. Yi Xian turned his gaze outside. For a month, the poor outer disciples hadn't cultivated for a single day, toiling away digging stones and carrying bricks. The laborers forcibly opened up all the hundreds of caves in the mountain. Hou Yi and Feng Zhen were both exhausted. There's no way around it. The back of Zhongnan Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, and the rocks there are far harder than those in ordinary mountains. That punch was truly harder than metal. Yi Xian's most wicked act was exploiting their greed, leading them to keep digging through the stones in search of him. They knew perfectly well that Yi Xian was hiding in some cave, but they just couldn't find him. The last cave. Hou Yi wiped his chapped lips and said with difficulty. Feng Zhen was on the verge of tears. If I had known this kid was so cunning, I definitely wouldn't have bothered him. In the Zhongnan illusionary realm, during such a precious month, he didn't cultivate for a single day. They were too busy digging up the mountain. My hands are covered in blisters. I feel like crying. Chapter 14: Murder and Robbery. A shortcut to cultivation. Hou Ye's forehead veins bulged, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. The last hole. He must be hiding here. Dig it open. Drag him out like a rat and kill him. Let's divide up his spirit stones. Everyone will become rich overnight. This month has been well worth it. Oh, the thought of robbing Yi Xian boosted their morale again. Using both hands and feet, they frantically dug at the giant rocks. Ling couldn't help but laugh. These people are so silly. Whether it's foolish or not, it's all just human nature. Yi Xian curled his lip. Just you wait and see. A group of people finally managed to dig open the boulder. To open up the cave, Hou Yi howled as he lunged in, yelling, Yi Xian, prepare to die. A dark figure suddenly lunged out from inside. Faster than lightning. Hou Yi yelled, kill him. Immediately, I was sprayed in the face with a foul stench. Hou Yi was taken aback. The whole group was completely dumbfounded. What is this? A skunk king, a level 1 demonic beast, suddenly burst out of the cave, cursing and swearing. It's not particularly powerful. Its most impressive feature, which is why it's considered a demon beast, is smelly. That foul stench is the essence of its cultivation, storing food in its stomach and intestines. Both demonic beasts and cultivators find it nauseating and unbearable, and are unwilling to provoke it easily. The skunk king was sleeping soundly in his cave when he was disturbed and became furious. Hou Ye's face was covered in urine. Those around Hou Yi immediately collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Hou Ye's face was stiff, and his mouth twitched. Damn it, he yelled. Yi Xian, you can run away on the first day of the month, but you can't hide on the 15th. Huh, what are you doing? Feng Zhen and the others covered their faces and fled in panic, as if they were avoiding a plague. Don't touch me. Your breath stinks. Hou Yi took a sniff himself, and immediately, his eyes rolled back. He fainted. These cultivators had wasted a month of their time and gained nothing, so they left the group cursing and swearing. The plan to besiege Yi Xian must be temporarily abandoned. Hou Yi led his men to continue the pursuit. Yi Xian's gaze was icy cold as he quietly opened the cave door and crawled out. Exhausted from carrying bricks for a month, Feng Zhen and the others crawled into their caves to rest and prepare for cultivation. Yi Xian's eyes were icy cold. Holding his sword, he sneaked into a cave when no one was paying attention. If someone offends me, I will retaliate. Inside the cave, the man was exhausted and fast asleep. Yi Xian covered the man's mouth and nose, and without any hesitation, swiftly brought down his knife. With a soft "uft," the man didn't even have time to scream in his sleep before Yi Xian beheaded him with a single sword strike. Yi Xian robbed him of all his spirit stones and pills. With a wave of his hand, come out, collect the body. Linger was speechless. Another body tempering stage? 1 contribution point. Yi Xian chuckled. Not a drop too little. Even a small grasshopper leg is still meat. Moreover, this person has 100 spirit stones on him, and 3 bottles of low-grade pills. It's also a cultivation resource. Like a weasel, Yi Xian sneaked into another cave. Murder, looting, robbery, and mutilation of corpses. Human tragedies continue to occur time and time again. Yi Xian, relying on his low-grade body-tempering sword and the ability to cut through iron like mud, took advantage of the disciples who were chasing him being tired and succeeded time and time again. One by one, his disciples who had hunted him down were killed by Yi Xian in their sleep. The spirit stones were stolen, the pills were robbed, and even Yi Xian's soul was devoured by his personal system. Yi Xian's eyes remained completely unmoved. These people wanted to steal his spirit stones and even chased after him. They deserve to die. If Yi Xian falls into their hands, his fate will not be spared. It will only be worse. Yi Xian killed more than a dozen enemies, but they were all body-tempering stage cultivators after all. Some people possess extraordinary cultivation. For example, Feng Zhen. He heard faint shouts coming from the next cave, and his eyes sharpened. Junior brother? What happened? Feng Zhen rushed out of the cave, but only saw a shadow disappearing at high speed. He rushed into his junior brother's cave next door and discovered there was no one there at all. There was only messy bedding. Feng Zhen felt ice cold all over. His neighbor was his fellow disciple, also an outer disciple, with whom he had chased after Yi Xian. How could this junior brother just vanish into thin air for no reason? He rushed out, shouting, "Get up, all of you." The hundreds of people inside the cave were awakened and rushed out. Take a head count. Is anyone missing? Feng Zhen said angrily. The inventory check was chaotic. Although these disciples were not from the same school, some of their fellow disciples exclaimed in surprise. My senior brother has disappeared. My classmate next door has gone missing. And my junior brother. A rough estimate suggests that at least a dozen people have gone missing. A group of body-tempering stage experts were so frightened that their spines turned cold. Is this Zhongnan illusionary realm haunted? No. Feng Zhen gritted his teeth and said, these people have all chased after Yi Xian. It must be Yi Xian taking revenge on us. Yi Xian returned to the cave and emptied the spirit stones from his storage ring. Although each outer disciple doesn't receive many spirit stones and pills for 3 months, there are just too many of them. Yi Xian's raid resulted in the deaths of more than 20 people. They also plundered 4,000 spirit stones and over 100 bottles of medicinal pills. Let's absorb and cultivate first. Yi Xian sneered. Once you've used them all up, go kill some more. Anyway, with the illusion talisman that his second sister gave him, these people are blind and can't see Yi Xian's hiding place even if they are right next to him. Yi Xian treated them like a flock of white sheep, and himself like a hungry wolf, ready to catch and eat them when he was hungry. Yi Xian absorbed the wave. Tons. One wave of pills destroyed. Tons. Yi Xian used up all the supplies in just one day, and felt his body tempering and strengthening state become even more solid. The absorption speed is 10,000 times faster, no joke. Ye's cultivation theory. Cultivating immortality is all about eating and defecating. You have to eat more, defecate more, and waste more good things. He touched his mouth. Time to go out again. It happened to be evening. Yi Xian peered around curiously. As a result, his face darkened. Damn it. Feng Zhen actually organized a patrol team. It turns out that Yi Xian had caused the disappearance of more than 20 people, which triggered great panic among his disciples who were frantically chasing him on the back mountain of Zhongnan Mountain. Many disciples were so frightened that they wanted to retreat, but they couldn't bear to leave the cave dwelling, which was rich in spiritual energy. Caught in a dilemma, Feng Zhen gritted his teeth and decided to organize himself, with 3 to 5 disciples patrolling every day. This prevented Yi Xian from taking advantage of the situation. Yi Xian sneered. Do you think this mere patrol team can stop me, Grey Wolf, from stealing sheep? He will not let any of his enemies who are hunting him down get away. He had now reached the body-strengthening realm, making him even more agile. He slipped out of the illusion and crept into a cave. Inside the cave, a disciple was sleeping soundly. One sword, and he was dead. Treasure hunt. The system will devour the corpse. Exchange for contribution points. Yi Xian sped out. The screams still alerted the patrol team. 5 disciples rushed at them frantically, but all that could be seen was a silhouette in the darkness. It will disappear immediately. The entire back mountain of Zhongnan was alarmed. The miserable outer disciples emerged in terror, each filled with grief and indignation. Yi Xian killed someone again. What right did he have to kill us? Nonsense. Because we hunted him down. In his eyes, we are a group of enemies. Isn't this person a good for nothing? Didn't he just start cultivating? Why is he so powerful? Forget it, I'll move. I don't need this cave anymore. Chapter 15 Yi Hui Tai Lang Xian. How could he not catch a sheep? No one is allowed to leave. Feng Zhen's eyes were bloodshot as he said, how can we just give up on this precious cultivation spot that we finally found? Yi Xian alone scared over 100 of us into fleeing overnight. If word gets out, how will we be able to face anyone? Everyone then calmed down. Feng Zhen, I have already sent someone to inform Ho Yi and the others to return and hunt down Yi Xian. Everyone go back and rest. But not long after, the screams resumed. Another person has fallen victim to Yi Xian's cruelty. I was killed in my dream. Feng Zhen and the others ran off again. As a result, the crime scene was deserted. Before they could get back, they heard screams from afar. They lunged again, but missed. But people kept disappearing one after another. The outer disciples were devastated. Who can withstand this? Yi Xian appeared and disappeared like a ghost, killing and robbing treasures before running away. The key point is that they searched the entire mountain and hundreds of caves time and time again, but they couldn't find any trace of Yi Xian. After a night of guerrilla warfare, Yi Xian had already killed more than a dozen people. He always used a feint, killing one person in the cave on the east side to attract the crowd with their screams, then sneaking off to the west side of the mountain to kill the lone survivor. Because there are many disciples cultivating on the mountain, and they do not belong to the same master, most of them do not know each other. In addition, the terrain is very complicated and there are many caves. Yi Xian can simply change into the clothes of an enemy, hide in a cave, and rely on his powerful strength to kill opponents of the same level instantly, as well as the precious sword given to him by Nangong Zhao. He is simply invincible. Like a hungry wolf entering a sheepfold, they kill and plunder at will, as if they were in an empty field. Yi Xian's ruthless killing prowess caused the outer disciples on the mountain to collapse. This Yi Xian, a dignified martial uncle, has no martial ethics. They're always sneaking around trying to assassinate us. Didn't the elder who imparted skills say that fighting and killing are not allowed in the illusion? Bullshit. Didn't we kill him first? Go tell his senior sisters. See if you can win. Some disciples simply slipped away secretly. Many more disciples trembled with fear. Feng Zhen was so frightened that his legs went weak. Once, he heard someone scream and ran over, only to run into Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't even lift a finger. He just gave him a look. That was the look in his eyes, a look that could kill without hesitation. Feng Zhen was so frightened that he stood frozen on the spot, not daring to utter a sound. It was as if the mouse had encountered the cat and was frozen in fear. Feng Zhen is now filled with regret. Can I just focus on my cultivation? Why should I get involved in this mess and help the Yuan sect deal with Yi Xian? Just as he was about to back down, he saw a group of people galloping towards him from afar. A murderous aura emanated from them. It was Ho Yi. Ho Yi's eyes were bloodshot. In the past month, Yi Xian had kept him in limbo, and he hadn't found a single hair on his head. Did Yi Xian's feelings remain hidden in the back mountains of Zhongnan after hearing Feng Zhen's message? Ho Yi was furious. Where is he? Ho Yi grabbed Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen retorted irritably. How should I know? Do you know how many people Yi Xian has killed this night? He's killed no fewer than 30 outer sect disciples. I've never seen such a terrifying person. Feng Zhen sneered. If you hadn't tried to win me over before, I wouldn't have offended him. Now, farewell. He turned to leave. The outer disciples of various sects on the mountain also wanted to leave. Ho Yi sneered. You bunch of fools, do you think you can just walk away? Feng Zhen and the others turned around. What do you intend to do? You chased him down once, and he held a grudge against you. Ho Yi sneered. Who is he? He's the only second-generation disciple of the direct line. You should call him Uncle Master. You're betraying your master and ancestors. You've committed such a heinous crime. After Yi Xian leaves, do you think your mere outer sect master can protect himself when he tells the enforcement elder? Feng Zhen and the others trembled, their voices shaking as they said, You planned this all along? To drag us into this? Yes. Now we're all in this together. Ho Yi sneered. Even if Yi Xian doesn't die, you'll all die anyway. His 9 senior sisters are either sect leaders or inner sect elders, and they all dote on Yi Xian the most. If Yi Xian gets out alive, you'll all die. Feng Zhen and the others looked on with despair. Things have come to this point. Ho Ye's tone softened, and he smiled. Only if Yi Xian dies first, and there are no witnesses, can we complete our master's mission. When we return, our master will naturally protect us. On the contrary, we might be fine. Feng Zhen and the other's eyes gradually turned icy cold. Let's work together. Find Yi Xian and kill him. Ho Yi sneered. He knew that Feng Zhen and the others who had participated in the hunt for Yi Xian had no other choice. Feng Zhen gritted his teeth. Now that we're on this pirate ship, we have to bite the bullet and kill Yi Xian. Either Yi Xian dies, or they dies. More than 100 people began a joint search. Yi Xian looked down from the cave entrance and admired the scene. Linger shook her head and said, "You're in trouble now. That Ho Yi is very cunning. All the disciples from the outer sects who have hunted you down have no choice but to join forces to kill you." Yi Xian smiled faintly. "How do you know this isn't the effect I wanted to achieve?" Linger's delicate body trembled, and she exclaimed, "What did you say?" Yi Xian's cultivation level was low, but his scheming and cunning surprised even the well-informed Linger. Yi Xian said calmly, "There are only 100,000 spirit stones in my storage ring. How can that satisfy my gluttonous cultivation speed? If it weren't for this treacherous enemy who kept sending spirit stones, how could I have broken through to the body-tempering stage in these 3 months?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. 3 months, the body-strengthening period? Linger then realized that Yi Xian's ambition was so great that it was even greater than his innate spiritual root's absorption speed by 10,000 times. What he wanted was to use these outer disciples who harbored resentment towards him, mocked him, and hunted him down as a continuous source of cash. His previous flaunting of wealth and attempts to incite hatred were all part of a carefully planned trap. If Feng Zhen and the others had strictly followed the sect rules and hadn't pursued me, I naturally wouldn't have bothered with them. Their current situation is entirely their own fault. Evil arises from the heart. Yi Xian boasted shamelessly. The fruit that is stolen is the sweetest. Yi Xian smiled slightly, grabbed a handful of spirit stones, and began to cultivate. Yi Xian refined and absorbed the salaries of more than 20 people for 3 months in a single day. Night has fallen again. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It's time to go hunting again. Linger, what kind of madman have I followed? Is this person really just a novice who has just embarked on the path of cultivation? His cultivation level is incredibly low, but he has a sharp eye and a cunning mind. It's absolutely terrifying. But these people are already well organized. Your previous feints will probably not work. Linger observed that Ho Yi and Feng Zhen, leading more than 100 people, had been organized into 4 teams and were searching cave by cave. Although they couldn't see through Yi Xian's illusions, if Yi Xian went down there, he would easily be trapped and surrounded. If Yi Xian forcibly escapes back into the illusion, it will be easy for him to see through the illusion. After all, these people are cultivators, not over 100 pigs. The living person vanished right in front of me. I could guess it was an illusion. At that time, even if Yi Xian is able to protect himself, he shouldn't even think about treating them like fat sheep and robbing them every day. Yi Xian chuckled. What's that? How could I, Yi, Gray Wolf, Xian, possibly fail to catch sheep? By the way, I've been killing people like crazy these past 2 days. How many contribution points do I have in the shop? Linger pouted. You killed someone in the body tempering stage, so each person gets 1 contribution point. Currently, it's 41 points. Chapter 16, 100 Enemies. A frenzied killing spree. A shopping mall appeared in front of Yi Xian. Redeemable list. Almost unlimited. The vast universe is filled with countless phenomena, and almost anything can be exchanged for it. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, celestial treasures, heavenly books, secret arts, spirit pets, even a Taoist partner. Both can be redeemed. The grades also range from low to high, encompassing all categories. They even have cultivation techniques and treasures for the nascent soul and deity transformation stages. Only, those cultivation techniques are all too expensive. Yi Xian glanced at it and saw that the Xuanji Yuming technique, a book that female cultivators in the nascent soul stage could use, cost 100,000 contribution points. I'm sweating. Let's honestly see what we can buy during our physical training phase. Yi Xian glanced at it casually and spotted a mask, which was the lowest grade of ordinary treasure. Since it's a common item, the price should be affordable, costing only 10 contribution points. But it's quite functional. It can impersonate anyone, mimicking their appearance and voice perfectly. Of course, this item can only fool disciples at the Qi refining stage. It won't work on those at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xian exchanged for this item. What use do you have for this? Linger found Yi Xian's numerous schemes unbelievable. Of course, we're catching sheep. Yi Xian put on the mask and turned around. He transformed into Feng Zhen's appearance. Seizing the opportunity, they headed towards a group of people behind the mountain. That group of disciples was on a miserable patrol. Yi Xian's elusive nature left them exhausted and helpless. Seeing Feng Zhen approaching, everyone relaxed their guard. Yi Xian's trail has been discovered on the other side of the mountain. Hou Yi has already gone to pursue him. 2 or 3 skilled men come with me to intercept him. The rest of you, stay put and stand guard. Feng Zhen shouted. Yes. The 3 ran out. Feng Zhen led the 3 of them further and further astray. We're almost out of the back of Zhongnan Mountain. Is Yi Xian really here? One person was puzzled. Feng Zhen snapped impatiently. Just go when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Go over there a bit. And you, go over there and keep watch. If you see Yi Xian, warn him. He sent the 2 away, leaving only one person behind. Feng Zhen silently pulled out a small green sword. The person. A moment later, Feng Zhen issued another warning. The 2 came running back, panting. What happened? Yi Xian just ran over there and killed someone. Where? Over there. Chase them. One person had only taken 2 steps when he realized something was wrong and turned around to look. My companion has already died tragically on the ground. A small green sword pierced his chest from behind. Fresh blood gushed out. The one who carried out the act was Feng Zhen. What's wrong with you? The man shouted in a deep voice. Feng Zhen snorted coldly. You know too much. One sword strike, and it's over. Who would have thought that this person in the lower realm was actually a top martial arts master in the Chu Kingdom? He possesses extremely high martial arts skills. It's roughly equivalent to the level of twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. After finding the Dao Mountain Gate, he used immense perseverance to climb the 180,000 steps of the heavenly ladder and forcefully entered the Sword Immortal sect. In other words, the Sword Immortal sect is, after all, an ancient and orthodox sect. Even its outer disciples are not ordinary people. Previously, Yi Xian had killed many people like sheep, mainly through strategy and sneak attacks, rarely engaging in direct combat. The person reacted quickly, rolling away to avoid it. But that Feng Zhen was actually Yi Xian in disguise, charging towards them like a tiger. The disciple was filled with shock and rage. In the face of life and death, he didn't have time to draw his sword and unleash terrifying power. A powerful, crushing fist was unleashed towards Yi Xian. He was quite confident that this punch could shatter a large rock. This punch weighed over 3,000 jin. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of the body tempering stage. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He neither dodged nor flinched and thrust his sword forward. This time, Yi Xian actually offered to exchange his injury for another. To the man's utter surprise, he roared, You, shameless. Yi Xian held a sharp sword, while the man only had a fist. But Yi Xian completely ignored him. He was dealing with so many people all by himself, and there was danger everywhere. If this person got on his heels for even a moment, and the others were alerted and rushed over, Yi Xian would be left dead on the spot. Boom. The man's shattering fist slammed hard into Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian was shocked, but Yi Xian's small green sword also pierced the man's chest. The top experts in the lower realm were filled with resentment, finding it hard to believe that they had ascended the heavenly ladder to the cultivation world and joined the Sword Immortal sect less than a year ago, only to die and disappear. Yi Xian's shoulder was almost shattered, and he groaned in pain. I underestimated you. The man fell down. Outside, the air was filled with the fervor of life. What happened? Go check it out quickly. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the system devoured the person. Linger, this person has a good spiritual root, a top-grade gold spiritual root. I'll give you 5 contribution points. Yi Xian gave a wry smile and disappeared. Inside the cave, Yi Xian bandaged his wounds. In a moment of desperation, the man launched a counterattack, shattering Yi Xian's bones with a single punch. These body-tempering stage cultivators are really troublesome when they put up a fight. Yi Xian poured the high-grade wound medicine prepared by his second sister into his storage ring, and his wound felt a cool sensation. In my opinion, you're courting death. Linger said calmly. If it weren't for the weapons, pills, and spirit stones given to you by your senior sisters, that person could have killed you just now. Good. Yi Xian paused for a moment and then said, that person's aptitude and perseverance are both outstanding. But, Yi Xian said confidently, he's not like me, who dares to fight against 100 people of the same rank at the same time. Linger, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Perhaps it was courting death, but it was indeed an extremely good opportunity for my cultivation. Yi Xian looked down at the chaotic enemy below the mountain, his eyes growing brighter. Where else can you find such a great opportunity? Cultivation through meditation is nowhere near as effective as combat and killing. Every moment was a matter of life and death, a life or death struggle, forcing Yi Xian to unleash 200% of his potential to outwit and outfight these hundreds of enemies. One wrong step and you're doomed. Linger fell silent. Indeed, it's impossible for an ordinary person to possess Yi Xian's ambition and fighting spirit. Though there be 1,000,000 men, I will go, undeterred and ruthless. Yi Xian possessed top-grade elixirs, allowing him to heal his injuries very quickly. One day, he meditated and absorbed the spiritual stones and pills. A day later, Yi Xian stood up. The body-strengthening effect is really good. The bones that were shattered by that expert yesterday have been set. Yi Xian stretched his limbs. It's time to go hunting again. On this day, Yi Xian's killing and hunting went even more smoothly. Using a low-grade mortal treasure mask, he transformed into Hou Yi and Feng Zhen in turn, killing people 3 times in a row. A total of 12 enemies were killed. They robbed them of all their cultivation supplies, and all of them were successful sneak attacks, with no injuries sustained. The situation below was in complete chaos. Yi Xian returned to his cave and continued his cultivation. Hou Yi and Feng Zhen were furious and frustrated. What? Yi Xian is impersonating one of us and killing people everywhere. This Yi Xian is using a strategy of defeating them one by one. Hou Yi calmed down, his gaze turning gloomy. He must be hiding in these mountains, using some kind of illusion or magical artifact that we can't see or find. He has the favor of the female sect leader and elders, so it's not surprising that he obtained these things. Then why aren't you leaving? Feng Zhen said angrily. Humph. If this man doesn't die, we'll all die when we get out. That's how it is. Hou Yi spoke in a low voice. Good. Chapter 17. A multitude of clever schemes, murder and looting. Yi Xian absorbed the 5,000 spirit stones he had plundered and shook his head with a sigh. Last time, I only reached the lower grade of body tempering after absorbing 50,000 spirit stones. Now, I have absorbed another 70,000 to 80,000 spirit stones, but I still feel that I am far from the middle grade of body tempering. The entire cave was almost filled with Yi Xian's spirit stone waste. Yi Xian smiled wryly. If this continues, I'll bankrupt the Sword Immortal sect. What kind of heavenly Tao spiritual root did you give me? Linger was secretly amazed. The heavenly Tao spiritual root is truly something else. This foundation is too solid. With so many spirit stones and pills used, anyone else would have already reached the qi refining stage. However, there are still many sheep. Yi Xian looked outside with interest. If I rob them of all their spirit stones, it should be enough for me to upgrade to the middle level of body tempering. Huh? They've changed their tactics. Yi Xian discovered that Hou Yi and Feng Zhen had led their men in retreat. After leaving the complex terrain of the Zhongnan Mountains, they retreated to the plains. But a subtle encirclement is forming. You wolf, you ate too many sheep, and they ran away. Linger retorted sarcastically. Now, let's see who you can eat next. Yi Xian smiled and said, this is no problem for me. I can exchange it for something, right? Can. Yi Xian had already browsed the online store. In order to wipe out these enemies in one fell swoop, he used every means at his disposal. This is worth 15 contribution points. I'll take it. Yi Xian selected something. This? Linger opened her eyes wide. What do you need this for? Catch the sheep. Yi Xian sneered and set out. If we retreat to the plains, will we really be safe? Looking at the spiritually rich Zhongnan Mountain, Feng Zhen felt a deep sense of resentment. I regret getting involved in this mess so much. He's at most a low-level body tempering cultivator. On the plains, we, 100 or so, can't even kill one of him. Hou Yi sneered. What if he doesn't come down the mountain? Every time he kills someone, He robs them of spirit stones and pills. I guess he absorbs them too quickly, and the sect can't keep up with the spirit stones it gives him. Hou Yi snorted coldly. He has to kill to steal the treasure. This Yi Xian is simply a murderous demon. Feng Zhen trembled. I don't know if I'm angry or scared. Hou Yi also fell silent. Yi Xian's performance in this trial greatly exceeded his expectations, and even those of the Yuan sect. In Yuanmin's view, Yi Xian was just a good-for-nothing who relied on his senior sister's favor. Even if one's spiritual root is reborn, facing the pursuit of more than 20 people of the same level, it is only a dead end. Who knew? Yi Xian is so cunning and ruthless that he can even be described as vicious. His ruthlessness in killing and his cunning in devising schemes were so great that even Hou Yi, a former bandit, was ashamed of himself. This child must not be allowed to live. Hou Yi gritted his teeth. Huh? What's that sound? Feng Zhen suddenly said. In the distance, the howls of wolves echoed. Is it Yi Xian's doing again? Feng Zhen was afraid of Yi Xian, and he would associate everything with Yi Xian. Bullshit. This is just a level 1 demonic beast, the iron-headed wolf. Hou Yi snorted coldly and said, Didn't you do your homework before coming here? Many of my fellow disciples have been here before. But the iron-head wolf seems to be getting closer and closer? Feng Zhen was shocked. It's really here. A level 1 demonic beast, a wolf with an iron head that was over 2 meters tall, charged into the crowd and rampaged through them. Hou Yi was shocked. What's going on with this iron-headed wolf? Why is it attacking us? Although it is fierce, it usually doesn't overestimate its abilities and challenge groups of cultivators. Although this group of disciples was only at the body tempering stage, they outnumbered and outmatched, and for an iron-headed wolf to attack them was suicidal. But the howls of the iron-headed wolf rose and fell. Surprisingly, 6, 7, or 8 iron-headed wolves appeared around them. Pairs of green eyes gleamed in the darkness, staring at the crowd with ill intent. Iron-headed wolves, which are usually solitary animals, actually came out in packs to hunt down these body-tempering stage cultivators. Asshole! Hou Yi was furious. A wolf with an iron head charged at Hou Yi. You beast! Die! Hou Yi wielded a sharp sword and unleashed a powerful slash. Slash it down on the head of the iron-headed wolf. Fire! The sound of metal clashing. Iron-head wolf was forced to retreat. Despite his immense strength, Hou Yi was still forced to retreat repeatedly by the impact. The two, one human and one wolf, actually fought to a draw. The iron-headed wolf got its name because its head is iron. Wolves are said to have an iron head, a bronze body, and a tofu waist, and the iron-headed wolf's head has an exceptionally high defensive capability. He merely shook his head slightly, then his face turned fierce, and he pounced forward with a bloodthirsty rage. It was as if the hatred for killing one's father and the grudge for stealing one's wife were irreconcilable. There were more than a dozen iron-headed wolves around, all of them frantically attacking the crowd. Many panicked disciples were bitten and wounded all over their bodies by this monster. Hou Yi's face twitched violently twice. Don't panic. Form the formation. Form the formation. Feng Zhen suddenly shouted. Something's not right. This iron-headed wolf is usually a solitary beast. Why would it join forces to attack us? There must be some ulterior motive here. But it was too late. A dozen or so iron-headed wolves charged into the crowd with strange speed. These disciples, who were not originally from the same sect, were thrown into chaos. Everyone only cares about themselves. Who cares about others? Screams of agony continued to erupt from the crowd. The death toll is rising rapidly. Wait a minute. Yi Xian has infiltrated. Hou Yi, having been a bandit leader before, immediately sensed something was wrong and shouted. This only increased the chaos among the crowd. Many people aren't afraid of Ironhead Wolf, but they are definitely afraid of Yi Xian. During this period, Yi Xian's reputation as a useless junior uncle has become increasingly infamous. Because he killed people without hesitation and left no trace of their bodies. The victims have all vanished without a trace. These enemies panicked even more when they heard that Yi Xian had arrived. The crowd collapsed. The disciples in the body-tempering stage scattered and fled. Enraged, Hou Yi slashed down a fleeing disciple with his sword and roared, "Whoever dares to do this will be killed." But when morale is low, it's hard to lead a team. Originally a motley crew, They completely collapsed after being attacked by the Ironhead wolves, and Yi Xian blended into the crowd. Every now and then, someone would scream in agony. "I've been stabbed. It must be Yi Xian. Uncle Master Yi. I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed you." Ho Yi saw that several of his men had also been pounced on by the iron-headed wolf. In the midst of the chaos, finding Yi Xian was difficult. Filled with resentment, he had no choice but to retreat and protect himself. Yi Xian returned to his cave. In his hand, he was carrying more than 20 spirit stone bags. "Linger, that's it? So easy? What a bunch of rabble." Yi Xian spent 15 contribution points from the system shop to purchase a one-time special spice. Female attractant. This spice can mimic the feminine scent of a certain creature, stimulating the instincts of males within 100 miles and attracting them to the area. Of course, it's still a low-grade product from Fanbao, and it's a one-time use item. The price is very low, making it good value for money. But the results were fantastic. The male iron-headed wolves within 100 miles, upon smelling the female attractant, all went berserk and rushed over frantically. Upon meeting Ho Yi and his group, the male wolves, who had been full of anticipation but had been deceived, naturally went berserk. A bunch of grown men? That's it. Despicable outsider. They actually used the cross-dressing trick. Driven by hormones, a pack of furious, iron-headed wolves launched a frenzied attack on humans. Yi Xian used a disguise mask to blend into the crowd, and then wreaked havoc in the chaos. The enemies all perished under his sword. Yay! Grey Wolf has successfully hunted. Continue your training. Yi Xian seized more than 5,000 spirit stones and more than 40 bottles of pills and continued to practice his skills. Chapter 18. I may be a kept man, but I'll make the most of it. The next day, Yi Xian made his move again, but the enemy's morale has collapsed. Many disciples fled. Yi Xian intercepted and pursued them one by one. His former enemies have now become his prey. Kill them one by one. Yi Xian possesses a heavenly Tao spiritual root, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy 10,000 times more than others. Invincible among those of the same rank. In one day, Yi Xian killed more than 20 enemies who had been chasing him. Go back and continue your cultivation. The cycle repeats itself. With daily battles, Yi Xian's cultivation improved rapidly. He not only absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate his physical body, but also plundered many cultivation techniques and other strange items from the slain enemies. Although most of the cultivation techniques were the lowest level yellow rank techniques, and some were even martial arts techniques from the mortal realm, Yi Xian still carefully examined and browsed them. His combat and killing skills improved dramatically under intense combat conditions. Yi Xian no longer resorts to disguise and sneak attacks when killing people. Instead, he now engages in direct combat with small groups of enemies. One-on-one, or even one-on-two. These outer disciples harbored ulterior motives, obeying only the outer elders, and were ambitious to usurp the Sword Immortal sect. Yi Xian is not a saint. He can only repay those who killed him with blood. In most battles, Yi Xian was able to win by overwhelming his opponents of the same level. However, there were also times when they encountered cultivators at the peak of body tempering, were injured and defeated, and had to escape back to recuperate. Yi Xian didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he has a better physique and is faster, so even if he can't beat someone, he can run away. Go back and heal your wounds before seeking revenge. Days passed by. Yi Xian, covered in blood, returned and lay motionless on the ground. Linger popped out, pursed her lips, and said, "You'll die sooner or later." Yi Xian laughed heartily. "Damn it, I ran into a team of 3 experts, so I went straight for them head-on. I ended up killing one, seriously injuring another, and the last one even stabbed me. But I endured the pain and finally took them all down." His wound was extremely deep, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He laughed so hard he coughed up blood. But Yi Xian didn't take it seriously and took out some medicine to apply to the wound. Who told him to be the darling of 9 nascent soul senior sisters? The medicines were all personally prepared by 4th sister Lu Lingyun, and they were extremely effective in treating external injuries. "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Linger frowned. Yi Xian lay on the large rock and said with difficulty, "My elder sister said that during the body tempering stage, it's best to fight constantly and get injured repeatedly. The more pain you experience, the more solid your body tempering will become." Linger was silent for a moment. You want to become stronger that much? Yi Xian scoffed. Otherwise what? Who wants to be a noob? He frantically absorbed the power of the spirit stones, applied medicine to his wounds, and repaired his body. As Yi Xian continued his hunt, more and more outer sect disciples who had pursued him died. The rest fled as far away as possible. Only one centaur remained, Hou Yi and Feng Zhen. They were a group of more than 20 people, all of them extremely vicious. They were the most ferocious and stubborn in terms of both fighting ability and willpower. Yi Xian opened his eyes. His injuries from yesterday have mostly healed. Yi Xian picked up the small green sword and prepared to leave. Are you planning a final showdown today? Linger asked. Yi Xian smiled and said, we've eaten most of the meat. Only the bones are left. We should gnaw on them too. Are you really not going to rely on your senior sister's power and instead want to personally slaughter all these disciples? Leave not a single one alive. Yi Xian smiled and said, although I may be a freeloader, I like to be a hard-working one. Only when my fists are strong enough can I enjoy my senior sister's generosity. He walked straight away. A woman who lives off a man. Is that even possible? Linger blinked. I always felt that behind Yi Xian's carefree and roguish demeanor, there seemed to be a strong backbone. The illusory realm of Zhongnan. Hoi Camp. The team of more than 20 people was demoralized. More than 100 people were actually slaughtered by Yi Xian. Useless. They're all a bunch of useless trash. Hou Yi flew into a rage. This Yi Xian is incredibly cunning. He never fights us head-on. He always resorts to sneak attacks, assassinations, and dirty tricks. Feng Zhen also cursed loudly. We have more people, but we are not only useless, but we also let him take advantage of the situation every time. I've never seen such a shameless person. A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Then you'll see him today. Nephews, why aren't you coming out to greet your granduncle? Hou Yi and Feng Zhen exchanged a glance, incredulous. They charged out in ecstasy. At the camp gate, a person was blocking the entrance. Who else could it be but Yi Xian, whom they had been hunting day and night? Yi Xian grinned. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Hou Yi was about to rush forward when Feng Zhen stopped him. Wait a minute. This Yi Xian is incredibly cunning and full of tricks. Why is he showing up openly? Isn't he afraid we'll gang up on him? Having been tricked by Yi Xian so many times, Feng Zhen was traumatized by the experience. Hou Yi was agitated. What tricks could he possibly have? An ambush? An assassination? Summoning a monster? Setting a fire? Or the Skunk King? We've suffered for everything. Hou Yi started to cry as he spoke. The longest road I've traveled is the road of Yi Xian's schemes. It's been almost 2 months, and they haven't had a single full night's sleep. God knows how miserable they are. While I was sleeping, Yi Xian came to kill and set fires, killing one person and then running away. The last member of the patrol disappeared without warning. They were so tense that they could break down at the slightest provocation. Yi Xian looked helpless. Come on, Martial Uncle really has no tricks up his sleeve. Let's fight one-on-one. Real? Hou Yi cautiously probed. Real? Yi Xian looked completely sincere. I'll do it. Hou Ye's face darkened, and with a somersault, he pounced on the enemy. He was at the peak of the body tempering stage. Yi Xian's best achievement in the past 2 months has been a low-level body tempering skill. In addition, Hou Yi had killed countless people in the lower realm, his hands were stained with blood, and he had extremely rich combat experience. He was convinced that Yi Xian was courting death if he challenged him to a one-on-one fight. Yi Xian also charged forward. Hou Yi and Yi Xian fought a fierce battle, each punch landing hard and each move aimed to kill. Yi Xian was gradually losing ground. Hou Yi laughed loudly. Yi Xian, if you don't use tricks, you absolutely can't defeat me. Prepare to die. He unleashed his ancestral skill, the dragon-slaying palm, which struck Yi Xian hard. Yi Xian had 2 broken ribs and spat out a mouthful of blood. Using the impact of this attack, he flew backward and fled back. Hou Yi pursued relentlessly. I'd like to see where you're going to run to. Yi Xian escaped back into the illusionary protective barrier. A ripple of water spread through the air. Haha, so this is a talisman array. No wonder we couldn't find it. Hou Yi discovered Yi Xian's hiding place and said triumphantly, Brothers, block him up. He's dead. Seeing Yi Xian defeated by Hou Yi, the morale of the pursuing team, which had been low, was greatly boosted. Yi Xian returned to the cave and lay on the rock, cursing under his breath. Damn it! As expected, Hou Ye's strength is above mine. Linger was speechless. How long have you been cultivating? He's been through countless battles. His strength, cultivation, and experience are all superior to yours. How could you possibly win? Yi Xian wasn't annoyed at all. He chuckled and said, "It's all right. I'll sleep for one night, and then go find him to fight again tomorrow." You go there every day looking for a beating? I may not be able to beat him today, and I may not be able to beat him tomorrow, but I am improving rapidly every day, while Hou Yi can't possibly improve at all. In the end, he will die by my hands sooner or later, Yi Xian said excitedly. I'll definitely kill him before the illusion ends. He secluded himself to practice breathing exercises, heal his injuries, and cultivate his spiritual practice. 2 days later, Yi Xian's injuries had fully healed, and he went out to challenge again. This time it was even faster. Hou Yi blocked the doorway. The two fight whenever they meet. Hou Yi was surprised to find that Yi Xian was more. It has become more powerful. In every aspect, it has become stronger. Their physical bodies are stronger, their speed is more agile, and even their fighting style is more composed and experienced. He defeated Yi Xian in just over 10 moves the first time. But this time, Yi Xian persisted for more than 40 moves before he finally caught a weakness. Chapter 19 Survival in Desperate Circumstances, Mountain Marrow Spirit Spring. Die! Hou Yi unleashed a powerful punch, striking Yi Xian hard. Yi Xian drifted back to his cave like a kite with a broken string. Hou Yi and the others wanted to give chase, but were blocked by Huang Yurong's talismanic restrictions in the cave and could only curse. If it weren't for this formation, this kid would be dead already. Yi Xian returned, severely injured again, and continued to take medicine and practice breathing exercises. His cave dwelling was the place with the best spiritual energy in the entire Zhongnan illusionary realm. The training effect is excellent. In addition, Yi Xian always returned severely injured, which perfectly aligns with the cultivation principle of breaking through and rebuilding during the body tempering stage. Therefore, while fighting to the death against enemies stronger than himself, Yi Xian also practiced breathing exercises and cultivated, making rapid progress. 3 days later, Yi Xian struck again. A major battle ensued at the gate of Howie. This time, Yi Xian persisted for over 100 moves before finally being defeated by Hou Yi. Yi Xian suffered only minor injuries and returned. Feng Zhen and his men gave chase, but they couldn't catch up. Hou Yi finally couldn't sit still any longer. Damn it! Is this kid using me as practice? To get stronger? Hou Yi cursed and swore. I see he's getting stronger and stronger, more and more courageous in battle. You can't stop him by yourself. Let's set a trap, lure him in, and then kill him. Hou Yi was caught in a dilemma. The next morning, Yi Xian came to challenge again. Hou Yi was furious. This time, Yi Xian fought him for 500 rounds without being at a disadvantage. Yi Xian laughed loudly and replied, Hou Yi, I'll take your dog's life first thing tomorrow morning. Hou Yi cursed. That bastard. How come he's not dead? Why couldn't you kill him with one blow? Because although this kid's body tempering skill is only at the lower level, his physical strength is already no less than mine. Hou Yi gritted his teeth. I don't know what kind of magic pills he took, but his body is really strong. I hit him with my killing moves several times. An ordinary person would have been dead long ago. But this kid always manages to escape alive and kicking. Feng Zhen suggested, tomorrow, you should fight and retreat. The next day, Yi Xian indeed came again. Hou Yi indeed fought and retreated, pretending to be outmatched. Yi Xian pressed his advantage. Suddenly, a net descended from the sky. It should be placed over Yi Xian's head. Feng Zhen led over 20 ambushers out, laughing triumphantly. Yi Xian, you're cornered this time. Let's see what you can do now. Yi Xian wielded his small green sword, cutting through iron like mud, and in just a few strokes, the net was severed. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and struck with his sword. My most recent enemy had both arms severed at the root. The screams were deafening. Yi Xian then wiped it away. The enemy's head was severed, and blood spurted 3 feet high. Yi Xian's strength is growing stronger and stronger, now approaching 4,000 jin. Killing someone with the green sword is faster than killing a chicken. What's even more terrifying is the terrifying aura he developed during 2 months of daily combat. These disciples were all chosen by the Yuan sect to kill Yi Xian. He could fight Yi Xian one-on-one, and no one could withstand 10 of his moves. Yi Xian's most distinctive characteristic is his penchant for trading injuries for injuries. When attacked, Yi Xian never dodges or flinches, but instead charges straight in. Green sword, frantic slashing. With Yi Xian's physical defense overwhelming that of his peers, his opponent could only injure him. But Yi Xian's attacks are often fatal. He escaped back severely injured, used top-grade healing pills, and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He was lively and energetic again in just one night. But his enemy lay dead forever. Before long, Yi Xian killed 3 more people. Although still seriously injured, Yi Xian vanished in a flash and escaped back to the cave. Yi Xian, don't leave. Enraged, Feng Zhen leaped up, blocking Yi Xian's path, and thrust out his long sword. Yi Xian let out a long roar and charged forward. Feng Zhen was so frightened that he quickly backed away. He didn't want to die yet. Waste! Hou Yi cursed angrily. Yi Xian took the opportunity to escape back to the cave. Only 4 still warm corpses remained, their limbs twitching unconsciously. Damn it, today was so dangerous. I almost didn't make it back. Yi Xian grinned and lay down on the rock, wincing in pain. These people were too ruthless. I broke at least 3 bones. He went to pour out the medicine for his wounds, but found. That's all. Huang Yuerong prepared 3 large bottles of healing medicine for him, but he used them all up. Yi Xian simply lay down on the rock. It's all right. With the abundance of spiritual energy here, I can recover after meditating for a few days. But for them, losing 1 person means losing 1 more. Linger fell silent at Yi Xian's stoic attitude. Suddenly, the barrier of the illusion talisman rippled like water. That was. The restrictions are unstable and are a sign that they are about to fail. What happened? Yi Xian sat up. Outside, Hou Yi and Feng Zhen, who were initially extremely frustrated, also noticed this unusual situation. Hou Yi shouted excitedly. This restriction is about to fail. Ha! Yi Xian, you're dead. The enemies were overjoyed. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. It failed? There's such a thing. Linger rolled her eyes. Talismans constantly consume energy. This talisman can last for 2 months. That's incredible. Yi Xian looked completely bewildered. What do we do now? Outside, the sinister laughter of Hou Yi and Feng Zhen could already be heard. Yi Xian, this time it's our turn to trap you like a turtle in a jar. We'll pull your guts out and strangle you. Haha. Yi Xian. He was in dire straits at that moment. They were trapped in the cave by more than 20 enemies and could not get out. He was also seriously injured. How will this end? Let's give it our all. Yi Xian slammed his fist into the large stone slab. Yi Xian's sudden attack led to an unexpected outcome. The large rock inside the cave actually collapsed. Yi Xian was unable to control his own body and fell down. What happened? Yi Xian shouted. It turns out that there was a hollow cave under the big rock, and the big rock was just a thick stone slab covering it. He discarded over 10,000 fragments of spirit stones beside the large rock. The fragments of the spirit stone accumulated day by day, becoming more and more numerous and heavier, until the large stone slab was already on the verge of collapse. With Yi Xian's sudden punch, the stone slab finally cracked, and Yi Xian fell down. Yi Xian continued to fall, sliding wildly for over 100 meters. Thankfully, the passageway was long, allowing Yi Xian to slide down like a slide. Otherwise, he would have fallen to his death. Yi Xian felt dizzy and disoriented, and landed in a deep and mysterious place. Although this place is dark and gloomy, it is not gloomy, because, in the center of this place, there is a spiritual spring that gushes forth from the earth's core. The spring is entirely white, shrouded in mist, and filled with spiritual energy, making it a magnificent sight. The spiritual energy even transformed into various shapes, including small dragons, unicorns, phoenixes, and mirages. What is this? Yi Xian was speechless. You've got incredibly lucky, kid. Linger emerged, exclaiming in surprise. This place is actually a natural spring of spiritual liquid. This looks like a gushing spring, but it's actually highly refined spiritual energy transformed into a spiritual liquid. No wonder the back of Zhongnan Mountain has such rich spiritual energy. It must all be emanating from this spiritual spring. Linger glanced at Yi Xian with annoyance. You're really a fool with good luck. This is the Mountain Marrow Spirit Spring, the eye where spiritual energy gathers in the entire earth vein. It's 1 in 10,000 miles. Even a great divine power in the nascent soul stage would be unable to resist opening a cave upon seeing this spirit spring. What your sword immortal sect calls teleportation is probably just teleportation. Yi Xian chuckled. I was just worried about running out of spirit stones, and I couldn't even get any by robbing. This spirit spring has so much spiritual energy, I can jump in and absorb as much as I want. Then I won't have to worry about not cultivating fast enough. Linger coldly replied, if you jump in, you'll die very quickly. Chapter 20, A Sudden Enlightenment. Failure of the Immortal Fate? What? Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. When I say great opportunity, I mean for cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Linger said calmly, fine meat and fish may be a delicacy for a strong man, but they can choke an infant. You are currently only at the stage of physical training, and your dantian and meridians have limited capacity. How can you withstand the baptism of this spiritual spring? Before Yi Xian could speak, a loud bang came from above. It was Ho Yi and Feng Zhen frantically bombarding the barrier. Although it was created by a nascent soul expert and is of a very high level, it is now almost completely exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Ho Yi and the others shouted wildly. Yi Xian, you'd better wash your neck and wait to die. Yi Xian sighed. I only have one way to survive. Risk it and force a breakthrough. Otherwise, if they come in, I'm doomed. Now that things have come to this, Yi Xian is gambling with his life. These past few days he has been teetering on the brink of life and death, and his willpower has been honed to an unparalleled level. As soon as he sat down, he grinned and said, Sister Linger, my own sister, you wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? It says here that if I choose A, you'll help me once. Linger said calmly, it depends on my mood. A moment of profound enlightenment. Let's begin. As soon as Yi Xian sat down on the spiritual spring, he immediately felt the spiritual spring and the mysterious yang dragon root in the dantian began to resonate wildly. It's like a spring connected to a tap. Spiritual energy surged wildly into Yi Xian's body through the Xian yang dragon root. Holy crap, they're doing an enema? That's so extreme. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy into his perpetually insatiable dantian. Yi Xian endured the frenzied infusion, his face gradually becoming distorted. Ouch! 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 This isn't some kind of destiny. It's pure tribulation. Linger went from being indifferent at first to gradually being moved. Is this guy really courting death? Given his cunning, even if he's cornered, he should be able to escape, right? But he chose to gamble with his life. How long can he hold on? A cup of tea, a stick of incense, the time it takes to eat a meal. Inside the spiritual spring, Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and there wasn't a single patch of skin on his body that was undamaged. This is definitely a tribulation. Blood gushed out of his veins. My skin is already riddled with holes. The spiritual energy of the spring was so rich that Yi Xian alone bore the brunt of the entire spiritual vein of the mountain. If it weren't for the fact that the Xianyang dragon root is a heavenly Tao spiritual root, with a 10,000-fold ability to absorb spiritual energy, Yi Xian would have exploded and died long ago. Even so, Yi Xian was far from unwell, with his meridians and blood vessels bursting repeatedly, only to be forcibly repaired time and time again by spiritual energy. There is no greater suffering in the world than this. They talk about enlightenment, which sounds nice, but in reality, you're in the deepest hell. But he persisted relentlessly. Their teeth were all bitten to pieces. Linger gradually became surprised. This person is stronger than I imagined. Although Yi Xian was in unbearable pain, every little thing from the past 10 years flashed before his eyes. They were insulted, beaten, and humiliated by being talked about behind their backs. 9 senior female students showed care, gentleness, and concern. She stood up for him time and time again and healed his wounds. This only caused Yi Xian, who was proud and arrogant, to feel even more pain in his heart. He's a man. He doesn't want his senior sister's protection. He wants to turn the tables and protect her instead. The physical pain is excruciating, but the emotional pain is truly heart-wrenching. Come on, is that all? Yi Xian roared. His face was contorted with extreme pain. But the cultivation is even more insane. Yi Xian's physical strength seemed to emanate from his flesh, giving off an earthy sheen. As if struck by a divine awakening, Yi Xian, amidst extreme pain, underwent repeated rebirths, his cultivation level skyrocketing. The pure yang dragon root, like a thirsty dragon drawing water, frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the spiritual spring. The 10 realms of immortal cultivation are body tempering, chi refining, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, body integration, great completion, and tribulation transcending and ascension. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, late, and peak. The body tempering realm is the first step, and also the one most looked down upon in the cultivation world. Yi Xian is the only person to date who has experienced the enlightenment of the immortals. His physical body would later become the most terrifying thing in the entire world and the immortal realm. Breakthrough to the mid-level body tempering cultivation level. Yi Xian roared in agony. Yi Xian's physical strength has increased once again, advancing from the body-strengthening realm to the tendon-changing realm. In the Yi Jin realm, the width, strength, and resilience of the meridians are more than twice that of the Changshan realm, and the difference between the muscle realm and the physical realm is like a great river compared to a small stream. But the flood of spiritual energy still did not stop. Instead, it became increasingly intense. The spiritual energy from breaking through to the peak of the nascent soul stage is truly vast. Even if Yi Xian had a huge appetite, he couldn't handle such a massive amount of spiritual energy. Yi Xian's physical body was constantly being shattered, reborn, and tempered under the frenzied impact. All impurities in the body had long been washed away and disappeared by the flood of spiritual energy. What remains are only the purest and most refined meridians and bones. If it weren't for Yi Xian's repeated serious injuries and near-death experiences over the past 3 months, which he then revived and trained his physical body, anyone else would have collapsed and vanished into nothingness long ago. Without a cause, there is no effect. Yi Xian's 3 months of life-or-death struggles have earned him the opportunity to potentially receive the enlightenment. Yi Xian curled up in pain, his whole body trembling. Linger's gaze was calm. Yi Xian, this is your choice. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into Yi Xian's dantian, then vanished like a flood in the desert. Yi Xian's cultivation level has risen, and his momentum is unstoppable. Superior level body tempering broken. Yi Xian has broken through the body tempering stage again. No wonder it's a destiny with immortals. The enlightenment allowed Yi Xian to advance to the next level after breaking through the intermediate stage of body tempering. He directly broke through to the superior level of body tempering. Yi Xian felt his physical strength had further increased to the bone-forging realm. His bones were as hard as steel. His physical strength was so incredible that it was unimaginable to ordinary people and even made cultivators' eyes widen in astonishment. The dantian and meridians have been expanded once again. The dantian is like a reservoir, and the meridians are like rivers. Looking at Yi Xian, who was so crazed and twisted, Linger felt a strange sensation rising within her. This person, perhaps, has even the slightest chance of achieving that. But Yi Xian finally couldn't take it anymore. Human resources are sometimes limited. The strength of willpower ultimately depends on the physical body. Although Yi Xian had a strong will, there was still a limit to how much pain he could endure. Yi Xian's vision went black, and he finally fainted. He floated in the gushing spring, drifting with the current. The blood gradually stained the spring red, turning it into a red spring. Without the willpower to persevere, the remaining spiritual energy gradually spiraled out of control, rampaging through Yi Xian's meridians. Yi Xian could explode and die at any moment. A sudden enlightenment, a divine destiny, yet the tribulation was failed? Lingmer's cold gaze finally softened a little. In the end, did we still fail? Serves you right for showing off. Serves him right for dying. Chapter 21. The immortal fate finally successful. Killing is like slaughtering dogs. Considering that this guy may be simple-minded, but he's still a man, I'll make an exception and help you this once, as we agreed. Only once. Linger transformed into a golden light and returned to Yi Xian's body. Protect Yi Xian's meridians. The spiritual energy storm raged for an unknown period of time before finally subsiding. Phew, I passed out. Did it work? Yi Xian opened his eyes, bewildered. Look down at yourself. His clothes were already torn to shreds, he was covered in blood, and he was in a terrible state. But his skin had a faint metallic sheen, as solid as a rock. Yi Xian stood up and chuckled. Little Linger, you couldn't resist at the last moment and helped me out. He dared to take this gamble because he was certain that Linger had a sliver of hope for him, just like the genie in Aladdin's lamp. What is the story behind Linger? Linger's extremely weak voice came. Just now, I protected your meridians as a reward according to the agreement you made with your divine choice, but it also exhausted all my energy. I know I can no longer help you. Otherwise, I will vanish into nothingness. I am not the same as the system. I am a wisp of consciousness that has been derived from the system. From now on, I'm counting on you. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Thank you, Ling. How can I help you? Accumulate more contribution points to upgrade the system. After Linger finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. A hint of gratitude flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. Linger almost got herself killed trying to help me. I will definitely repay this kindness in the future. Yi Xian always repays kindness and will also avenge wrongs. He stretched his body, stood up from the spring water, and loosened his muscles and bones. To his surprise, he was enlightened and his body was tempered to the superior level of body tempering. It's estimated that it's only one step away from reaching the pinnacle of perfection. What a terrifying effect this is. Yi Xian, the infamous cultivation waste and the disgrace of the Sword Immortal sect, actually broke through the entire body tempering stage in just 3 months. What does this mean? For ordinary disciples, physical training takes at least 30 years. Even a genius like him needs 10 years to successfully train his body. Let's try out this body tempering realm and see its defensive effects. Yi Xian flipped his hand, revealing a small green sword. Extremely sharp, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and stabbed himself hard in the thigh with his sword. Bang! Only a shallow white mark remained, as if it had been stabbed into a rock, and his body recovered quickly, disappearing in a few breaths. His body is already incredibly strong. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Ho Yi, Fengzhen, we should thank you properly for your kindness. If you hadn't relentlessly pressured me, I wouldn't have discovered the secret within this illusion, and I wouldn't have been able to make the decision to pass the God-level choice. He heard a loud bang from above. The restrictions have been completely broken. Shouts and footsteps rose from above. Yi Xian leaped into the air. He leaped up the deep, vertical tunnel, hundreds of meters long, in one breath. The cave was packed with enemies. Ho Yi, Fengzhen, more than 20 enemies in the body tempering stage. Ha ha ha, the barrier is finally broken. This cave is a dead end. There's no way to escape. Where is Yi Xian? He was seriously injured just now. As soon as we saw him, we swarmed him and chopped him into mincemeat. Huh? Nobody's here? How is that possible? Yi Xian shot into the sky from the cave entrance. It landed gently in the crowd. Nephews, are you looking for your uncle? Yi Xian smiled. Ho Yi and Fengzhen were dumbfounded. Yi Xian's injuries had completely healed. That's secondary. Most importantly, Yi Xian's aura. It is even more profound and majestic than before, with a calm and composed demeanor. Ho Yi felt that he couldn't see through Yi Xian's cultivation level at all. Yi Xian received a sudden enlightenment, and his cultivation level instantly rose to the top grade of body tempering. Its aura was far beyond what the previous low-level body tempering could compare to. What happened? Ho Yi and the others had never seen anything like this before, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Xian smiled slightly and beckoned with his finger. You even offered to deliver to my door? You deserve a 5-star review. Without the restrictions, you have nowhere to retreat and are doomed. Ho Ye's eyes were cold as he roared. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. This kid only knows how to use sneak attacks. Don't be afraid, kill him. More than 20 people charged forward together, their killing intent palpable. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. All you know is cunning schemes. I'm sorry, you're no longer qualified to be my sparring partners. Yi Xian unleashed a punch. It was just an ordinary punch, nothing fancy. But in Ho Ye's eyes, this punch was. The momentum is completely different from before. The essence of cultivating immortality is the entry of spiritual energy into the body, the transformation of one energy into three pure ones, allowing one to resonate with heaven and earth and achieve unity of heaven and man. The body tempering stage involves stuffing enough spiritual energy into the body, desperately absorbing spirit stones, and breathing exercises to accumulate enough spiritual energy in the dantian. At this stage, cultivators cannot yet mobilize the spiritual energy in the world for their own use. They can only use the original spiritual energy in their dantian for combat. Therefore, the effectiveness of an attack depends entirely on whether there is enough spiritual energy in the dantian within the body. After Yi Xian received the enlightenment, he almost drained the mountain's spiritual spring. How could Hou Yi possibly withstand the spiritual energy within his body? Even at the peak of body tempering, it's impossible. Hou Yi sensed extreme danger, roared furiously, and unleashed the most desperate punch he had ever thrown. 8 extremes collapse. This is Hou Yi's strongest killing move. When mastered to its peak, it can unleash 8 gusts of wind. Indestructible. This punch unleashed a full 8 gusts of wind. Hou Yi has already pushed his strength to the limit. Yi Xian threw a punch, striking him head-on without any fancy moves. Hou Yi watched helplessly as his fist shattered, bones broke, and tendons snapped. Hou Yi coughed up blood violently, his body flying backward like a broken kite. It crashed into the cave wall. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. "You, how could you?" she whispered weakly. Yi Xian's strength increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hou Yi was defeated in one move. The entire audience was stunned. All the enemies felt their legs go weak. Who could have imagined that? During this Zhongnan illusionary realm experience, Yi Xian's strength has increased dramatically. From being a nobody to a low-level body tempering cultivator, and now his aura. Mid-grade body tempering? No. Hou Yi is at the peak of body tempering. How could Yi Xian, who could shatter both of his arms with a single punch, only be at the mid-level of body tempering? You actually advanced to the upper level of body tempering in the blink of an eye. Feng Zhen screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The enemy's eyes were filled with despair. Nonsense. Is that even possible? Just now you were at the lower level of body tempering, and now you've broken through 2 levels in the blink of an eye. Just what kind of monstrous talent is this Yi Xian? Without wasting any words, Yi Xian charged straight up. Unleash your power. Killing people is as easy as mowing grass. With one punch, Feng Zhen coughed up blood and was sent flying. He knocked 2 of his accomplices flying, and blood gushed out 3 feet, like a fountain of blood. Then, it convulsed and became still. With just one punch, Yi Xian shattered the heart meridian of this peak body tempering expert, killing him instantly. Yi Xian charged into the crowd, punching in a line and sweeping with his legs. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable. He was also in the body tempering stage, and some of his enemies were even stronger than him. But alas, after receiving a profound enlightenment, Yi Xian instantly killed opponents of the same level. Forget about top-grade body tempering. Even if he encountered a peak body tempering expert, they wouldn't last 2 moves against Yi Xian. Kill him. Hou Yi coughed up blood and roared. Otherwise, nobody will live. More than 20 people launched a fierce attack on Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian is as fierce as a tiger, we outnumber him and have the advantage. Various martial arts techniques and swords were bombarded and slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was undaunted, let out a long roar, and charged forward head-on. When it's time to stand up for yourself, Yi Xian is like a transformer. Chapter 22, All your disciples are dead. The attacks of more than 20 people rained down on Yi Xian. But Yi Xian trembled slightly, despite suffering numerous injuries. Blood gushed from his wounds, yet it did not recede in the slightest. Instead of retreating, advance. Yi Xian punched hard into the person in front of him. The man was thrown backward as if he had been hit by a large truck. His chest was caved in, and blood was gushing out. He was clearly going to die. Yi Xian unleashed another whip kick, striking a nearby person hard on the head. The man's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Brain matter splattered all over the head and face of the person next to him. The man was stunned. Yi Xian's eyes were icy cold. One move, one technique, and a life is taken. Kill! Kill! Hou Yi roared and pounced on him. 8 extremes collapse. The other man, his eyes also bloodshot, shouted, "You killed my brother. I'll kill you too." Iron Mountain Lean. These enemies in the body tempering stage are all desperate criminals from the Yuan sect. Yi Xian endured even more attacks, constantly suffering the full force and frenzied blows of a group of powerful individuals. Unfortunately, his physical body had already been cultivated to the bone-forging realm. Its muscles and bones are as strong as refined steel. Flawless. The terrifying attacks, like a tidal wave, crashed down, yet they were forced to retreat. Yi Xian stood firm and unyielding. Clench your iron fists and iron palms. Killing people is as easy as cutting grass. It's all straightforward. Every move is deadly and deadly. One enemy after another fell before Yi Xian. Blood flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already killed more than 10 powerful enemies in the body tempering stage. One by one, the Yuan sect disciples fell to Yi Xian's heavy punches and flying kicks. Yi Xian was covered in blood, yet he remained imposing, like a god of war descending upon the world. The enemy was deeply shocked. Aye, that good-for-nothing Yi Xian. This is a monster. Someone suddenly knelt down before Yi Xian. Uncle Master Yi Xian, I was blinded by greed. Spare me. Morale collapsed. Ho Yi roared. Surrender means death. He charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I'll fucking kill you, you gigolo. Yi Xian's response was a grab from midair. Iron palms, as firm as mountains. Ho Yi felt powerless, as a tremendous force grabbed him and pulled him toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian lifted Ho Yi up and squeezed him with his large hand. Ho Yi's neck was grabbed by Yi Xian. Ho Yi's eyes bulged out as much as possible. Boom. Ho Yi's neck was broken. Yi Xian killed Ho Yi as easily as killing a chicken. Ho Yi died. The remaining enemies, filled with despair, scattered and fled. Yi Xian showed no mercy and pursued them, killing them one by one. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. His secret must never be revealed. The last person fell, and the back of Zhongnan Mountain was littered with corpses. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian caused the enemy's corpse to turn into streaks of green light and be devoured by the system. Linger, consider this a small reward for your hard work during these 20-plus body tempering stages. Yi Xian, however, did not hear Linger's reply and felt lost and disappointed. They gained over 30 system contribution points, with Ho Yi and Feng Zhen each gaining 5 points. The contribution value rose to 52 points. More than 10,000 spirit stones were seized. Ho Yi alone had over 10,000 spirit stones, which should be a reward from Yuanji. Yi Xian returned to the cave, his gaze calm. Less than 2 months have passed. There are still 10 months until we can leave the country. The enemy has been wiped out, so we can't kill any more fat sheep. But with the spirit spring, the effect will only be better. You must cultivate diligently, and after we get out, settle accounts with Yuanji properly. He immersed himself in the mountain marrow spirit spring and closed his eyes to cultivate. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed in the world of the Sword Immortal sect. The day of opening has arrived. Huang Yuerong, Dongfang Shifeng, Yuanji, and the outer sect elders stood at the exit of the illusion, waiting for their disciples to emerge. Yuanji, Jian, and other outer sect elders exchanged sinister glances and smirked. Yuanji had no doubt that Yi Xian was doomed. He only considered how to face Nangong Zhao, who was enraged by Yi Xian's death. Hey, if that woman is thrown into a state of mental confusion, it will greatly benefit my seizure of the throne. Yuanji deliberately provoked Nangong Zhao with Yi Xian's death, making it easier for him to plot against him. Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng noticed Yuanji's sinister smile and were filled with worry. Yi Xian, is he all right? Although I prepared a storage ring and spirit stones for him, there are too many Yuan sect disciples in the illusion. If they surround and attack, Yi Xian will be in danger. Huang Yuerong bit her lower lip. Humph, if anything happens to Yi Xian, I will tear this old thief Yuan to pieces. Dongfang Shifeng said bitterly. At this moment, the illusion opened. Groups of disciples walked out with smiles on their faces. Their cultivation levels were significantly higher than before. Some people are even much taller. The outer sect elders exclaimed in surprise and showered them with praise. Who is that? Yuan Ba, a disciple of Yuanji. He went in at the late stage of qi refining and came out at the peak of qi refining. And then there's Yuan Mao, the #1 genius and prodigy under the Yuan sect, who has advanced from the late foundation establishment stage to the peak foundation establishment stage. One by one, Yuan's disciples grew stronger and stood behind Yuanji. The elders showered him with praise. Chief Yuan, you are indeed skilled at teaching. If we're talking about who gained the most from this trial, it has to be the Yuan sect. The outer sect of the Yuan sect is experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. From now on, the outer sect, cough cough, is about to rise to power. Right now, only the golden core stage disciples in the inner sect are still worth watching. The rising stars are all in the outer sect, especially under the Yuan sect. Yuan Ji nodded smugly. What he looked forward to most was results of the body strengthening period. Ho Yi, shouldn't you have dealt with Yi Xian by now? They emerged last during the body strengthening stage. But there were very few people. Almost all of those who came out were inner disciples. They were all in high spirits, and their strength had increased. They walked up behind Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng. Almost none of the outer disciples came out. Yuan Ji and the outer sect elders' faces gradually darkened. What happened? Yuan Ji's eyes were icy cold as he grabbed an outer disciple and said, "Why haven't the hundreds of my disciples from the Yuan sect come out for their trials yet?" The outer disciple shook his head. "I really don't know." At this moment, a person said calmly, "All your disciples are dead." Yi Xian strode out. His divine light was restrained. His expression was indifferent, yet he was as deep and unfathomable as a mountain. Yuan Ji and the others were shocked. "I can't believe it. So many powerful experts were sent in, but what came out was Yi Xian? Shouldn't he be dead? Why did his cultivation level improve so much instead?" Yuan Ji could tell that Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the peak of body tempering. During the next 9 months of cultivation, Yi Xian achieved another breakthrough. From the superior level of body tempering, it has been upgraded to the peak level of body tempering. From the outside, it appears that Yi Xian reached the peak of body tempering after only 3 months of cultivation. How terrifying is this person's potential? What? Yuan Ji's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "What did you say? Did you kill my disciple?" Yi Xian shrugged and said, "That's a question for you. You old dog Yuan. You sent your disciples to hunt me down, so I killed them back. And if any other outer disciples betray their master and ancestors, I'll kill them back too." You? Enraged by Yi Xian's repeated insults, calling him old dog Yuan, and further fueled by the failed attempt to kill Yi Xian, Yuan Ji roared, "Yi Xian, you slaughtered your fellow disciples. Your crime deserves death. Guards, drag him away and execute him." Several outer sect elders were also heartbroken and made all sorts of crazy clamors. "Yes, this man must die. Violating the sect rules, committing murder in a private fight. I swear I will not rest until Yi Xian is dead today. Take Yi Xian to the guillotine and execute him by 1,000 cuts. Who dares to stand in our way today? Judge Yi Xian." Several outer disciples rushed forward, intending to bind Yi Xian and drag him away for trial and execution. The leader, named Yuan Qing, was a low-level qi refining cultivator. He charged ahead and was the most arrogant, shouting, "Yi Xian, you fucking kneel down. Go eat shit." Chapter 23. You're our dog. Don't you have any self-awareness about your status? Who knew? Yi Xian swung his hand wide and slapped her across the face. Yuan Qing was knocked to the ground by Yi Xian. It flew horizontally 3 times in the air. Yi Xian's slap was earth-shattering. It was incredibly loud. The entire audience was stunned. No one could have imagined that Yi Xian would be so arrogant. So arrogant. He dared to be frank and admit that he had killed all the disciples of the Yuan sect and its outer sect. They even dared to slap Yuan Qing hard in front of the elders. Yuan Qing lay on the ground, his face swollen bigger than a pig's head. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his mouth uttered a frenzied, venomous curse. "Yi Xian, you son of a bitch, if I didn't pin you down in a pile of shit." Snap! Yi Xian raised his foot high and stomped hard on Yuan Qing's face. Tread Yuan Qing into the mud. Rub it hard. Yuan Qing's mouth was full of dirt. He was whimpering and crying, tears and snot streaming down his face. The entire room fell silent. No one could believe it, but just 3 months ago, a good-for-nothing named Yi Xian. 3 months later, he stomped on Yuan Qing, who was in the qi refining stage, and rubbed him repeatedly on the ground. Yuan Ji's face was ashen, and he said, word by word. Yi Xian, you are heartless and inhuman, worse than a pig or a dog. I don't want to talk to you. Huang Yuerong, Dongfang Shifeng, what do you have to say? You still want to protect this madman. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian said calmly, Old dog Yuan, you are the one who is extremely arrogant. Yuan Ji trembled with rage. What did you say? Yi Xian kicked Yuan Qing away, sending him flying far away. Yuan Qing was kicked away by Yi Xian like a dead dog. Yi Xian walked up to Yuan Ji, swift as lightning. Snap! Snap! It slapped Yuan Ji's old face. Yuan Ji was so shocked that he didn't even flinch. He simply couldn't believe that Yi Xian would dare to be so audacious as to slap him across the face. Yi Xian patted his face, like a senior brother reprimanding a junior brother, and said in a condescending tone, Do you know what your seniority is? He moved closer to Yuan Ji's 500-year-old face, nose to nose, eyes to eyes, and said calmly, You, in terms of seniority, are my junior brother. You're just a little brother. Understand? Yuan Ji was furious. How could he, the dignified chief elder, allow Yi Xian to humiliate him like this? You little brat, you're asking for it. Swift as lightning, the ghostly claws were about to grab Yi Xian's neck, when a heavenly strategy sword and a free and unfettered sword were brought down together. Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng both made their move. A cold glint flashed, and sword energy traversed thousands of miles. Two nascent soul stage fairies made a bold move for Yi Xian. They both stood in front of Yi Xian to block his path. Yi Xian kept talking, saying indifferently, You're just a mere outer sect elder. Even the turtles in the river below my sword immortal sect are worth more than someone like you. What do you know about the outer sect? Yi Xian, with his powerful inner strength, shouted to the entire audience. Outer disciples are the slaves of inner disciples. You are nothing but a pack of dogs from our inner sect. Do you understand? All the outer sect elders and disciples present had their faces flushed red. Yi Xian's insults were extremely strong. Huang Yuerong, Dongfang Shifeng, and the inner disciples couldn't help but suppress their laughter upon hearing this. Aside from Yi Xian, probably no one would dare to say such a thing. Yi Xian launched into a tirade, spewing insults and launching a tirade. Back in the days of the Sword Immortal Sect's patriarch, there were no outer sect disciples. Anyone with poor aptitude was sent down the mountain. Later, due to a lack of people to do the work, the patriarch made an exception and accepted some people whose qualifications were not good enough to serve as outer disciples. They made money for the sect, did odd jobs, and served as servants. Now you know where your outer sect comes from, right? You are nothing but a pack of dogs. A pack of lackeys. You're our dog. Don't you have any sense of your place? Junior brother Yuan, do you know why our former sect leader, my master, would rather pass the position to my eldest sister, a woman who just married into the family, than to you? Yi Xian pointed at Yuan Ji, spitting directly onto Yuan Ji's gloomy, iron-like face, almost poking him in the nose. Because you're just a damn watchdog. Even the newest bride in the inner sect has a higher status than you. You idiot. In the eyes of all the past sect leaders, you're nothing but a fart. What are you looking at? You got a problem with that? Yi Xian sneered. So, no matter how young I am, you still have to call me senior brother when you meet me. Because I am a direct disciple. You are just an old dog from the outer sect. You don't understand your place now, and your senior brother is teaching you. But next time, Yi Xian said coldly, if any of you outer disciples still don't know the rules, don't blame me, your senior brother, uncle, and granduncle, for chopping off your dog heads. You're going to try me? Judge me. Yi Xian's eyes were like knives as he swept them over the group of outer sect elders, whose faces were extremely ugly. How dare you, a bunch of servants, judge your master? Who gave you the right to do this? I, as your senior brother, haven't even investigated your crimes of failing to teach your disciples properly and betraying your master. Yuan Ji trembled with rage and roared. Yi Xian, you brat, how dare you? You're not convinced? Go ahead and rebel. Yi Xian smiled enigmatically. If you dare to rebel now? Right now? Aren't there 10 times more of you outer disciples than our direct disciples? Come on, what if you succeed? At the scene, a whistling sound filled the air. No one could have imagined that Yi Xian would dare to speak so boldly. The conspiracy, hidden in the shadows for decades, will be laid bare to the world. Instead, it greatly intimidated the elders, including Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji wanted to turn hostile, to confront them directly, and to be the first to chop Yi Xian into mincemeat. But he looked up at the lofty and mysterious Misty Peak. I didn't dare. On Misty Peak, the Empress was only 200 years old, yet she had the same cultivation level as him, who was 500 years old. But a one-on-one? He wasn't absolutely certain he could win. Behind Yi Xian are 9 nascent soul fairies. Yuan Ji, do you dare to rebel now? Yi Xian said calmly. What do you mean by oppose or oppose? Yuan Ji suddenly laughed, his sinister anger replaced by a beaming smile. Yi Xian, look at what you're saying. Our Sword Immortal sect has an ancient tradition where the outer and inner sects are originally one. Your mouth, ha ha ha. The outer sect elders also laughed. Ha ha. Yi Xian's joke is really funny. We are utterly loyal to the Sword Immortal sect. How could we possibly rebel? Yi Xian said calmly. I hope you will understand things in the future. If you don't understand, and dare to have any wicked ideas or crooked thoughts about my senior sister's position as sect leader, don't blame me for being impolite. The elders were inwardly spitting blood. How dare you, a mere body-tempering stage cultivator, spout such nonsense at a group of nascent soul stage cultivators like this? If we weren't wary of the 9 fairies of Nangong Zhao, would we be afraid of you? But Yi Xian, merely a body-tempering cultivator, dared to lord it over them, ordering his junior brothers to call him an old dog, and even insulting them as servants and watchdogs, and they dared not resist. This feeling of frustration, Yuan Ji and the others were inwardly spitting blood. They had to keep saying, no, no. Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng endured so much hardship. Misty Peak, inside the sect leader's cave, a certain nascent soul peak empress, completely disregarding her image as a peerless master, laughed so hard her legs trembled. Yi Xian, that was so satisfying. I've never cursed you and the old dog so bluntly before. Ha ha ha. A generous reward must be given after we pass through the pass. Chapter 24. Why can Yi Xian's spiritual root take human form? Yuan Ji's residence. After being publicly humiliated by Yi Xian, Yuan Ji held an emergency, secret meeting with the outer sect elders. Reason: 1. Yi Xian killed so many of their disciples. 2. Yi Xian reached the peak of body tempering in 3 months. 3. Yi Xian cursed them as old watchdogs. Yi Xian, you brat. Outer sect elder Jian said with a gloomy face. They actually killed so many of my disciples and publicly called my outer sect dogs and slaves. This is intolerable. Yes. One of the elders shouted. This person must not be allowed to live. How can we, as dignified nascent soul elders, allow this brat to humiliate us? Shut up. Yuan Ji let out a dark and sharp shout. His cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage is terrifying. His voice echoed through the hall, booming and resonant, so powerful that many elders were shaken to their feet. 3 months. Yuan Ji's expression was cold as he said, word by word. Yi Xian has already cultivated to the peak of body tempering. This boy's potential is terrifying. He must not be allowed to live. However, why didn't you kill him just now? The elders were speechless. That was awkward. Because Nangong Zhao protected him. We must reclaim our position as sect leader before we can take action against Yi Xian. Yuan Ji asked himself, how can I seize the position of sect leader? The elders fell silent. Since taking charge of the Sword Immortal sect, Nangong Zhao has made no mistakes. On the contrary, he has made great contributions. How to depose him? Yuan Ji sneered. She is a woman of unparalleled cultivation, extraordinary strategy, and a woman who is no less capable than any man. If she were a man, I would have given up on the idea of becoming the sect leader long ago. It's just a pity that she is a woman. This woman has one fatal weakness: her reputation. Her only weakness is that she gets too close to the good-for-nothing Yi Xian, which has led to a lot of rumors. The elder's eyes lit up. Yes, she dotes on Yi Xian the most. Yuan Ji's gaze darkened, and he waved his hand, asking, where is Yuan Ba? Yuan Ba stepped forward. Yuan Ji sneered. Go spread rumors that Yi Xian and Nangong Zhao are having an affair. Whether it's true or not, let the rumors fly everywhere. When Nangong Zhao comes out of seclusion, we'll use that as a reason to force her to either step down and relinquish her position as sect leader or abandon Yi Xian. Brilliant. A group of old fogies chuckled sinisterly. No matter how talented Nangong Zhao is, she's still a woman. Her reputation is ruined. How can she remain the sect leader? Heh. A bunch of shameless old dogs started grinning maliciously. To secure the position of sect leader, they'll resort to any underhanded trick or any other means. The next morning, Yi Xian was still fast asleep. Suddenly, I felt someone was teasing me. Yi Xian opened his eyes. A beautiful woman was staring at him with a smile. Ninth sister? Yi Xian was startled and covered his cup. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Ninth sister, by Xuanji. You have no conscience. You haven't been back for 3 months, and you won't even let me come see you. By Xuanji, nicknamed Palace Mistress Xuanji, is as beautiful as Chang'e, possesses a low-grade nascent soul cultivation, and exudes an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Yet, at this moment, she looks resentful. You won't let your senior sister think of you? Don't you miss me? Yi Xian coughed and said, Ninth sister, can you please not cause such misunderstandings? My relationship with you is as innocent as scallions mixed with tofu. It's perfectly clear. What nonsense are you spouting? She's given you the most precious thing a girl could have, Bai Xuanji said with a resentful look. Yi Xian covered his face with the blanket and wailed, Ninth sister, keep your voice down so no one can hear. My innocence. You heartless bastard, didn't you take away someone's most precious thing? Bai Xuanji's eyes were brimming with tears. The next second, a complete plot twist. Isn't it just your pet rabbit that I made into spicy rabbit heads? Look at you, talking like I'm bullying you. Yi Xian was depressed. Isn't that enough? You've turned people's favorite rabbit into spicy rabbit heads. Bai Xuanji gritted her teeth and said, Damn it. You don't eat much? Yi Xian retorted sarcastically. You ate that rabbit head all by yourself. It looked pretty delicious to me. The dignified Princess Xuanji is actually a foodie, and they only eat the modern food made by Yi Xian. Spicy hot pot, spicy rabbit heads, braised pig's feet. These are all her favorites. I haven't had anything you made for 3 months. Bai Xuanji said with a resentful look. I've been waiting for you to come back every day. You heartless wretch, aren't you going to get up and cook for me? Yi Xian covered his face. Ninth sister, have some decency. I just barely escaped death from the Zhongnan illusionary realm. I heard you killed over 100 people, and you even called Yuan Ji an old dog. Bai Xuanji, beaming with excitement and a fervent belligerent spirit, exclaimed, That's more like a man. I've wanted to teach them a lesson for ages, but my sisters always stopped me. This time, you finally stood up for us sisters. Seeing Bai Xuanji rubbing her hands together in anticipation, Yi Xian sighed. Ninth sister, you are supposed to be one of the top 5 beauties on the list of beauties in all the worlds. So why are you so hot-blooded and warlike? You start fighting at the drop of a hat. Yi Xian smiled wryly. This doesn't fit your character as Princess Xuanji, does it? Humph. I, the palace master, just love shouting and killing, and settling scores with pleasure. Bai Xuanji puffed out her chest proudly. Little Xuanzi, why don't you quickly tell me how you killed him? I heard that more than 100 of Yuan's sect's lackeys haven't returned. I didn't realize you were so ruthless. She looked at Yi Xian with admiration. Bai Xuanji may be a model of Chang'e, but deep down she is a fanatical warmonger. Among Yi Xian's 9 senior sisters, she was the youngest, had the highest social standing, the greatest talent, and also loved fighting the most. In her hands, the Xuanji sword was wielded with unparalleled skill. Even super-strong experts at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm can be killed. Yi Xian suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ninth sister, could you teach me swordsmanship? Bai Xuanji looked Yi Xian up and down, then shook her head. Let's talk about it when you reach the golden core stage. You can't learn any of my sword techniques right now. Yi Xian nodded. Bai Xuanji is a monstrous sword cultivator. She can learn any sword technique after just one glance. In a past martial arts competition, he used the opponent's own methods against them, defeating 5 elders of the 5 Absolute Sword Alliance in a row and becoming famous throughout the world. Let me see your spiritual root. Bai Xuanji didn't stand on ceremony and reached into the blankets to take action. Yi Xian shouted, What are you doing? Let me touch it. My third sister said your spiritual root is very powerful and very large. I want to see it for myself. Bai Xuanji exclaimed, Wow, it's really big and amazing, bigger than a white radish. My Xuanji spiritual root is not as good as yours. Yi Xian, By Xuanji, huh? Why can your spiritual root take human form? Yi Xian said seriously. Ninth sister, one cannot take human form without spiritual roots. By Xuanji and Yi Xian stared at each other through the blanket. Her face flushed bright red. Asshole. Bai Xuanji ran away. Yi Xian, you just wait. Yi Xian looked helpless. Hello? 110. Can I call the police? 9 senior sisters, nominally young women, but actually just girls. They talk a big game, but none of them understand matters between men and women. She also particularly enjoyed playfully teasing Yi Xian, rubbing against him in various ways, without going off topic. Yi Xian was helpless. You guys just talk the talk, but never walk the walk. What's the point? Chapter 25 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? If you're not happy, then fight. Yi Xian flipped his hand. Inside the storage ring, a staggering tens of thousands of spirit stones were poured out. It's not an ordinary, low-grade spirit stone, but a high-grade spirit stone that's smooth and round like a jade pearl. 10 low-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone. 10 medium-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone. Therefore, 1 superior spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior spirit stones, piled up like mountains. Where did Yi Xian get so many high-grade spirit stones? He made an amazing discovery in the Zhongnan illusion. Simply soak the drained spirit stones in the mountain marrow spirit spring, and after 3 months, they will be able to reabsorb enough spiritual energy and return to normal low-grade spirit stones. More importantly, if soaked for 6 months, a low-grade spirit stone can be upgraded to a medium-grade spirit stone. Soaking it for 10 months will upgrade it to a superior spirit stone. Yi Xian soaked for 10 months and amassed over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Go cultivate on the vulture stone. Yi Xian thought for a moment. That place has the most abundant spiritual energy. Yi Xian walked out of his residence, but felt that the atmosphere was strange today. Wherever I go, I am pointed at and talked about by some people. Yi Xian could faintly hear. The siblings are not proper. The sect leader's favorite disciple. There must be some illicit affair involved. Yi Xian is a good-for-nothing who lives off his wife. He only got where he is today because the sect leader gives him special treatment. Otherwise, how could he have achieved what he has today? Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This is unusual. In the past, he was always called a good-for-nothing or a waste. Why are all these people criticizing me today for having inappropriate relationships with my female seniors? From questioning my abilities to questioning my character? This is intolerable. Yi Xian's face darkened. He had already guessed that this was probably another of Yuan Laogo's schemes. Although Nangong Zhao's cultivation was astonishing, she was, after all, a woman. These kinds of rumors between men and women were incredibly damaging to her. Yi Xian clenched his fists. I will never allow my eldest sister to be slandered like this. In the training ground ahead, a group of people were whispering among themselves. When they saw Yi Xian in the distance, they grinned maliciously. Yuan Ba, who was leading the group, was beaming with pride and boasting. Haha, that good-for-nothing Yi Xian was able to reach the body tempering stage in 3 months, all because he slept with my senior sister. Haha, he served her well, and sect leader Nangong gave him a full 100,000 spirit stones. A group of outer disciples said sarcastically, I don't want to fight anymore either. Sect leader, could you please reconsider? How can you compare to Yi Xuanshui? Besides, how good their relationship is as siblings. We want to be kept by women, but we can't. Having found the source of the rumor, Yi Xian walked straight over to it. Yi Xian coldly said, Shut up. Oh, Yuan Ba laughed arrogantly. Yi Xian, who do you think you are, telling me to shut up? Disrespectful to the sect leader, spreading rumors. Do you believe your martial uncle will punish you? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Humph, you killed so many of my disciples in the Zhongnan illusionary realm. Today we'll settle the score. Yuan Ba sneered. Because Yi Xian had killed all the enemies, and no one reported it, the Yuan sect was unaware of the true situation of the battle. Several disciples surrounded Yi Xian. Yuan Ba sneered. Humph. You're a complete piece of trash. All you do is live off women. I'm a chi refining cultivator. My punch can weigh 3,000 jin. I can crush you like an ant. Why aren't you kneeling down before me? A group of lackeys and disciples, all with cold and sarcastic remarks. Today, the sect leader is in seclusion. No one will protect you anymore. Senior brother Ba is a genius, a mid-level chi refining cultivator. He can crush you with ease. Kneel down now, you piece of trash. You call yourself a master uncle? You're not even fit to clean toilets. Yuan Ba flipped his hand and took out a special jade slip. That jade slip was a low-level spiritual treasure. It could absorb sound and then release it again. Tell us, how did you serve Nangong Zhao in bed? Uncle, senior sister, tell us in detail. Damn it, I haven't touched a woman in years. I wouldn't even dare to dream of someone as exceptional as Nangong Zhao. You're quite the lucky guy. The surrounding disciples burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian flew into a rage. Nangong Zhao was his closest relative in this life. A god-level selection system has appeared. When you encounter someone far stronger than you, and they humiliate your senior sister, you choose option A, pretend to be deaf and dumb. You will receive the title of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. B, take life and death lightly. Fight if you're not convinced. If you lose, you'll get a beating. If you win, you'll get a celestial-grade body-tempering material, ancestral dragon emperor bone. Yi Xian's eyes were cold. Should we still choose? Of course, do it. Kid. Seeing that Yi Xian remained silent, Yuan Ba grinned maliciously. Are you scared out of your wits? Say something. I'll talk. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What do you want me to say? Yuan Ba laughed even more arrogantly. See? I told you he's a coward. Tell me how you serve Nangong Zhao. That woman spoils you so much. The disciples burst into uncontrollable laughter. If Yuan Ba and his disciples knew the truth behind Yi Xian's massacre in the Zhongnan illusionary realm, they would never have underestimated him. Unfortunately, they didn't know that. Yi Xian shook his head. Nangong Zhao doesn't know. But before your mother was pregnant with you, she was practically giving me money every day. The guy looked on with a wistful expression. Damn, that was great. Even better in bed. Yuan Ba's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped, his face turning a deep shade of liver, veins bulging on his forehead. I just accidentally gave birth to you, you bastard. Yi Xian said regretfully. I should have shot you against the wall. The disciples were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They never expected that Yi Xian, this good-for-nothing, would actually be in such a desperate situation and still manage to slap them in the face. The insults were too harsh. Before Yuan Ba went up the mountain to become a disciple, he was already the #1 fierce general of the Great Sui Kingdom in Zijingzhu. His original name was Yang Ba. He was braver than anyone else in the army and was named Marquis of Champion. Their status was extremely prestigious. His mother was the 9th princess, the most favored princess of the Sui dynasty emperor. Born into royalty and of noble lineage, he was always proud of it and boasted about it everywhere. Yang Ba offered a large sum of money to Yuan Ji, became his disciple, and changed his surname to Yuan according to the rules. Yet Yi Xian humiliated him like this? Useless trash. You're asking for death. I'll kill you. Yuan Ba roared and unleashed a terrifying punch towards Yi Xian. Although he couldn't kill Yi Xian with his sword, he wanted to break Yi Xian's bones inch by inch, to make him suffer unbearable pain. Yuan Ba's fists are domineering and ruthless. Before becoming a disciple of Yuan Ji, Yuan Ba was the most powerful general in the Sui dynasty of Lansong Prefecture. He was ruthless and merciless, beheading tens of thousands of people in every battle. After 10 years on the mountain, he entered the Qi refining stage. Crushing Yi Xian would be a piece of cake. Yi Xian delivered a clean and decisive punch with a standard dragon tiger fist move. The dragon that soars too high will regret it. One force can overcome 1,000 skills. Peak body tempering versus low-grade Qi refining. The disciples all sneered. This Yi Xian, he asked for trouble. You haven't even mastered the basics of body tempering, yet you dare to challenge senior brother Li Chongba, who can withstand 1,000 pounds of force. Senior brother Ba was born a divine general and has cultivated to the Qi refining stage. His punch must weigh a full 3,000 jin, right? I hope we don't kill Yi Xian outright. Bang! At the point where the two clashed, a tremendous impact swept outwards, sending sand and stones flying. One person coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. Boom! Smashed tables and chairs all the way. He flew backward out of the door. It crashed into a big tree in the yard. The leaves rustled down like rain. Good. Senior brother Ba is awesome. Yi Xian, now you know how powerful you are, right? The disciples burst into laughter. However, The person lying on the ground. Raise your head. The ears, mouth, and eyes were shaken so badly that they bled from all 7 orifices. It was none other than the previously arrogant Yuan Ba. You piece of trash. How is this possible? Yuan Ba looked as if he had seen a ghost. One punch. Yi Xian only threw one punch. Yuan Ba was arrogant about his innate superhuman strength, claiming that his punch could weigh 3,000 jin, but he was sent flying backward by Yi Xian's punch. Just how powerful was Yi Xian's punch? The disciples were so shocked they were speechless. Chapter 26, Anyone who insults my elder sister shall die. How is that possible? Isn't Yi Xian a good-for-nothing? His physical cultivation, doesn't he rely entirely on medicine? This is impossible. Yi Xian slowly walked out. He walked slowly, but each step was steady. His expression was calm, but it concealed an endless, chilling intent. Sword Immortal Sect rules. Anyone who insults the sect leader shall die. Yi Xian was upright, every word and every word. Yuan Ba's heart trembled violently. Yi Xian wants to kill me. He leaped to his feet, his hair and beard bristling with anger. You little bastard. I'm not holding back anymore. Yuan Ba took a deep breath, activated his spiritual root, and his muscles swelled wildly. Qi refining stage cultivation, fully unleashed. Momentum is surging wildly. Yuan Ba, an unparalleled warrior, instantly enveloped Yi Xian with his terrifying and devastating aura. The disciples cheered loudly again. Haha, senior brother Ba held back just now. He won't underestimate his opponent this time. Yi Xian, you're courting death. Yi Xian was too lazy to waste words with them. One punch. A seemingly ordinary punch, yet a critical hit. Yuan Ba roared and unleashed his most prized technique, the Dragon Tiger Fist, with thunderous force. He was filled with extreme resentment and domineering spirit. I am an unparalleled warrior, born with divine strength. My physical body has been cultivated to the E-Gene realm, and I also have the Dragon Tiger Fist as a bonus. How could I possibly lose to a piece of trash like you? Yuan Ba had long forgotten Yuan Ji's instructions to spread rumors. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent, wishing he could smash Yi Xian's head with a single punch. Well done. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. To give it my all. Although his cultivation level was far inferior to his opponent's, Yi Xian's aura had surged wildly due to the 3 great immortal opportunities of the Xianyang Dragon Root, the Zhongnan Illusion, and the Enlightenment, coupled with his fighting spirit and killing intent. Fight. Kill. Smack. Their fists clashed in midair. You're courting death. Yuan Ba sneered, and his Dragon Tiger Fist, like a black tiger tearing out the heart, flashed with black light and struck Yi Xian. A peerless warrior, with countless battles and unparalleled combat experience. What's even more impressive is his Dragon Tiger Fist. It is a genuine high-grade yellow-level fist technique, a royal inheritance of the Sui dynasty. This is a secret technique that only the imperial family of the Sui dynasty could cultivate. Emperor Yangguang, the founding emperor of the Sui dynasty, obtained this book by chance and relied on the Dragon Tiger Fist to conquer a vast empire. Although this fist technique is extremely difficult to master, it took him 12 years to reach the 3rd level, but its power is already enough to sweep across the world. Even in the body-tempering stage of the cultivation world, no one can withstand a single punch from him. The Dragon and Tiger Fist struck first, hitting Yi Xian in the chest. This would shatter the heart of even a peak body-tempering stage expert, killing them instantly. Die. Yuan Ba grinned maliciously. Yi Xian's fist was also incredibly powerful, striking Yuan Ba in the chest. Both of their bodies swayed at the same time. That piece of trash is dead. As expected of senior brother Ba, that black tiger strike is ruthless. Sigh. Master said we can't kill him. How am I going to explain this when we get back? Who knew? Yuan Ba made a puffed sound. Bright red blood clots spurted from his mouth. Internal organs fragments splattered all over the floor. Everyone paled. Unexpectedly, in the clash between Yuan Ba and Yi Xian, it was Yuan Ba who was defeated and killed. Yi Xian just swayed slightly. Yuan Ba stared blankly at Yi Xian in disbelief. Are you all right? This is impossible. He roared in frustration. You beast, die. Snap. Yi Xian grabbed Yuan Ba by the neck. Twisted hard. Boom. Yuan Ba's neck snapped instantly. Its massive body, like a dead dog, was thrown to the ground by Yi Xian. Snap, snap. Someone was so scared they peed their pants. Those lackeys were so frightened they turned and tried to run away. Where are you going? Although it was Yi Xian's first time killing someone, he felt no guilt at all. On the contrary, he felt a faint sense of satisfaction. He had been holding back for too long over the past decade. He had been waiting for this day for so long. A swift and decisive revenge. Decisive and ruthless. These outer disciples of Yuan Ji, having witnessed his power, none of them are to leave alive. Relying on his powerful, tempered body, Yi Xian moved with incredible speed and caught up with the panicked disciples in an instant. Those disciples were all at the qi refining stage. If they joined forces to deal with Yi Xian, they might not be without a chance of survival. But the way Yi Xian killed Yuan Ba terrified them. Yi Xian caught up with one, twisted his neck, and spun it around hard. A crisp, cracking sound. The man's head turned strangely in front of Yi Xian, his tongue lolling out, and excrement and urine flowing out together. Disgusting. Yi Xian kicked the corpse away and chased after another one. One punch, a fatal blow from the back of the head. The disciple who insulted Yi Xian had his brain splattered, flew up, hung on a tree, and kicked his legs until he died. As he died, his eyes bulged out. It was filled with extreme resentment and unwillingness. He died without ever understanding why Yi Xian, this good-for-nothing, suddenly became so powerful. At this moment, even Yi Xian himself was surprised. These qi refining stage disciples are usually so arrogant. Why are they so easy to kill today? Even if they are outer disciples, nobodies and small fry, they are still at the body tempering stage, and some are even at the qi refining stage. Yi Xian understood. A sudden enlightenment. He directly tempered his physical body to the rock-solid realm. Rock realm, as the name suggests, is as solid as a rock. His physical strength is comparable to that of a mountain. Even Yuan Ba's overlord tiger fist couldn't kill him. At most, it could only injure him. What incredible defensive capabilities. As for the other weaklings who were only at the body tempering stage, their bodies were not even as good as Yuan Ba's, and they were no match for him. Yi Xian finally understood what Nangong Zhao meant by killing people is like killing chickens. No, don't kill me. The last disciple, seeing that he couldn't escape, knelt on the ground in terror. Uncle Master, spare my life. I was only here on orders. I dared not disobey. Please, Uncle Master, spare my life. Yi Xian said calmly. On whose orders? Yes, yes. The disciple's eyes darted around. I said. It's Elder Yuan, no Yuan Ji. The disciple shouted. Yi Xian glanced at the recording jade slip. Why record it on the jade slip? I heard from Yuan Ba that he wants to interrogate you about your scandalous affair with Nangong Zhao. No, the sect leader, so that he can't bear to see the sect leader face. The disciple was trembling with fear. Yi Xian was furious. He grabbed the disciple by the neck. Spare my life. The disciple tried to resist, but Yi Xian, in a fit of rage, crushed his throat in one fell swoop. Yi Xian threw the man's corpse out like a dead dog. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. Touching them will result in death. Yi Xian's Achilles' heel is his eldest sister. Yuan Ji actually used such despicable means to scheme against his elder sister? To ruin one's reputation? Yi Xian sneered. That's truly despicable and insidious. Given the eldest sister's unyielding personality, Yuan Ji's scheme might actually succeed. What a pity. He met himself. Yi Xian's eyes were cold as he quickly searched the disciples. Even a small grasshopper is still meat. We can't rely on the God-level choice system for everything. After all, Lingner's choices are all life or death questions. Yi Xian searched Yuan Ba's body and found a mustard seed bag. Mustard seed bags are essential for cultivators. They come in different grades, with the smallest being about 1 cubic meter and the largest rumored to be able to hold an entire world. Of course, the larger the bag, the more expensive it is. The fact that Yuan Ba possessed a mustard seed bag indicates that he was quite wealthy, which is likely related to his background in the Sui dynasty royal family. Yi Xian found 7 low-grade spirit stones and 2 talismans, but he didn't like them and tossed them back. Only one cultivation manual caught his attention. Dragon and Tiger Fist, a high-grade yellow-level fist technique. Chapter 27. Yuan Ji was furious, but was forced to call him senior brother upon meeting him. Yi Xian was taken aback. In the cultivation world, Cultivation techniques are divided into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. So this is the worst fist technique ever. Yi Xian curled his lip. Actually, there were other inferior cultivation techniques, but Yi Xian's 9 senior sisters were all at the nascent soul stage. Yi Xian usually had too high standards and didn't even look at them. But although the senior sisters each had their own lineage, none of them practiced martial arts. Yi Xian had just killed someone and realized that hand-to-hand combat was his true passion. The feeling of every punch landing with flesh, of killing without hesitation, was simply irresistible to him. Right now, there aren't any other suitable ones, so let's use this one and practice it first. Yi Xian only realized the importance of cultivation techniques after being hit by Yuan Ba's Dragon Tiger Fist. Having a strong physical body but lacking martial arts skills will put you at a disadvantage when facing a master. When masters clash, the difference between life and death can be as thin as a hair's breadth. Fist of Dragon and Tiger, for emergency use. Yi Xian casually gathered the other spoils of war, mostly low-grade spirit stones and low-level talismans, which he tossed into his mustard seed bag. Linger pouted. Also, since you've started repairing the system, I'll give you a one-time newbie gift pack. Exchange it for one ancient body-forging immortal item that's most useful to you right now. This is a one-time offer. She waved her hand. There was a powerful divine thought present. It fell from the sky. A dark golden dragon bone, even longer than Yi Xian, floated before his eyes. 3 obscure and inexplicable ancient inscriptions were engraved on the bone, and a primordial, ancient, and mysterious aura wafted over, making it suffocating. The ancestral dragon imperial bones are a supreme treasure for body tempering, originating from the Dragon Emperor ancestral dragon. There are 9 of them in total, which can greatly enhance the body tempering effect of cultivators, giving them more terrifying bones and muscles, and forging an unparalleled foundation for cultivation. They are most effective when used during the body tempering stage. Seeing how weak you are, if you refine this item, your physical strength will increase significantly. It will also save you from being easily killed. Linger, with a look that said, "You're trash," disappeared into thin air. Yi Xian. MMP. This little vixen is pretty, but she's got a sharp tongue. Snort. Since you've given me such a great discount, a good man doesn't argue with a woman. Even though Yi Xian was at the peak of his body tempering and had just received a sudden enlightenment, he was still deeply shocked. System notification. Ancestral Dragon Emperor Bone found. Do you wish to fuse and refine it immediately? Refine it. Yi Xian didn't even think about it. Does this even need to be said? On the Ancestral Dragon Emperor Bone, the ancient inscriptions shone brightly. It transformed into a dark golden light and shot into Yi Xian's body like a meteor. Yi Xian felt a burning sensation in his right arm, as if magma was being injected into his bone marrow. His face contorted in pain. Seclusion. Refining at breakneck speed. Killing Yuan Ba would inevitably offend Yuan Ji. Strength. Only strength is the only way. Yuan Ji's residence. What? Yuan Ba went in and never came out again. Upon receiving the report, Yuan Ji's face turned grim, his expression dark and gloomy. The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. That's a slap in the face. They were initially confident that Yuan Ba would thoroughly humiliate Yi Xian. Their only concern was Nangong Zhao's reaction after emerging from seclusion. Who knew? Yuan Ba was like throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone and never to return. The scouts reported that Yuan Ba and his men entered Yi Xian's courtyard and then disappeared. They vanished into thin air. Isn't this a huge slap in the face? What exactly happened? He snorted coldly and walked straight out, taking one step. The supernatural power of the nascent soul stage is the ability to collapse the heavens and earth and shrink the earth to an inch. He walked straight to the entrance of Yi Xian's courtyard. Several elders followed. Hundreds of disciples gathered around Yi Xian's courtyard, which they considered useless. Yuan Ji glanced around, his face growing increasingly gloomy. There were clear signs of a fierce fight in the courtyard. The big trees were all snapped in half. That's Yuan Ba's Dragon Tiger Fist, but he couldn't sense the presence of Yuan Ba or the others, as if they had vanished into thin air. His face turned cold, and he shouted, "Yi Xian, come out." A terrifying, silent shockwave erupted from his mouth. Supernatural power. The greatest sound is silent. What kind of supernatural powers does someone at the nascent soul stage possess? Yi Xian's house was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the house, refining the ancestral dragon emperor bone and frantically improving his body-tempering cultivation. Yuan Ji stormed in, and Yi Xian lazily asked, "Who is it?" Fire was spitting from Yuan Ji's eyes. Yuan Ba is nothing but an ant. His death is not worth regretting. But what about his face? Did you kill my disciple, Yuan Ba? Yuan Ji said in a gloomy tone. What Yuan Ba? Never seen him before. Yi Xian's tired voice came from inside the door. Yuan Ji was so angry, he almost vomited blood. In broad daylight, how dare he deny it outright? He was the one who committed murder and robbery. Heh. Yi Xian, get out here right now. I'm going to judge you in the name of the chief elder. Yuan Ji spoke each word with icy coldness. Yi Xian sneered. Chief elder? So what? I am the most senior person in the entire Sword Immortal sect. The only direct disciple of the former sect leader. You are just an outer sect elder. You should call me senior brother. What right do you have to judge me? How dare you violate the sect rules? How dare you commit insubordination? Yuan Ji's face immediately turned bright red. The elders were furious, but no one could say a single wrong, because what Yi Xian said seems to be true. Although this guy is a good-for-nothing, he is indeed the only direct disciple of the former sect leader. The Sword Immortal sect is an ancient and prestigious sect that places great emphasis on the inheritance of its members' identities. The direct line, that is the main trunk, the root. The collateral branch, that's the outer sect, it's Yi. Although Yuan Ji was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was still an outer sect elder. No matter how useless Yi Xian is, according to the rules of the Sword Immortal sect, his status is higher than Yuan Ji's. No matter how old or how high the cultivation of the outer sect elders is, they must respectfully call Yi Xian senior brother. If Yi Xian hadn't lost his spiritual root and cultivation in the war between immortals and demons, he, as the sect leader's only direct disciple, should have rightfully taken over as sect leader. Yuan Ji tried to use his position as the chief elder to pressure Yi Xian, but Yi Xian retorted with his own status, making Yuan Ji so angry that he almost vomited blood. He forced back a mouthful of blood and said fiercely, You have no manners. Call me senior brother. Yi Xian didn't mince words. Otherwise, I'll punish you according to the sect rules. Yi Xian, Yuan Ji's second disciple, Yuan Shu, couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly, Don't push your luck. You're using your status to intimidate my master. You have no manners. Call me Uncle Master, Yi Xian said lazily. Otherwise, I'll report to the sect leader or the enforcement elder, and they'll enforce the sect rules later. The arrogant Yuan Shu was like someone who had eaten a pound of excrement. He was utterly disgusting. The sect leader is Nangong Zhao, and the law enforcement elder is the third fairy, Dongfang Shifeng. They're all Yi Xian's senior sisters. Given their extreme protectiveness, this is not an empty threat. Master, Uncle Master. Yuan Shu suppressed his nausea and called out to Yi Xian in a low voice. My dear nephew. Yi Xian smiled and said, What about junior brother Yuan Ji? You should call him senior brother. Yuan Ji was furious. Even his bony, old hands trembled slightly. I really want to rush over and tear that arrogant brat's foul mouth to shreds. But now is not the time to tear off all pretenses. After all, Nangong Zhao has broken through. Her strength is at the same level as his, and she also has 8 fairies to help her. When you're under a low eve, you should bow your head for now. Master, senior brother. Yuan Ji managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. Chapter 28 Third Sister, have mercy. Don't come any closer. That's more like it. Yi Xian said lazily. Junior brother, what brings you here? Yuan Ji felt an urge to explode with rage. He took a deep breath and said, I want to ask you, where did my disciple Yuan Ba go? You're asking me, my disciple? Yi Xian sneered. How would I know? Go look for it. We've searched everywhere. Yuan Ji gritted his teeth and said, He went to your place. Then he disappeared. Has he been here? I don't know. The shameless murderer, Yi Xian said. Perhaps he felt there was no future with you, so he secretly went down the mountain? Yuan Ji's eyes widened in fury, his cultivation unable to contain itself any longer. Yi Xian, don't push your luck. You have no manners. Yi Xian said calmly. Yuan Ji, I'm practicing my martial arts right now. I don't have time to lecture you. Get lost. Idiot. A single word. Get lost. A single word that made everyone freeze in shock. He, the good-for-nothing Yi Xian, actually told the nascent soul peak old monster Yuan Ji to get lost? It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. Yuan Ji was trembling with rage. Feeling so humiliated by Yi Xian, his cultivation level regressed by at least 100 years. Another disciple, Yuan Qing, angrily said, "Master, why waste time arguing with this good-for-nothing? Just drag him out and use the soul-searching technique to find out." Yuan Qing is not an outer disciple like Yuan Ba, but a direct disciple with exceptional talent. He has reached the upper-grade foundation establishment stage. Killing Yi Xian is easier than stepping on an ant. He and Yuan Shu both drew their swords, ready to go in and kill Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian said calmly, "Unauthorized entry into seclusion without permission from one's elders is punishable by death." Ha! Yuan Qing and Yuan Shu, unfazed, burst through the door, laughing wildly. "Nangong Zhao is already in seclusion. You're doomed." Before they could finish speaking, a faint voice was heard. "He truly deserves to die." Then, two crisp snapping sounds were heard. Before Yuan Qing and Yuan Shu could react, one of them had already been slapped hard across the face. They were slapped until their faces were swollen like pig heads. People were flying through the air. With screams, the two men crashed heavily in front of Yuan Ji. So tragic. Yuan Ji's face was ashen, like that of a dead man. Dongfang Shifeng. There stood a tall, mature fairy with a large bust, a slender waist, and long legs. She was dressed in a long black dress, with a single peacock feather tied around her waist, making her figure appear even more slender. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and her phoenix eyes revealed a chilling, killing intent. The arrival of the enforcement elder, Dongfang Shifeng. Behind her stood a beautiful, short-haired fairy, holding a majestic and spiritual sword. The ancient inscription on the immortal sword, "Free and Unfettered," exuded immense power even within its scabbard. The elders and disciples present were almost breathless. Many people's legs were even trembling. The carefree sword was used by the founding patriarch of the Sword Immortal sect. It is an absolute immortal treasure. Later, it was passed down as the sword of the sect leader. The sect leader, Nangong Zhao, gave the position to the law enforcement elder, Dongfang Shifeng, to specifically uphold the sect rules. He can execute all his disciples. You can act first and report later. Dongfang Shifeng's phoenix eyes swept across the crowd, her beautiful eyes clearly smiling, yet sending chills down one's spine. Pinger, holding a celestial sword, the short-haired female cultivator announced loudly, "Disciple is here. You are a disciple in charge of law enforcement. If someone trespasses into the residence of an elder of your sect and does not address them as an elder, but as a good-for-nothing, what should be the punishment?" This is one of the 10 major crimes, betraying one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Pinger's eyes turned cold. "He shall be executed. Enforce the law," Dongfang Shifeng said calmly. "Yes." Pinger didn't utter a single superfluous word and slapped the free and unfettered sword. "Elder Dongfang, wait." Yuan Ji's eyes widened in horror, and he roared. But it was too late. A beam of light shot into the sky from the free and unfettered sword, then returned in an instant. Yuan Shu and Yuan Qing stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror, as if they were about to plead for something, but fresh blood flowed merrily down their necks. Thump! The two heads fell to the ground. Two headless corpses lay on the ground convulsing. "Elder Dongfang, Yuan Ji was furious and said coldly, "Don't push your luck. I am the elder of law enforcement." Dongfang Shifeng smiled faintly. "Yuan Ji, I haven't even held you accountable for your failure to properly teach your disciples who have violated the sect rules. A mid-grade nascent soul cultivation level, plus a magical treasure, the carefree sword. The law enforcement elder, Dongfang Shifeng, is a sour-faced, hard-hearted, and cunning man." Yuan Ji knew that there was no way things would end well today, so he could only swallow his anger. "Oomph, you're infuriating me. Let's go." One Yuan Ba died, and Yuan Qing and Yuan Shu also had to pay the price. "I'm so angry." Yuan Ji and his men fled in disarray. Dongfang Shifeng watched coldly from the sidelines. then pushed open the door and entered. Snap! Who knew? A huge bathtub is right in front of me, and there's a naked man. Yi Xian, handsome guy, take a shower. Oh. Pinger's face immediately turned as red as an apple. She covered her face while peeking through her fingers. Dongfang Shifeng made no attempt to hide her presence and walked straight toward Yi Xian, her phoenix eyes displaying a half-smile and a hint of shrewdness. Hello, Yi Xian exclaimed. Third sister, what are you doing? Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? Dongfang Shifeng's jade-like face turned sour. Humph. You used your voice to call third sister to come and get you out of trouble, and you killed 2 people. You were covered in sweat, and you wouldn't even let me take a bath. She smiled faintly and had already unbuttoned the first button. Now it was Yi Xian's turn to have a headache. Third sister, don't be like this. Pinger is still here. What's the big deal? Pinger, you go into the water too. Let's do a double phoenix playing with a dragon. Dongfang Shifeng has the demeanor of a dignified noblewoman, elegant and graceful, yet she is incredibly sassy, completely disregarding the shocking nature of her words. Pinger was so ashamed she wanted to disappear and stammered. I'll go keep watch at the door. I'll clean up a bit. The shy maid ran away in a flash. Yi Xian stared in disbelief as his third sister actually began to undress. The phoenix skirt is about to be taken off. Yi Xian cried out in fright. Third sister, stop. My chastity cannot be ruined by you. Besides, you are the enforcement elder. Senior sister and junior disciple cannot bathe together. Dongfang Shifeng chuckled. I'm an enforcement elder. I don't remember any rule that says senior sisters and junior brothers can't bathe together. She even winked, alluringly. Yi Xian mentally screamed. The ancestors who established the sect's rules couldn't have foreseen such an outrageous and unconventional woman like you. Could they? Always acting like a lovesick woman, coveting your younger brother? The worst thing is when a female hooligan acts as a law enforcement elder. Isn't that embezzlement? He quickly covered his vitals and shouted, Third sister, don't come any closer. Just now, when the nascent soul stage monster UNG led a large group of elders and disciples to attack, Yi Xian remained calm and composed, showing no signs of tension. This third sister is the most terrifying virgin killer. Yi Xian clearly remembered how he was constantly tricked by his third sister since he was a child. This third sister is clearly from a prestigious family and is a top fairy from a major sect. So why does she love to make fun of herself? But Dongfang Shifeng was serious. Just flick it away. The phoenix skirt landed on Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian blushed and was flustered. Before she could even take off her skirt, she felt a ripe body step into the bathtub. Then, hey, third sister, I'm warning you, don't go too far. Wow, don't grab me here. Dongfang Shifeng feigned surprise. What? 10 years ago, when you were only 8 or 9 years old, didn't you love to pester me to take a bath together? Chapter 29, My Spiritual Root Was Cultivated. Dongfang Shifeng feigned surprise. What? 10 years ago, when you were only 8 or 9 years old, didn't you love to pester me to take a bath together? I was little then. Now I'm all grown up. The man became enraged. The sapling has grown so much. Let your senior sister take a look. Don't shake it. If the foundation isn't solid, the earth will shake. If I fail to solidify the foundation in the future, will you take responsibility? Oh, how do you plan to make your senior sister take responsibility? Hee, I might as well take you in. Senior sister, I'm still young. Please let me go. Don't be shy. I watched you grow up. What haven't I seen of you? Outside the door, Pinger blushed even more as she listened to the sounds of Dongfang Shifeng and Yi Xian playing and splashing in the water. He harbored resentment in his heart. Why is this person like this? They have 2 different faces, one in public and one in private. He was decisive and ruthless in public, especially when he attacked Yi Xian with a heavy blow. In private, he was so improper when he was alone with Yi Xian. What kind of senior sister goes into a junior disciple's bathtub and they play in the water like mandarin ducks? Even if you watch my younger brother grow up, this is still too much. Finally, even Yi Xuanji's thick skin couldn't take it anymore. They ran out. Dongfang Shifeng looked regretful and snorted coldly. If my eldest sister were here, you'd probably be ecstatic. Don't you think my third sister is more appealing? Yi Xian couldn't stand this woman any longer. What exactly did you come here for? Although Dongfang Shifeng usually joked and teased him, They didn't have much close contact like this. Dongfang Shifeng pressed herself against Yi Xian, her delicate hands pinching him all over, as if she were seeing him for the first time. What? Never seen this before. Yi Xian glared at her. Have you entered the body-strengthening stage? Dongfang Shifeng's beautiful eyes lit up. Those muscles, TSK, as strong and muscular as an ox. These muscles are so hard and big. She stared at Yi Xian's muscular physique, swallowing hard. Yi Xian remained silent. This fairy-like senior sister is truly. The reason he took a bath was to wash away the impurities and stench from refining the ancestral dragon emperor's bone. The refining process went very smoothly just now. Although the process was painful, compared to the excruciating experience of sudden enlightenment, the fusion process was incredibly easy. After fusing with the ancestral dragon emperor's bone, his physical strength broke through from the bone-forging realm to the marrow-cleansing realm. The meridians have been widened several times over. Golden light emanated from his body. Muscular hunks and Dwayne The Rock Johnson would all be ashamed to death in front of Yi Xian's muscles. Another advantage is that the right arm is incredibly strong. With a casual squeeze, the bones and muscles crackled like popping beans, an explosive force practically bursting forth. The power has increased by at least 3 times. Holy crap, is this the legendary Qilin arm? Yi Xian was both amused and exasperated. You have refined and fused with the ancestral dragon emperor bone, and your physical strength has been enhanced to the marrow-cleansing realm. The strength of your right arm has increased threefold, reaching the level of 10,000 Jun. Yi Xian was being groped indiscriminately by Dongfang Shifeng at this moment. Wow, such big, hard, and thick muscles. Senior sister loves it to death. Pinger, who was squatting at the door, blushed even more. This person is really. If outsiders were to overhear that a dignified law enforcement elder was whispering with his underling in a room, wouldn't they misunderstand? Rumors and gossip are flying everywhere. Third sister, if you keep this up, I'll get rough with you. You've got some nerve, kid? Come on then. Watch me, the monkey, steal peaches. You brat. How dare you treat your third sister like that? Pinger could only hear the sounds of water and laughter coming from inside the house, which seemed to indicate that the scene was quite lively. A moment later, she phone-called Pinger in to clean up the mess. Pinger looked and was shocked. The room was flooded. The bathtub, the 8 immortal table, and even the bamboo bed were covered in water stains. She had no idea what had just happened. Dongfang Shifeng's face was flushed, as if she had just been playfully fighting with Yi Xian or doing something else intense. The siblings have a deep bond. We don't know, and we dare not ask. Third sister, just tell me straight, what are you here for? Yi Xian said helplessly. Dongfang Shifeng leaned weakly against his chest. Her phoenix eyes flickered, and she finally became serious. I've come to interrogate you on orders. Yi Xian, how did you recover your spiritual root? Dongfang Shifeng said. It grew on its own yesterday. Yi Xian said shamelessly. Dongfang Shifeng glared at him. Tell the truth. It grew on its own. You don't mean I planted it myself, do you? Then what is the connection between the growth of your spiritual root and the sect leader's sudden seclusion? Dongfang Shifeng's face darkened. The sect leader suddenly broke through to the peak of the nascent soul stage and went into seclusion. He only sent a message telling me to take care of you, and said nothing else. Yi Xian couldn't very well say that he had used his spiritual root to insert into the Dao Palace at his eldest sister's urging, thus helping her reach the peak. So he could only continue his shameless and vulgar act. Third sister, you have too much imagination. My spiritual root won't make anyone pregnant, and eldest sister's seclusion isn't for postpartum confinement. What are you thinking? Roll. Dongfang Shifeng blushed, cursed angrily, and walked out. Take care, senior sister. I won't see you off. Yi Xian was busy studying the Qilin arm and said lazily. Dongfang Shifeng, with her clear and cold expression, snorted. This kid definitely has a huge secret on him. Could it be that you're overthinking it? Pinger, a trusted confidant, boldly stated. The sect leader's breakthrough has nothing to do with Yi Xian's spiritual root rebirth. This kid is definitely unusual. Dongfang Shifeng sneered. I took advantage of getting close to him just now and pinched his physical body. His physical strength is at least at the Yi Jin realm. Strengthening body realm. Pinger was shocked. How is this possible? Yes. How could someone cultivate such a physical body in such a short time? Even if he were a genius or a prodigy, it would be impossible. He must be hiding something from me. Dongfang Shifeng's beautiful eyes shone with endless curiosity. Yi Xian, what exactly are you? After seeing Dongfang Shifeng off, Yi Xian couldn't wait to study the newly fused ancestral dragon emperor bone. His physical strength was not at the Yi Jin realm level, as Dongfang Shifeng estimated, but at the Shi Sui realm level. The marrow-cleansing realm is absolutely terrifying. Yi Xian picked up the 3-foot-long sword that Nangong Zhao had given him and stabbed himself hard. Even at the previous Yi Jin stage, a shallow mark could still be left. But now, there was a loud bang. The Qilin arm exerted too much force, and the 3-foot-long sword shattered instantly. Yi Xian. This 3-foot-long sword was a magical weapon gifted to me by my eldest sister. Although its grade isn't high, it's enough to kill even a Qi refining stage cultivator. This physical body is already 10 times better than ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators. Hee hee, no wonder Yuan Ba was so desperate. I'm a newbie, but what can I do when my physical body is so strong? Yi Xian smiled and stood up, his eyes flashing. That old bastard Yuan Ji won't let this go easily. We need to quickly find my elder sister to get the cultivation method to practice. Yi Xian headed straight for the main peak of Misty Peak, Wuji Peak. That's where the sect leader's cave is located. To my surprise, I arrived full of excitement only to be turned away at the door. 2 spirited female sword cultivators, acting as the sect leader's personal guards, stood guard at his side. The sect leader is in seclusion and will not see anyone. Just as Yi Xian was trying to figure out a way to sneak in, a shout from Nangong Zhao echoed in his mind. Big Sister is consolidating her cultivation level and will emerge from seclusion in a year. Get lost. But what about my cultivation? Find a way yourself. After that, no matter how much trouble Yi Xian caused, Nangong Zhao ignored him. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Me? My senior sister was used and discarded after her peak. She's an old tool. While in seclusion, Nangong Zhao's Dao heart became unstable when he thought of the intimacy he shared with Yi Xian in the Sea of Clouds during his breakthrough, and he almost suffered a qi deviation. He hurriedly circulated the heart-cleansing mantra 49 times. Resentment in one's heart. Kid, you just wait. Behind Yi Xian, a pale yellow figure descended. Little Xuanzi, what are you doing? Chapter 30. Second Sister. Will you take responsibility if I become childless? Yi Xian looked up and exclaimed, Second Sister. The person who arrived was none other than the second sister, Huang Yuero. She looked Yi Xian up and down, a look of shock flashing in her beautiful eyes. Little Xuanzi, you actually? Suddenly, the Tiansu sword in her hand flashed by. A white light, as fast as lightning, struck straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked and dodged. Second sister, are you crazy? Huang Yuero glanced at the free and unfettered sword, a slight smirk playing on her lips, and sneered arrogantly. I heard you've mastered a supreme technique and even killed an outer disciple of Yuan Ji. Your second sister would like to see what makes you so extraordinary. Yi Xian cried out in despair. These senior female students are all such a handful. Even the most intelligent and resourceful second sister has to play tricks on herself. Second sister, don't do anything reckless. Enough talk. Take this. Huang Yuerong swept her sword across the room. Of course, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation level, purely wanting to see Yi Xian's abilities. Or, let's find an excuse to beat up Yi Xian and vent our anger. Little Xuanzi, don't run away. We'll settle the score for peeping at me while I was bathing last time. Yi Xian was chased by Huang Yuerong with her sword, running all over the place and complaining bitterly. Second sister, I really just happened to be passing by and glanced at it. So it really is you. Huang Yuerong blushed and thrust her sword forward. Yi Xian was running away with his head in his hands when suddenly a system notification popped up. God-level choice. A. Openly and honestly kiss Huang Yuerong. B. Get beaten up by Huang Yuerong. If you choose a successfully, you will receive the second ancient immortal grade body forging material. If you choose B, you will receive the shrinking yang into the abdomen effect. A certain part of your body will be permanently shortened by 10 centimeters. Yi Xian was furious. Damn it. Linger, you really wanted to harm your master. If you want me dead, just say so. Punishment. Shrink your penis into my abdomen. It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. Linger sneered. Chicken? You chose B? If you don't dare, you're spineless. If I made you 10 centimeters shorter, you'd be a eunuch, wouldn't you? Yi Xian retorted confidently. Bullshit. Your master is born with a divine weapon. Even if he shrinks his penis into his abdomen, it's still much longer than the average person's. Even if I choose B 3 times, I still can't become a eunuch. Linger. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. The reverse psychology tactic didn't work? Linger changed her tune. Just tell me, do you want another ancestral dragon emperor bone? Yi Xian punched Yuan Ba to pieces, tasted the sweetness of strengthening his physical body, and was immediately tempted. The other one? What do we do? It's very simple. As long as you can kiss this beautiful second sister without getting beaten to death, you can exchange 5 contribution points for the ancestral dragon emperor bone. Linger is like a little devil. Yi Xian curled his lip. How could I possibly kiss my second sister? My second sister is known as the #1 female strategist of the Sword Immortal sect, possessing both literary and martial talents, and unparalleled wisdom and courage. Wait a minute. His eyes lit up. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. He quickly chose A. Linger sneered. Too bad. I see such a big difference in strength between you and this fairy. How could you possibly win? Linger was filled with anticipation. Yi Xian's thing has shrunk by 10 centimeters. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. Second sister, do you dare to make a bet with me? Huang Yuerong stopped and asked with amusement, what are we betting on? I bet you can suppress your cultivation level to match mine, and you won't be able to defeat me within 10 moves. Yi Xian chuckled. 10 moves. Huang Yuerong burst into laughter. She is a nascent soul fairy who has cultivated for hundreds of years. Where is Yi Xian? A newbie who's just started body training. Huang Yuerong's lips curled slightly. Even if I suppress my body-tempering cultivation, I can still make you cry in 1 move. 1 move? Dare to bet. Yi Xian pressed his advantage, demanding exorbitant prices. 3 moves. Huang Yuerong truly lived up to her reputation as a female strategist, returning the money on the spot. With her nascent soul stage skills, taking down a body-tempering stage cultivator in just 3 moves would be more than enough for her. No matter how Huang Yuerong calculates it, she can't possibly lose. Bet. What do you want if you win? Yi Xian said frankly. I want to kiss you. Huang Yuerong's vision went black, and her delicate face flushed red with embarrassment. How could you say such a thing? You shameless scoundrel. Throughout the entire world, no one but Yi Xian could speak so frankly and calmly. Huang Yuerong's eyes turned cold. I think you're asking for a beating. Senior sister, you don't dare, do you? Yi Xian asked casually. Are you afraid of losing? You think I'd lose to you? Huang Yuerong laughed angrily. What if I win? Then I'll honor my bet and offer myself to you. Let you kiss me. Yi Xian said with a shy expression. Huang Yuerong. Senior sister, what do you think? Are these conditions fair and reasonable? Yi Xian said shamelessly. Little Xuanzi, you're asking for a beating. Huang Yuerong bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and used the Tiansu sword, still in its scabbard, as a board, to pull it out. She couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Xian was just too infuriating. He absolutely deserves a spanking. Yi Xian laughed heartily. First move. He swiftly raised his hand to block. This was something Yi Xian had planned long ago. When the Tiansu sword, still in its scabbard, struck Yi Xian's right arm with tremendous force. Huang Yuerong had already calculated the power of this move. It would knock Yi Xian unconscious without killing him. Little did she know, Yi Xian had cultivated to the golden body realm and possessed the ancestral dragon emperor bone, making his strength more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary body-tempering stage cultivator. This move couldn't hurt Yi Xian at all. However, Yi Xian cried out in pain. My bones are broken. Pain. He collapsed to the ground. Huang Yuerong's beautiful eyes widened. I was completely dumbfounded. To my utter surprise, Yi Xian is so easily defeated. Concerned, she asked rashly, Are you all right? I didn't use any force. Yi Xian rolled on the ground, crying. It hurts so much. My bones are broken. I'm going to tell my older sister. Huang Yuerong panicked even more when she thought about how much her older sister doted on Yi Xian. Let me see. She stepped forward to check. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly leaped up and hugged Huang Yuerong tightly. Haha, the second trick. All's fair in war. The female strategist has fallen for it. Huang Yuerong then realized that she had been tricked by this kid. He wasn't injured at all. He was just bluffing. Little Xuanzi, you bastard. Huang Yuerong, held in Yi Xian's arms, stared wide-eyed at him. Let me go. You actually cheated me. Second sister, you always say that all's fair in war. Relying on his powerful arm, Yi Xian held Huang Yuerong tightly. That's the second move. There's one more. If you don't beat me, you lose. He was acutely aware of the difference in strength between himself and Huang Yuerong. Even if he tied Huang Yuerong's hands, Yi Xian still couldn't defeat her. There's only one way to defeat Huang Yuerong. Rely on your thick skin and even thicker skin to play the rogue. For the past 10 years, Yi Xian has been shameless towards his senior sisters. He's an old scoundrel. Besides, this time, for the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone, Yi Xian must be shameless to the end. Huang Yuerong was held tightly by Yi Xian. As she struggled, waves of warmth rose from her dantian, and her Dao palace felt hot. She was startled. So comfortable. No wonder my elder sister said before she went into seclusion that there was something strange about Xiao Xuanzi. Her breakthrough this time was all thanks to Xiao Xuanzi. Sure enough, but men and women should not touch each other. Such intimacy between siblings is even more unacceptable to the immortals. She was filled with shame and anger, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Let go. Yi Xian hoped for a draw and was unwilling to give up. You admit defeat first, then I'll let go. Dream. How could Huang Yuerong let this scoundrel's evil scheme succeed? She snorted coldly and suddenly raised her leg. A heavy kick landed between Yi Xian's legs. Yi Xian immediately went to Wudong and screamed, Senior sister, you're so ruthless. Will you take responsibility for my infertility? Chapter 31. Second sister. I will protect you. Huang Yuerong's face was icy cold. This bastard was still trying to get away with talking even after being beaten. He deserved to be beaten. You little thief, you deserve a beating. The intellectual fairy transforms into violence, unleashing the heavenly strategy, sword, to relentlessly beat Yi Xian. Yi Xian covered his head with both hands and screamed. Before long, Yi Xian's clothes were tattered. But, no matter how Huang Yuerong attacked, Yi Xian just wouldn't fall. On the contrary, Yi Xian's body radiated a golden light, the bone of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Its defensive capabilities are incredibly powerful. Huang Yuerong was taken aback. You? How could this be? This doesn't make sense. Even Huang Yuerong, who came from the Tiansa mansion and possessed a pair of discerning eyes that could see all of the 6 realms and knew everything, couldn't understand it. Taking advantage of his second sister's surprise, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The opportunity has arrived. He leaped forward. Despite being only in the body-tempering stage, he was incredibly audacious, daring to pounce on a nascent soul fairy like a hungry wolf. It's my turn to ambush. Second sister, get ready. Relying on his physical strength, Yi Xian used a simple and brutal approach, ramming into her. Huang Yuerong snorted coldly and used the move Clothes Don't Stick to gracefully flip over Yi Xian, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. But I never expected this. Yi Xian's right arm possesses incredible strength. Huang Yuerong couldn't break free and was held tightly in her arms. Huang Yuerong was stunned. Little Xuanzi, how did your physical body suddenly become so strong? Indestructible, with the strength of 10,000 Jin? Yi Xian chuckled. 10 moves have already passed. If you didn't win, you lost. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly demanded payment. Manhua. Sure enough, the stolen fruit is the sweetest. Snap. Huang Yuerong, her face flushed red with shame and indignation, slapped Yi Xian away. You die. Yi Xian, covered in bumps and bruises, still looked aggrieved. Senior sister, you have no sportsmanship. You said you'd honor your bet. Huang Yuerong was utterly speechless. Linger, how could this kid have gotten us into this state? Yi Xian said smugly. Little Linger, I'll use 5 contribution points to redeem the reward of ancestral Dragon Emperor bone. Snort. Linger snorted coldly and disappeared. System notification. You have obtained a celestial-grade body tempering material, 1 ancestral Dragon Emperor bone, left leg bone. Huang Yuerong scrutinized Yi Xian, her face filled with shock. How did you suddenly acquire such a top-grade spiritual root overnight? And how did your body and bones become so incredibly powerful? Even with her vast knowledge and omniscience, she was still speechless with shock at Yi Xian's extraordinary abilities. Second sister, what are you saying? This young master is handsome and dashing, with profound affinity for immortality, a once-in-a-millennium talent in cultivation. Yi Xian boasted. Get lost. Huang Yuerong chuckled. Then her expression turned serious. All right. Now that your spiritual root has recovered and you can cultivate, we'll feel a little more at ease. Yi Xian noticed a worry on Huang Yuerong's face. Second sister, has something happened? Yuan-ji, it's just an internal problem. Huang Yuerong shook her head and said, 3 days ago, the 10,000 Swords Immortal Slaying Formation was bombarded by an incomparably powerful cultivation. What? It's the mountain-protecting formation that Master and his fellow disciples activated by sacrificing their cultivation levels. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Yes, 10 years ago, Master and his 9 disciples sacrificed their lives to activate the mountain-protecting formation against the heavens. Originally, this formation required at least 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, or even one higher cultivation level, to activate. A trace of sorrow flashed across Huang Yuerong's beautiful face. Back then, when the blood demon ancestor attacked, the disparity in strength between us and the enemy was too great. The previous sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect had no choice but to use this formation to repel the blood demon ancestor. Yi Xian still remembers. That battle was extremely fierce, and the world changed color. Countless masters of the Sword Immortal sect have perished. After the 10,000 Swords Slaying Immortals formation was formed, the blood demon ancestor did not give up and continued to bombard the enemy relentlessly. At this time, Yi Xian, a modern man, transmigrated here and, along with a bolt of lightning, happened to strike the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor was struck by lightning and, in a great shock, fled with severe injuries. Yi Xian transformed into lightning and landed on his junior brother, taking his place. In that battle, Nangong Zhao and the other senior sisters all believed that Yi Xian had coincidentally attracted the heavenly lightning, which severely injured and repelled the blood demon ancestor. They unanimously recognized Yi Xian as the savior and a great hero. And the opponent is at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Huang Yuerong said worriedly. He's a whole major realm higher than sect leader Nangong. At least, the blood demon ancestor? Yi Xian's eye sharpened. It must be him. 10 years later, his cultivation is even more terrifying. Huang Yuerong gritted her teeth and said, this person is the most evil old monster of the demonic sect of Emperor Shirtian. He kills people without hesitation and has all kinds of evil supernatural powers. He can imprison souls and refine corpse puppets, making people wish they were dead. One of the main reasons why your master and senior brother self-destructed was that they were afraid of being refined by him and becoming his accomplices. Yi Xian suddenly pulled Huang Yuerong into his arms. Second sister. Yi Xian chuckled confidently. 10 years ago, I could summon lightning to severely injure him. 10 years later, if that old bastard dares to come again, I will definitely annihilate him. I will avenge my master and senior brothers. I will avenge my senior sisters. What do you say? Huang Yuerong couldn't help but chuckle. Even if your spiritual root has recovered and your physical body is strong, you're still only. She had intended to mock Yi Xian for overestimating himself, but looking at his arrogant and confident eyes, she couldn't help but blush. Even the most powerful fairy is still a woman and hopes for a man's protection. After a long while, Huang Yuerong suddenly had a brain injury. It hurts. Yi Xian covered his head. Huang Yuerong said irritably, you should focus on your cultivation first, so that you have the ability to protect yourself if the old monster attacks. I want to cultivate, but I don't have any cultivation techniques. Yi Xian curled his lips. Wanting to find my eldest sister, she even went into seclusion. That's easy, Huang Yuerong said calmly. Today happens to be the sword pavilion trial. Come with me. She rose gracefully, riding a flying sword. Yi Xian leaped onto the flying sword and tightly embraced her slender waist. The feel of it is fantastic. Huang Yuerong glared at her fiercely. Don't you want the pig's trotters anymore? Yi Xian looked completely innocent. I'm afraid of falling. What if I die? Huang Yuerong's vision went black. You just withstood 10 of my physical attacks, and are incredibly strong. And now you're pretending to be weak and frail? Utterly shameless. I'll teach you a lesson. Huang Yuerong snorted coldly, and her flying swords soared into the sky. They were determined to throw Yi Xian down. Yi Xian shouted and hugged his second sister even tighter. Many people looked up and saw it, pointing and whispering. Huang Yuerong was both ashamed and angry. This boy had ruined her reputation as a pure fairy. Not just myself. None of the 9 immortals of the Sword Immortal sect escaped its clutches. Shut up, stop yelling. But I'm scared. Yi Xian pretended to hug his second sister tightly. It smells so good. I'll slow down, let go of my hand now. I'm afraid of heights. Where are you putting your hands? I'm going to chop you up. Second sister, spare me. I've fallen. You. After a flight filled with shame and anger, Huang Yuerong and Yi Xian flew to the Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion, located on Sword Pavilion Peak in the back mountain of Sword Immortal Sect, is like a cold and sharp jade sword, standing tall and piercing the sky. Just looking at it from afar, you can feel its overwhelming power. This place is the repository of the Sword Immortal Sect's vast collection of martial arts techniques passed down for tens of thousands of years. Jiang'a. Chapter 32, Sword Pavilion Trial. Ruthlessly slapping away geniuses. Even more amazing is that the Sword Pavilion itself is a treasure. Legend has it that this item was forged by the patriarch of the Sword Immortal Sect with great supernatural powers. It is a supreme treasure for protecting the mountain, and its quality is immeasurable. Some say it's a divine treasure, others say it's a celestial treasure, but it's definitely the treasure that the Sword Immortal Sect has kept for tens of thousands of years, a pillar of strength that stabilizes the sea. Jiange was now packed with people. Thousands of disciples gathered on the Sword Pavilion platform, waiting for Huang Yuerong. Today is the 14th day of the first lunar month, which is the annual opening day of the Sword Pavilion trial. Disciples at the Qi refining stage and below may enter the Sword Pavilion and choose one cultivation technique. Unless there are special circumstances, they can only practice this one technique per year to prevent them from trying to learn too much at once. Yuan Ji had the most disciples, numbering in the hundreds. Everyone was dressed in a luxurious white robe with gold thread, their expressions arrogant and haughty, looking down on the disciples of other branches. In recent years, Yuan Ji has been actively expanding his power, recruiting many disciples, lowering standards, and having disciples of varying quality. However, he has the advantage of numbers and strength, and he always tries to take the lead in everything, big or small, and seize sect resources. A handsome young man with bright, star-like eyes wore a magnificent golden sword robe, carried a spirit sword brimming with spiritual energy on his back, and had a magical gourd at his waist. His attire was eye-catching, making him stand out from the crowd. The disciples around him fawned over him, showering him with flattery. Senior brother Yuan Ji, which pavilion are you planning to aim for in this Sword Pavilion trial? One person deliberately spoke loudly. Nonsense. My senior brother Zhiji was born with dual spiritual roots. He is Master's own nephew and personal disciple, the #1 rising star of the Sword Immortal sect. He has only been a disciple for 5 years, yet he has already reached the upper level of Qi refining. Which other disciple can compare to him? Another person praised him. The other disciples gasped in shock. 5 years. Upper level Qi refining? This progress is insane. It took me 5 years to reach the upper level of body tempering. No wonder he was born with dual spiritual roots. What a prodigy. Yuan Ji is the nephew of Elder Yuan. Yuan Ji's lips curled slightly. Although Yuan Ji had many disciples, the others were all outer disciples who changed their surname to Yuan after becoming his disciples. However, Yuan Ji was Yuan Ji's own nephew. Born with 2 spiritual roots, he can be described as a heaven-defying prodigy. Yuan Ji attached great importance to him, teaching him from a young age, and sparing no expense to use rare and precious materials and personally open up his meridians and spiritual channels. He even begged a celestial being to bestow upon him a creation pill of heaven and earth to enhance his aptitude. These kinds of opportunities are things that ordinary people can hardly achieve or even imagine. What others desperately seek is an opportunity that is within his grasp. That's how a prodigy could cultivate for 5 years and reach the upper level of Qi refining. He surveyed the entire arena and said calmly, The Sword Pavilion trials are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. He used a telepathic technique, and the entire room instantly fell silent, with all eyes focused on him. Yuanji's gaze was icy. My goal is the 4th level. Anyone who dares to snatch the cultivation technique from me, don't blame me for being ruthless. No one dared to speak. You could hear a pin drop. Yuanji's extreme domineering nature is exactly the same as that of the chief Yuanji. He threatened everyone that he would kill anyone who dared to take it from him. This Sword Pavilion trial has a total of 13 levels. The lower 4 levels are for those below the Qi refining stage. Levels 5 to 8 are for foundation establishment stage, and levels 9 to 12 are for golden core stage. Level 13 is only open to those in the nascent soul stage. As for those above the nascent soul stage who are in the deity transformation stage, they are each taught in their own sect and are no longer presented in a unified manner. This time, levels 1 through 4 of the Qi refining stage will be open. The lowest level is the worst yellow-grade cultivation technique. Although these cultivation techniques are extremely rare in the lower realms, for a disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, yellow-level cultivation techniques are only the most basic ones. The higher the level, the better the cultivation technique. If you have the ability to reach the 4th level, you might even have a chance to obtain the most powerful heavenly ultimate technique in Legend. That means you start at a level, or even several levels higher than others. The gap in strength accumulates over time. But according to Legend, Sword Pavilion itself is a celestial treasure, a supreme treasure found by the ancestor of the Sword Immortal sect, who broke through the void and ascended to immortality during an exploration of a celestial cave. Its most amazing feature is that it can generate various illusions based on the cultivator's aptitude and strength. If a cultivator's aptitude is insufficient, they absolutely cannot obtain a high-grade cultivation technique. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques received by the participants are absolutely usable by them. For example, beginners in Qi refining or body tempering can only receive the techniques for that specific period. Disciples can participate in the trials every year, and the rewards they receive will be different each year. This is also where the fairness of the Sword Pavilion trial lies. Regardless of whether you are an outer disciple, inner disciple, core disciple, or personal disciple, only your aptitude and strength determine the level of your cultivation technique. Everything depends on yourself. Everything depends on your own abilities. Yuanji's blatant threat angered many disciples, but they dared not speak out. The Yuan sect is extremely powerful and has numerous disciples. Fighting and looting are not prohibited within the trial tower. Yuanji was satisfied and sneered. A heaven-level cultivation technique is definitely mine. My uncle is the chief elder, Yuanji. Unexpectedly, a lazy voice came from above. Who does the chief elder think he is? What are you pretending to be, some high and mighty second-generation immortal, to intimidate people? Who goes there? How dare you insult my uncle? Yuanji was furious, but he couldn't find anyone. Grandpa, I'm on your head. Yuanji looked up, stunned. Yi Xian swaggered around, his arm around the slender waist of the transmission elder Huang Yuerong, and stood on the same flying sword, right above his head. Yuanji. Disciples. The atmosphere instantly became quite awkward. 1 second Yuanji was still bragging about how his uncle was the chief elder, and the next second Yi Xian flew over with the elder's slender waist in his arms. It goes without saying who has the better connections. Yuanji was utterly humiliated, his face darkening with displeasure. Yi Xian jumped off the Tiansu sword and said, Yuanji, what are you bragging about? Threatening others not to compete with you. Yuanji panicked when he saw Huang Yuerong's beautiful eyes shooting him an unfriendly glance, and stammered, No, no such thing. Yi Xian strode over, domineeringly saying, Nonsense. It's none of your business, Junior. If your uncle says it's true, then it's true. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yuanji's expression was incredibly complex, dark and menacing, as he threatened in a low voice. Yi Xian, don't push your luck. You're just a piece of trash. You'd better think carefully about the consequences of messing with me. Suddenly, Yi Xian suddenly swung his hand and slapped her hard. He slapped Yuanji across the face. Snap! The incident happened suddenly, catching Yuanji off guard, and he was slapped hard by Yi Xian. That's a slap in the face. This is a blatant slap in the face. The jaws of those around them dropped in astonishment. Yuan Ji was used to being arrogant and domineering in the sect. He bullied others wherever he went. Who had ever seen him get beaten up? Yi Xian's slap made Yuan Ji's cheek swell up. What Yi Xian? He has no manners. Yi Xian said calmly. Call me martial uncle. Yuan Ji's face turned extremely ugly. How could he possibly call this useless senior uncle? He'd never treated Yi Xian like a human being before. Yi Xian, don't push your luck. Yuan Ji said, word by word, otherwise. Otherwise what? Yi Xian said nonchalantly. Otherwise, my uncle will make sure you regret it. Your useless uncle? His disciples Yuan Ba and Yuan Qing were both killed by me for betraying their master and ancestors. Yi Xian shrugged. Chapter 33 Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. Touching them will result in death. The entire sect was in an uproar. Who doesn't know that the situation at the top of the Sword Immortal sect is delicate these days? Yuan Ji's power was immense, and his disciples were known for their tyrannical behavior. Who would have thought they would be killed by Yi Xian? Yi Xian walked up and patted Yuan Ji's face. The Sword Immortal sect has its own rules. If you violate the sect rules again, I, as your uncle, will have to discipline you on your behalf. The disciples, who dared not speak out against their anger, roared with approval. Yi Xian's words were truly satisfying. Yuan Ji, who was arrogant and used to bullying others, was so angry that he went mad. His eyes turned red and his fists clenched. If Huang Yuerong hadn't been watching coldly from the sidelines, Yuan Ji would have really wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot. But Elder Chuan Gong is someone else's senior sister, and one has no choice but to bow one's head when under someone else's roof. Yuan Ji replied reluctantly, Yes, Uncle Master. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, several sword lights came from afar. Who is bullying the weak? Yuan Ji and several outer sect elders, their faces grim, dismounted and flew down on their swords. Uncle. Yuan Ji rushed over as if he had found a treasure, and then accused Yi Xian first. It's Yi Xian. He's threatening me because he has a good relationship with the transmission elder. Yuan Ji snorted coldly, walked up to Yi Xian, and looked down at him, saying, Didn't you say you didn't have any spiritual roots? Why did you come to the sword pavilion? Get back here right now. Who knew? Yi Xian stared at Yuan Ji and suddenly blurted out. So it's a case of the upper beam being crooked, the lower beam being crooked too. Your master has no respect for elders. Why don't you hurry up and greet your senior brother? Yuan Ji's vision went black. He was so angry with Yi Xian that he almost vomited blood. Why does this person like to take advantage of others so much? You're a piece of trash. How dare you make me, a peak nascent soul cultivator, call you senior brother? Yuan Ji's eyes were cold. Regardless of who has higher cultivation, we are a prestigious and righteous sect. We cannot mess up the seniority, Yi Xian said with certainty. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and those demonic sects who value strength above all else? Huang Yuerong spoke up. That's right. Chief Elder, Yi Xian is the direct disciple of the former sect leader, and his seniority is higher than yours. You should call him senior brother. Yuan Ji was going crazy. Damn it. I'm old monster, and I'm here to settle scores. How come my nephew is being taught to be respectable and called Shi Shu, a respectful term for a senior disciple, while I'm being taught to be respectable and called Shi Xiao, another respectful term for a senior disciple? This makes me, the dignified chief elder, lose all my prestige. How? Huang Yuerong raised an eyebrow. If you disrespect your teachers, I will report to the sect leader and have your sect disqualified from this trial. Huang Yuerong is the transmission elder, and it is her authority to preside over the trials. TCH. Greetings, Master, Senior Brother. Yuan Jivan reluctantly bowed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, of course, my good junior brother. Yuan Ji was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. Yi Xian, don't let me get a chance. I'll definitely kill you, he said with a dark face. I hope Elder Huang can act impartially and not show favoritism towards Yi Xian. Everyone under Yuan's command wore expressions of grief and indignation. Who would have thought that the Yuan clan, who were used to being domineering and arrogant, would actually ask others not to show favoritism? Yi Xian has some really powerful connections. With a wave of her hand, Huang Yuerong caused a jade slip to appear in front of each disciple. She said calmly, I hereby announce the rules of the Sword Pavilion trial. Fighting is not prohibited, but you may steal cultivation techniques. However, It must be done in moderation. Killing someone will be severely punished. If you encounter danger during the trial, you can crush the jade slip and be immediately teleported out. Anyone who tries to take a cultivation technique will be sucked into the restriction formation. You will need to forcibly break the restriction to obtain it. Time inside the restriction is 10 times slower than inside the sword pavilion. You can stay in the sword pavilion for a maximum of 10 days. Exceeding this time will be considered a failure. Each person can only keep one highest grade cultivation technique, which will be automatically taken back by the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. At the entrance to each level, you must defeat the guards. The higher you go, the higher the level of the cultivation techniques, and of course, the stronger the restrictions. No one has yet obtained the heaven rank cultivation techniques. Act according to your ability, or you will die. She glanced indifferently at everyone. Is it clear now? The crowd erupted in uproar. Huang Yueying waved her hand. Above the sword pavilion, a faint, water-like light rippled. The restrictions on the sword pavilion have been lifted. You may enter, Huang Yuerong said calmly. Disciples from all factions rushed in at breakneck speed. A trial opportunity that only comes once a year. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Yuanji walked to the door and exchanged a glance with Yuanji. Yuanji glanced at Yi Xian, a murderous glint flashing across his face. Yuanji nodded grimly. Yi Xian clearly saw it, but pretended not to notice. As soon as Yi Xian passed Huang Yuerong, he felt something being placed into his hand. Huang Yuerong transmitted her voice to Yi Xian. This is a storage ring for you to store your belongings. Inside is 10 days' worth of food and water, as well as a small bottle of healing pills. Be careful during your 10 days inside. That Yuanji has excellent dual spiritual roots and is at the upper level of qi refining. He also has many people and is powerful. If things get too difficult, crush the jade slip and get out immediately. Yi Xian was deeply moved. My second sister, Huang Yueying, was too good to me. These 9 senior female students are more than family to me, even though they aren't. But he never intended for his senior sister to protect him. If even someone as insignificant as Yuanji can become an obstacle, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. He stepped into the sword pavilion. A flash of light, and Yi Xian entered. Before me stood a towering hall that seemed to reach into the clouds. Yellow level lobby. The bookshelves, stretching as far as the eye can see, are filled with all sorts of martial arts techniques, a dazzling array. Each technique is imbued with different colored restrictions, creating a vibrant display, but each poses varying degrees of danger. In short, the Sword Immortal sect, as one of the 5 great sword sects and an old established sect, possesses an imposing and domineering foundation. Countless disciples were already busy among the bookshelves. People kept choosing a particular cultivation technique and being sucked into the restriction. If you succeed in the challenge, you'll gladly accept the technique. If you fail, you'll be injured and thrown out. Yi Xian glanced at the bookshelf, shook his head, and walked straight towards the entrance of the second-floor staircase. This place is full of yellow-level cultivation techniques and has the most people, but Yi Xian doesn't care about it. Disciples who dare to challenge the Xian level are few and far between, and the place is secluded and deserted. Sudden, Yuanji, along with more than 30 Yuan sect disciples, blocked all of Yi Xian's paths from all directions. Trap, ambush. Yi Xian feigned surprise, then said with a look of satisfaction, Oh dear, you've learned to be polite this time. Welcoming junior uncle? I'm very pleased. No need to be so courteous. Yuanji gritted his teeth and sneered. Uncle Master, you son of a bitch. You actually hit me just now? I'm going to kill you. My uncle said that this sword pavilion is now only open to those below the qi refining stage. There's no one else here, and even your senior sister can't protect you. With over 30 disciples, relying on their numbers, they savagely surrounded him. In their eyes, Yi Xian was nothing but a good-for-nothing who lived off a woman. If we leave our senior sister, won't we be at their mercy? Yi Xian smiled and said, Protect me? Do I, a dignified junior uncle, need someone to protect me? Yuanji and his men burst into laughter. Yi Xian, you piece of trash. A disgrace to the Sword Immortal sect. You think you're worthy to call us Master Uncle? He's the one who killed Yuan Ba? Enough talk, let's go and fight. Break his legs first, so he can't run away. Yuan Ji took out a jade recording slip and said with a sinister smile, "What kind of shady relationship do you have with these women? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Don't, and I'll make you wish you were dead for the next 10 days." Yi Xian's anger flared, and his eyes blazed with murderous intent. The most important people in his life were his 9 senior sisters. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. Touching them will result in death. Chapter 34: Kneeling Down and Admitting Defeat. No, teach him a lesson. It was one thing for Yuan Ji to threaten him, but he kept dragging his senior sister into it, trying to ruin her. How could he let him off so easily? The God-level choice system has reappeared. Choose A, kneel down and admit defeat. You will get the nickname Punching Bag, and your chance will decrease by 1. Choose B, teach him a lesson, kill Yuan Ji, and obtain a mid-grade jade treasure, innate 8 trigrams mirror. Innate 8 trigrams mirror, a mid-grade jade treasure, can predict good and bad fortune, divine the future, and find what you want. Note: this item was originally a pair of male and female mirrors, but one half is missing. If the other half is found, its power will be greatly increased. Treasures are classified into 4 levels: divine treasures, immortal treasures, spiritual treasures, jade treasures, and mortal treasures, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Cultivation techniques are classified into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Yi Xuanfei quickly chose B. I don't care what kind of treasure it is. Only, killing you is very important. But strategy is also needed when dealing with the enemy. The opponent was over 30 Qi refining stage cultivators, while Yi Xian was only at the body tempering stage. Even if Yi Xian had extraordinary luck, powerful spiritual roots, and the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bone forging his body into the golden body realm, making him incredibly resilient, he still wouldn't be able to withstand any beatings. Even so, they couldn't withstand a group attack from more than 30 people. You'll get beaten to a pulp. Yi Xian's eyes darted around, and a plan formed in his mind. I'll talk. He feigned fear. My senior sisters and I, we actually have something going on. His voice trailed off, as if he were a little shy. Ha ha. I knew that woman Nangong Zhao was all talk and no action, but she was a terrible person in private. Yuan Ji grinned wickedly, and fearing the recording wouldn't be clear, he brought the jade slip closer and closer. He was convinced that Yi Xian was scared and backed down. This is only natural. After all, he has more than 30 Qi refining stage cultivators on his side. If he blocks Yi Xian's body tempering stage cultivator, he can just be tossed around and molded at will. Who knew? Yi Xian lured Yuan Ji close enough, and suddenly, sneak attack. His knee shot up with lightning speed. Yuan Ji's nose was hit hard by Yi Xian's blow. There was a bang. He boasted of his straight nose, like someone who ran a soy sauce shop, when suddenly blood flowed all over his face. The pain was unbearable. Wah! Yuan Ji cried out in pain. He never expected that Yi Xian would advance instead of retreating in this desperate situation, launching a frenzied sneak attack. Still online, Yi Xian grabbed Yuan Ji's head, said nothing, clenched his fist, and punched him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor bone unleashes 3 times the power of the Qilin arm. Boom. The force of 10,000 genes slammed hard into Yuan Ji's arrogant and overbearing face. Yuan Ji's face was smashed, and he saw stars. His eyeballs were about to be blasted out by Yi Xian's punch. The disciples were shocked and terrified. Yi Xian was on the verge of despair, but instead of retreating, he advanced and launched a fierce attack. Yi Xian didn't know any martial arts techniques. This 2-hit combo was just a mortal martial art he learned from watching martial arts movies. To cultivators, it was utterly vulgar and despicable, a low-class street fighting style. When cultivators fight, they are bound to be dashing and elegant, standing still and unleashing their attacks, clashing with immortal techniques, and exchanging blows with immortal treasures. When immortals fight, the posture is the most important thing. The righteous must be handsome, and the wicked must also have an imposing presence. How can such vulgar fighting by ordinary people be considered respectable? But it works great. Yi Xian didn't care about fighting stances, since he didn't understand any martial arts techniques anyway. He just wanted to have fun first. His momentum exploded wildly, and he unleashed a brutal beating. Grasp! Didn't you want to hear about my rumored relationship with my senior sister? I'm telling you, come on. Each punch is harder than the last. The power of the ancient ancestral dragon in his right arm continued to erupt. Although it was only 1/10,000th of the original power, it was still enough to fight against an army of 10,000. Yuanji's face was beaten until it was covered in blood and gore. If it weren't for his uncle, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, carefully nurturing him and feeding him countless rare and precious herbs, even if it were Yuan Ba's head, it would have been smashed to pieces. Are you all dead? Why aren't you attacking me all at once? Yuanji screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The lackeys suddenly realized what was happening and were eager to make their move. Who knew? Yi Xian suddenly kicked Yuanji into the crowd. Several lackeys carried the seriously injured Yuanji and they fell into a heap. Yi Xian laughed loudly and then suddenly attacked in a frenzy. You idiot. I'll beat you up every time I see you. He took advantage of the chaos to break through and escape. He took advantage of the chaos to escape 10 feet away. Yuanji roared, "A bunch of pigs. Kill him. Slaughter him." His face was smashed by Yi Xian, and he was now filled with murderous intent. What do you mean by recording or not recording? Screw it. Yi Xian was a complete waste before, but now he beat Yuanji to a pulp. That punch was incredibly powerful. The man's physical strength was so formidable that even Yuanji felt inferior to him. What kind of opportunity did Yi Xian obtain? This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will surely become a major threat. He only wanted to kill Yi Xian, to tear him to pieces. His men, as if waking from a dream, began to curse and draw their swords, launching a frenzied attack. Falling leaf sword, lightning cross sword, soul chaser blade, flowing water sword. The Sword Immortal sect unleashed a variety of sword techniques, each gleaming with a cold light, as they pursued Yi Xian. The importance of the physical training period is fully demonstrated. If it were a normal body tempering stage cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape the relentless bombardment from a chi refining stage disciple of 30-odd. However, Yi Xiantian had a spiritual root, received enlightenment, and refined the ancestral dragon emperor bone, making his physical strength more than 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary body tempering stage cultivator. Thanks to Yi Xian's preemptive decapitation strike, the Yuan sect fought haphazardly without any command. Yi Xian took 3 or 4 sword strikes, but managed to escape more than 20 feet away. The importance of the physical training period is fully demonstrated. If it were an ordinary body tempering stage cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape a barrage of attacks from a chi refining stage cultivator. One hit, and he'd definitely fall. However, Yi Xiantian had a spiritual root, received enlightenment, and refined the ancestral dragon emperor bone, making his physical strength more than 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary body tempering stage cultivator. He withstood several sword attacks, his body slightly tilted, and he coughed up blood, but he continued running wildly. Direction: the second staircase. Yi Xian had already decided that the only way was to move upwards relentlessly. It's impossible for all of Yuanji's subordinates to be capable of passing the floor assessment and relentlessly pursuing him. The higher you go, the fewer people are chasing you. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing Yi Xian about to escape towards the staircase, Yuanji's face turned extremely gloomy. He suddenly swallowed a pill and frantically activated his cultivation technique. At this moment, his expression was extremely ferocious, and he disregarded everything. The spiritual energy in the Dantian was mobilized frantically. You piece of trash, you haven't even reached the chi refining stage, yet you dare to ambush me? Die. The fish intestine sword, a high-grade mortal treasure bestowed by Yuanji, began to hum. It's impossible for someone in the chi refining stage to wield a celestial sword. That's a supernatural power only available to those in the core formation stage. However, the fish intestine sword is a treasure possessing its own flying sword attack ability, which only requires the cultivator's spiritual power to activate. Although the attack strength is negligible in the eyes of a nascent soul cultivator, it is more than enough to kill a chi refining cultivator or even threaten a foundation establishment cultivator. This is Yuanji's trump card to save his nephew's life. Even though Yuanji was a genius, he could only barely activate his supernatural powers once after taking the elixir. The fish intestine sword transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew away, at lightning speed. Yi Xian was about to reach the stairs, just 2 steps away, when suddenly his heart tightened. A suffocating sense of oppression enveloped him. Not good. Yi Xian only had time to dodge slightly. His back was instantly pierced by the fish intestine sword. Yi Xian was struck as if by a sledgehammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, along with dark purple fragments, which sprayed all over the ground. The jade slip he was carrying at his waist fell to the ground, and he didn't have time to pick it up. Despite his severe injuries, his momentum remained undiminished. He drew the fish intestine sword and stored it directly in his storage ring. Holding onto the momentum of the attack, he suddenly rushed up the stairs. No, you bastard. Yuan Ji lost his connection with the fish intestine sword, and his face contorted in rage. Chapter 35: The Mysterious Bronze Seal. Yi Xian cannot be killed. Even when he was about to die, this guy still took his precious sword. Yi Xian felt a powerful force blocking his way at the top of the stairs. It was as if an invisible clump of glue was blocking my way. Each step requires a great deal of physical exertion. Break! Yi Xian's anger burned fiercely. Injury made Yi Xian like a wounded wolf, making him even more frenzied and dangerous. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never been so close to death. It seemed as if one could sense the terrifying energy within him. The resistance paused for a moment, then disappeared. He broke through the yellow level tower and entered the 2nd level, the profound level tower. Only a furious Yuan Ji was left behind. Snort. Yuan Ji picked up the teleportation jade slip and grinned smugly. This kid's teleportation jade slip is already in my hands, and he's seriously injured. He can't escape. Let's go. Determined to succeed, he led his men in a fierce and relentless pursuit. Sword Pavilion has only 4 levels. Where could Yi Xian escape to? Yuan Ji is now determined to kill Yi Xian. He knew that if he went out, Yi Xian would definitely complain to Huang Yuerong and even Nangong Zhao. He may face severe punishment or even death. However, if Yi Xian is killed, there will be no way to prove anything, and Yuan Ji could protect him, which might actually put him in a better position. As long as he doesn't die, even if he's expelled, Yuan Ji has a way to get him to join another sect. Yi Xian, you are doomed to die today. Yuan Ji touched his face, which had been bruised and battered by Yi Xian, filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stepped up to the 2nd floor. Yi Xian was merely a heavily wounded prey that fled. The disciples of the Yuan sect also went up to the 2nd floor. However, due to the obstruction of the Sword Pavilion, only 40% of those qualified enough to ascend to the profound level tower and select profound level cultivation techniques are allowed to do so. Only 13 people. Yuan Ji's expression darkened, clearly realizing Yi Xian's scheme to use the Sword Pavilion to block the pursuers. We can't let Yi Xian advance any further. Yuan Ji estimated that if Yi Xian ran to the earthly ranked tower, apart from him who was confident he could enter, everyone else would be blocked at the door. He shouted, "Follow the trail of blood. Chase after him. We can't let him get away." Yes. The 13 Yuan sect disciples, all elites, unleashed their cultivation techniques and searched for Yi Xian with full vigilance. Yi Xian's situation was dire, extremely dire. He coughed up blood with every step he took. He was severely injured by Yuan Ji's fish intestine sword. If he had not already reached the golden body realm, his life would have been in danger. But Yi Xian's eyes grew increasingly fierce, like a hungry wolf being hunted. The 2nd level is the Xian level cultivation technique, which has even fewer participants. Yi Xian quickened his pace and rushed towards the stairwell. He believed that with his spiritual roots and aptitude, the Sword Pavilion could help him take another step forward. But he was seriously injured and couldn't walk fast. From behind came Yuan Ji's smug, sinister laugh. "Kid, where are you running to? Today, no one can protect you." He shook Yi Xian's teleportation jade slip, grinning maliciously. Yi Xian sneered. Enough with the nonsense. He didn't bother with any nonsense and charged straight ahead. "Go. Don't kill them. Leave them for me to play with." Yuan Ji swallowed a spirit pill in one gulp. This thing was worth 100 low-grade spirit stones, quite precious, but he didn't care at all and ate it like a snack. The 2nd generation of immortals are just that willful. 13 Qi refining stage cultivators with Xian-level aptitude rushed forward. Yi Xian ran wildly towards the stairs. One step, one blood. Still trying to escape? Yuan Ji grinned maliciously and took out a bronze seal from his storage ring. The moment this object appeared, the entire space changed color. This object is square, with a dragon carved on top. It is extremely ancient, primitive, mysterious, yet awe-inspiring. The origin of this item is quite peculiar. Its grade is unknown. It was obtained by Yuan during an adventure exploring a celestial cave, a stroke of incredible luck. It is inscribed with extremely obscure ancient characters, yet it is incredibly heavy, weighing a full 18,000 jin, approximately 9,500 kilograms. Yuan consulted numerous experts, but none could determine the cause. Even with his nascent soul cultivation, he couldn't fully refine it. He could only barely unleash 1 or 2/10 of its power. Inside, there seems to be a mysterious force preventing anyone from refining this treasure. Yuan saw it once and liked it very much, so he begged for it repeatedly. Unable to resist his nephew's earnest pleas and preoccupied with his cultivation, Yuan lent the item to Yuan to play with. This time, Yuan also brought it out as a reliance. Yuan exerted considerable effort, urging his spiritual power, and the bronze seal wobbled as it flew up. Yi Xian, aren't you supposed to be tough? Even flying swords can't kill you. Let's see how you dodge this. Yuan face twisted in anger, and murderous intent surged within him. If we make a move, we must kill this kid. Wow, senior brother is amazing. Another treasure? Master cherishes senior brother too much. Such terrifying spiritual power. Yi Xian is doomed. Cut. Yuan said viciously. As the spiritual energy was activated, 2 or 3 characters of the ancient inscription on the bronze seal suddenly lit up and soared into the sky. Spin, spin. From small to big, it keeps spinning and getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, it has grown to the size of a house. With a deafening crash, it slammed down. Yuan felt completely drained, cold sweat pouring down his face. If I didn't possess both metal and wood spiritual roots, I would never have been able to activate this thing. Yi Xian, you're dead. Yi Xian was running away when he suddenly felt himself enveloped again, and he complained inwardly. Damn it, another magical treasure? That Yuan is really rich and willful. Yi Xian looked back and saw that the bronze seal was about to smash into his head, and he was terrified. It's too late to run. The bronze seal seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, crashing down like a great bell. In Yi Xian's eyes, it was like a mountain range that had suddenly appeared, getting closer and closer. No matter how Yi Xian dodged, he was like Sun Wukong trapped under the 5-finger mountain of Buddha, unable to escape no matter how he dodged left or right. Am I going to die? In a moment of inspiration, Yi Xian noticed a bookshelf nearby. On it was a book called The Sword of All Laws Returning to One. That's right. We can go in. A brilliant idea flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately reached out to touch the cultivation technique. Forget about sword manuals. He'd even want the sunflower manual. A flash of inspiration struck Jian Go. At the critical moment, a huge suction force pulled Yi Xian in. Boom. The bronze seal slammed heavily onto the ground. Even with the sword pavilion's celestial treasure, it couldn't withstand the violent shaking. Clearly, this is an extraordinary item. Huff, huff. Yuan sneered. Then Yi Xian is probably turned into mincemeat. That's right. With such power, let alone a body-tempering failure like him, even a chi refining stage cultivator or a foundation establishment stage cultivator would find it hard to escape death. I believe this treasure has a remarkable history, thanks to clinging to my senior brother's coattails. Hee. The disciples vied to flatter him. Yuan lived up to his reputation for wisdom. Not at ease, he swallowed another spirit-replenishing pill, regulated his breathing for a moment, and chanted an incantation. The bronze seal, as large as a house, slowly shrank and transformed into a golden light, returning to his embrace. Yuan went up to investigate carefully. His face grew increasingly grim. No, Yi Xian isn't dead. How do you know? There is no trace of his flesh or bones here. Yuan gritted his teeth. That kid must have run away. The disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, a mere nobody, would have such a lucky life? Even though Yuan is such a prodigy and possesses extraordinary treasures, how come he can't kill this good-for-nothing time and time again? Chapter 36, Cultivating Through Battle. refining the dragon bone. Find him. Where could he, a mere body-tempering stage cultivator, possibly have gone? Yuan Ji said angrily. Could it be hidden inside a book? One of the disciples reminded him, there are restrictions in the book. When you choose a cultivation technique, you will be sucked into the restricted world to challenge it. Once you complete the challenge, you can come out. Right? Yuan Ji's eyes flashed. This kid must have run into this cultivation technique. The group's eyes were filled with regret as they fell upon the Xian-level sword manual. The sword of all laws returning to one. All laws converge into one sword world. A ripple of light appeared on the water. Yi Xian lay on the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood. His internal organs were injured, and coupled with the frantic running he had just endured, he was seriously injured. However, Yi Xian burst into laughter. Yuan Ji, if you can't kill me, I'll definitely repay you handsomely. Hee. He surveyed this restricted world. A huge shadow appeared in front of us. That was formed from the protective barrier spell. A sword cultivator at the mid-stage of Qi refining, wielding a sword, stared coldly at him. This is a divine power of the sword pavilion, to prevent disciples from choosing cultivation techniques that are unsuitable for them. Each technique has an opponent created by a protective barrier. Only by defeating the guardian opponent can you prove that your aptitude and foundation are sufficient to master the technique. As one of the 5 oldest sword sects in Emperor Shirtian's 5 Absolute Sword Alliance, the Sword Immortal sect truly possesses profound heritage. The most ingenious part is that different disciples, even when entering the same forbidden world of a cultivation technique, will face different opponents. The opponent will adapt to your strengths and weaknesses, making them significantly stronger than you, but not to the point of being completely outmatched. You must surpass your own level to obtain the technique. The Sword Pavilion was designed by the patriarch of the Sword Immortal sect, who incorporated teaching into the transmission of skills, showing his painstaking efforts. Without uttering a single word, the illusory sword cultivator drew his sword and charged forward. Damn it! Aren't you going to give me some time to rest? Yi Xian curled his lip. He flipped his hand, took out a healing pill that Huang Yuang had prepared for him from his storage ring, and popped it into his mouth. A cool sensation rose from the wound. Yi Xian's injuries are healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was so fast that even he was surprised. Damn it! Once you reach the golden body realm, even your injuries heal many times faster. Yi Xian had a sudden inspiration. I'm even more looking forward to the effects of refining the second Dragon Emperor bone. The illusory sword cultivator unleashed a storm of wind and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, his blade was already 3 inches from his head. Yi Xian snorted coldly and dodged. The swordsman's sword missed its mark, and the ground crumbled, leaving a deep groove more than a meter deep. Yi Xian became even more excited. He flipped his hand. The jade slip containing the dragon and tiger fist, seized from Yuan Ba, has appeared. Yi Xian crushed the jade slip. In his mind, all the moves of the Fist of Dragon and Tiger flashed before his eyes. Dragon and Tiger Fist, a high-level yellow-grade martial art, is divided into 7 levels. Because the levels are not very difficult, it is actually quite easy to cultivate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with increasing excitement. Yuan Ji, you silly son. You can just wait outside like an idiot. I can stay in the sword pavilion for 10 days, and the flow of the restricted world is 10 times slower, which means I have 100 days to cultivate. As long as I don't leave the forbidden world, you can't get in. In these 100 days, I will cultivate the Dragon Tiger Fist, and more importantly, I will refine that second ancestral Dragon Emperor bone. When we leave, I'm going to give you a big surprise. You better wash up and wait. Yi Xian used the Dragon Step and Tiger Stride, moved to dodge the fierce attack of the illusory sword cultivator. Immediately, with a single move, the Dragon Tiger Roaring Emperor Fist, he fiercely blasted back the illusory sword cultivator. The sword cultivator, now transformed, stumbled back 2 steps in a sorry state. Yi Xian observed that the shadow on the sword cultivator had faded slightly. That means he's injured. Once the sword cultivator's shadow disappears completely, the sword cultivator will vanish completely. He then left the restricted world. But Yi Xian did not press his advantage. The illusory sword cultivator seemed to possess some intelligence, falling silent. He was likely pondering how to counter Yi Xian's sudden mastery of the Dragon Tiger Fist, a technique he didn't have before the absorption restriction. As time went by, the sword cultivator's fading figure gradually returned to normal. Just as I expected, the sword pavilion's restrictions can slowly recover, preventing disciples from having any opportunity to take advantage. Yi Xian laughed heartily and unleashed the regretful dragon move, charging forward. Come on, let's fight. The sword cultivator phantom charged forward fiercely. As he fought more battles, he became more and more proficient in using the dragon tiger fist, and the key to its application lay entirely in his mind. I kept receiving system notifications. Your yellow grade low level, dragon tiger fist, has broken through the first level. Its power has increased by 20%. Breaking through to the second level. Power increased by 20%. The third floor. Every time Yi Xian severely injured the sword cultivator phantom, Yi Xian would immediately retreat to his original position. The sword cultivator phantom wasn't stupid either. He immediately sat down to regulate his breathing and recover. Each person and their shadow recovered, and all was well. After they had prepared, they engaged in another fierce battle. A world without sun and moon is forbidden. Yi Xian didn't know how long it took, but it was about 10 days before he mastered the Dragon Tiger Fist to the 7th level. Top-notch. Its power has increased 3 times from the initial grasp and cannot be increased further. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Although the Dragon Tiger Fist is not of a high grade, it is easy to learn, making it the most suitable fist and foot technique for beginners in physical combat. He threw a punch. Dragon Tiger Roaring Emperor Fist. The phantom swordsman was knocked to the ground in a sorry state and had become extremely thin and faint and could dissipate at any moment. This shadow was no match for Yi Xian at all. Although he possessed a mid-level qi refining cultivation level, Yi Xian had extraordinary physical strength and was proficient in fist techniques, so he could easily defeat him even if he had to fight head-on. Yi Xian stopped pursuing and instead sat cross-legged. Begin refining the second piece of ancestral dragon emperor bone. Linger quietly appeared beside him. She glanced coldly at him as he cultivated. You're not as brainless as I thought, are you? You know to hide here when danger comes. Linger sneered. Yi Xian ignored her and focused on refining the essence. This time, the ancestral dragon emperor bone is the left leg. Yi Xian estimates that once he successfully refines it, it will greatly enhance his leg's strength and speed, making his already formidable physical body even stronger. We'll be even more confident in dealing with Yuan Ji, who possesses that mysterious bronze seal. During the second refining process, Yi Xian still felt immense pain, screaming incessantly. My leg is broken. Ouch! Ouch! Yi Xian felt as if magma had seeped into his very bones, causing him excruciating pain. Humph! It is naturally painful for mortals to refine the bones of such divine beasts. Linger disappeared, leaving behind the words, but I must remind you, no matter how much you improve, you still can't defeat Yuan Ji's bronze seal. I don't even know its origin, but I'm certain it's no ordinary item. Not even that old dog Yuan Ji is worthy of possessing it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Even Linger, who is so awesome every day, doesn't know the origin of the bronze seal. Even a nascent soul stage peak old dog isn't worthy of possessing this item. Hee, murder and robbery. 10 days, 20 days, 50 days. Yi Xian was immersed in cultivation, frantically refining the second piece of the ancestral dragon emperor bone. But outside, this is a real hardship for Yuan Ji, who was waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. Why aren't they out yet? Yuan Ji paced back and forth in front of the bookshelf in a frenzy. He had been waiting for 6 days and was getting impatient. Chapter 37 Yi Xian, the most monstrous body-tempering stage prodigy in history. Yes, Yi Xian went in and never came out again. Another disciple gritted his teeth. For the past 6 days, countless disciples have come and gone, wondering what the 14 people are doing here. That good-for-nothing is too scared to come out. Another disciple flattered. I'm afraid you'll kill him, senior brother. Huh, but we can't just keep waiting like this. One disciple looked worried. Most people have successfully chosen their cultivation methods and left the sword pavilion. If we can't choose one, we'll have no cultivation methods to practice next year. Wait forever. Yuan Ji remained silent for a moment, then said in a dark and gloomy tone, I suspect that Yi Xian is stalling for time inside, barely clinging to life. He might even be plotting some kind of scheme. However, his teleportation jade slip is in my hands. Once the 10 days are up, he will either have to come out and face his death, or he will be imprisoned in this sword pavilion world until it opens next year, where he will only starve to death. No one has ever been able to leave alive. A cruel smile played on his lips. Let's see how he dies. The disciples hesitated and remained silent. Yuan Ji surveyed the room, understanding the situation perfectly, and laughed heartily. As for the cultivation techniques, don't worry. At worst, I'll have my uncle compensate you. At least a high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique. How about that? The disciples were overjoyed. Haha, of course, no problem. Following my senior brother, killing Yi Xian is the most important thing. Guys, cheer up. We'll kill Yi Xian as soon as he appears. Several more days passed as they waited. It was the last day of the Sword Pavilion trial. Yi Xian has not come out yet. In another hour, Jiangu will be completely closed. Damn it! Is this kid hiding inside having a baby? One disciple cursed loudly. He's been inside for 100 days, hasn't he? What is he doing? 100 days? A sense of foreboding suddenly flashed through Yuan Ji's mind. After Yi Xian acquired spiritual roots, he was able to kill Yuan Ba with his bare hands in just a few days. What if he had 100 days to cultivate? Not good. He hadn't even shouted it out yet. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the barrier. The Xian-level cultivation technique, sword of all laws returning to one, also transformed into a beam of light and entered his storage ring. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? He has been cultivating within the restrictions for 100 days. Uncle Master has arrived. Yi Xian unleashed a powerful dragon tiger roaring emperor fist, striking the disciple who had just mocked him for being in confinement. The disciple flew out like a kite with a broken string, wobbling and twisting. His chest was completely shattered, deeply sunken. Yi Xian's punch actually. He directly killed the disciple with excellent aptitude in the qi refining stage. The disciple's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he coughed up blood. 10 days ago, Yi Xian was being chased and forced to run around everywhere. But now, he was like a tiger descending the mountain, capable of annihilating him in a single move. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Yi Xian killed an enemy with a single move, and without saying a word, he turned and ran. A flash of inspiration struck. The deceased disciple turned into streaks of green light and was absorbed into the system by Yi Xian. Yi Xian received a notification. Decompose the enemy's soul and treasures to gain 3 contribution points. They're rich. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. These disciples who were qualified to ascend to the Xian-level tower were naturally incomparable to Yuan Ba's lackeys from the outer sect. Their aptitude, treasures, and cultivation level are all far superior. Yi Xian, you're up to your dirty tricks again. Yuan Ji's eyes widened in horror, and he roared, "Kill!" The 12 disciples relentlessly pursued and killed him. Various sword techniques were unleashed upon Yi Xian as if they were free. Although Yi Xian launched another surprise attack this time, resulting in the loss of one person, the others had at least gained experience and were even more enraged, unleashing a barrage of techniques. If it were Yi Xian from 10 days ago, he would definitely have survived this time. Unfortunately, Yi Xian seemed to be a completely different person this time. His speed suddenly increased by at least 40% or 50%. Their movements have become even more unpredictable and incredibly fast. After 81 days, Yi Xian finally succeeded in refining the ancestral Dragon Emperor bone, left leg. Although his cultivation level is still at the peak of body tempering, his attributes in all aspects have been greatly improved. His speed increased by at least 50%. The 12 qi refining stage disciples gave chase relentlessly, but all their efforts were in vain. Yi Xian escaped unharmed, covering more than 20 zhang in the blink of an eye. What's most infuriating is that this guy was running around while simultaneously launching a map-wide attack to provoke hatred. Nephews, this won't do. Your uncle is leaving. Once I get the heaven-level cultivation technique, I will definitely report to the transmission and enforcement elders. I'll say you've betrayed your master and ancestors. You can just wait to die at Blackwood Cliff. It has to be said that this guy's threat to Sue was incredibly damaging. Upon hearing this, all the disciples were filled with shock and anger. They were terrified. The transmission elder was his second sister, Huang Yuerong, and the enforcement elder was his third sister, Dongfang Shifeng. If this guy gets out alive, given his incredibly despicable and vicious tongue, he might still have connections, but I'm really finished. Expelled from the sect? Love is out of the question. He'll be locked up at Blackwood Cliff until he dies. What? You want the sect leader to make a decision? Not long ago, the scene of the sect leader being openly hugged and cuddled by him, the siblings' intimate display of affection, and a flying sword parading through the streets, must still be fresh in everyone's memory. Given this relationship, based on his experience of chasing this person in the sword pavilion, he could easily guess the sect leader's attitude. Even Yuan-Ji couldn't protect himself. Without Yuan-Ji even needing to shout for battle, the 12 disciples frantically gave chase. Yi Xian, his mouth agape, ran and shouted, "Listen up, everyone. These Yuan sect disciples are betraying their master and ancestors. Help!" Yuan-Ji was practically grinding his teeth to dust. Although the vast majority of disciples went out, there may be a very small number who suffer from decision-making difficulties and are still struggling with their options at the last minute. This is like a group of murderers who, having already committed their crimes, are now determined to go all the way. It's either you die or I die. 13 Qi refining stage disciples, their eyes glowing red, relentlessly pursued him to the ends of the earth. The hatred level is incredibly stable as a rock. Yi Xian glanced behind him, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He won't let a single one of them go. Instead of going out, go find your second and third sisters to punish you. Instead, wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. Yi Xian has never been a magnanimous person. He will not forget how these people almost succeeded in chasing him before. Having established aggro, Yi Xian directly. Go upstairs. That's right, head straight for the prefecture-level building. Only 15 minutes left. Although Yi Xian was quite confident that he could annihilate all these enemies, he always planned carefully before acting and never did anything without a sure chance of victory. 13 enemies is still a bit too many. Continued differentiation. Defeat them one by one. Yuan-Ji originally wanted to use the bronze seal, but Yi Xian was too fast, so he had to trap him to be sure of success. He can only use this ultimate move once before he falls into a state of exhaustion. He must be absolutely certain of success. We've arrived at the third-floor stairwell. Yi Xian indeed felt an incredibly powerful force blocking him from going upstairs. If it were Yi Xian 10 days ago, it would probably be very difficult. But now, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He shouted, and his muscles exploded. An incredibly powerful force and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. In fact, after 100 days of arduous training, Yi Xian refined the ancestral Dragon Emperor bone, left leg, and successfully raised his physical strength from the marrow-cleansing realm to the rock-solid realm. As the name suggests, this realm is one where the body is as solid as a rock. Yi Xian had once heard Nangong Zhao say that the rock realm had reached the physical strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Naturally, spells from the Qi refining stage are difficult to penetrate the defenses of the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xian's current strength can be described as the most monstrous body tempering stage in history. Boom! Yi Xian broke through the obstruction and rushed into the ground floor. Looking at Yuan-Ji and the 12 villains behind the ground, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 38, Trapping a Turtle in a Jar? Sending them to their deaths one by one. They were all stunned. Is that still the legendary useless martial uncle Yi Xian? Yuan-Ji was filled with remorse. Having witnessed Yi Xian's extraordinary talent, he felt an urge to crush the jade slip and turn around and leave. If he had known Yi Xian's strength earlier, he would never have provoked Yi Xian in the sword pavilion. But then Yi Xian's sharp-tongued, sweeping criticism came from upstairs. Nephews, don't waste your energy. I'll be leaving as soon as I get the cultivation manual. The teleportation jade slip of the disciple who was just killed is already in my hands. I won't wait for you. You bastard. Yuan-Ji's face was ashen. If he gets out alive, it'll be our turn to die? You all know he has powerful backers, right? The 12 thugs were filled with remorse. Is there any way out now? Kill. They rushed up the steps together. Obstruction barrier, blocking. These people, as rising stars highly regarded by Yuan-Ji, are indeed quite talented. 9 people in total, after some struggle, broke through the obstruction and rushed up to the 3rd floor. 4 people were forced to stay. After successfully breaking through to the earthly realm, Yuan-Ji was overjoyed. Reaching the earthly class is an immense opportunity. The other 8 people were also overjoyed. Yuan Ji glanced at him, then burst into wild laughter. Yi Xian, you think you can stop us? Wishful thinking. Kill him. The 9 people, who had already been arranged, instantly dispersed and flew off in different directions. When gathered, they are a blazing fire. When scattered, they are a sky full of stars. Without saying a word, Yuan Ji headed straight for the staircase leading to the 4th floor. His biggest fear was that Yi Xian would continue to ascend, as even he himself wasn't confident he could reach the heavenly rank tower. Having successfully defended the heavenly staircase, Yuan Ji finally felt somewhat at ease. Catching a turtle in a jar. I must kill Yi Xian. The remaining 8 people were divided into 4 groups to conduct a comprehensive search for Yi Xian. Yuan Ji believed that this arrangement was foolproof. Even if Yi Xian launches another sneak attack, the 2 of them are enough to hold him off while waiting for reinforcements from other groups to surround and kill him. However, Yi Xian always manages to bring him unexpected surprises. Yi Xian did not appear for a long time. Has this kid run away into some book again? One of the disciples used amplification techniques and said angrily. The ground floor was empty and deserted. No one responded. Where is Yi Xian right now? Murder. He is currently at the profound level. Surprised? Unexpected? Just now, Yi Xian indeed casually hid in a low-level cultivation technique. This time, facing the illusory shadow opponent, he fought swiftly and decisively, defeating him in no time. The earth-rank cultivation technique entered his robes directly. Yi Xian appeared from the void, but instead of rushing towards the heavenly staircase, he did the opposite. Head straight down the stairs. This is Yi Xian's unconventional thinking. Sword Pavilion, second sister never said we couldn't go down, right? Can't we go back to a lower floor? However, Yi Xian estimated that the disciples who had participated in the previous trials could choose high-grade cultivation techniques, and it would be impossible for them to choose again in the future. Yi Xian, however, rushed down the slope. Before him stood 4 Yuan sect disciples, all looking utterly astonished. The 4 were utterly shocked to see Yi Xian return. Without wasting any words, Yi Xian immediately began the attack. Dragon Tiger Roar Emperor Fist. With a single, clean punch, he swiftly and decisively severed the head of the nearest person. His head exploded like a watermelon. Before the Yuan sect disciple could even utter the cry of Yi Xian, he was already dead and his life was extinguished. The other 3 were shocked when they saw Yi Xian. It was truly unbelievable that when Yuan Ji and his 9 men went to chase and kill him, not only did he emerge unscathed, but he also returned to kill them. The 3 men still tried to resist, shouting and drawing their swords. But why would Yi Xian give them a chance? Kill, kill, kill. That means I'm going to die. With a single move, the dragon regrets. Yi Xian sent 1 person flying. The man coughed up blood in midair, his ribs shattered. Before the shock in his eyes had faded, Yi Xian was already enduring the fierce attacks from the other 2, forcibly waiting for the combo below. With a single move, the dragon-like tiger-like steps, he subdued the seriously injured man. With both hands, just twist it. Boom. It snapped the man's neck as easily as snapping a chicken cartilage. Yi Xian estimated that although this person had reached the qi refining stage, his physical strength was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person, at most reaching the body-strengthening realm. Compared to Yi Xian's terrifying spirit body realm, this is nothing. Another one has died. The remaining 2 looked terrified and almost dropped their swords. This Yi Xian is truly terrifying. Not only are they cunning, but they also kill without blinking an eye. They weren't given a chance to speak at all. The 2 exchanged a glance, then suddenly split up and ran away at full speed. We need to run. It takes time to crush the jade slip. Yi Xian wouldn't give them time to escape. It would be better for them to split up and run away. Yi Xian gave a wicked smile and disappeared from the spot. A person was running wildly when he suddenly looked back. My soul is terrified. It turned out that Yi Xian was chasing after him at a speed at least 3 times faster than him. How is that possible? Aren't you just in the body-tempering stage? The man screamed wildly. A tremendous force erupted from Yi Xian's hand. The person was lifted into the air. It slammed hard against the bookshelf opposite. Blood and gore. He fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand. The 3 corpses all turned into a green light and were taken away by him. Not a trace of blood was left on the ground. Yi Xian received +3 +2 +2 for a total of 7 contribution points. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he chased after the next target. Time is tight. He's going to kill all his enemies. None of those who hunt him down will leave this place alive. Others were afraid that Yi Xian would report them, and Yi Xian didn't want his cultivation level or secrets to be exposed. The perfect ending is when all the enemies are wiped out. The last person ran wildly, about to crush the jade slip. Suddenly someone grabbed my neck from behind. They picked him up like a chicken being slaughtered. In despair, the man cried out for mercy. Uncle Master Yi, Uncle Master, spare my life. This disciple was only confused for a moment. Bewitched by Master, that Yuan Ji. Smack. His neck was broken. Yi Xian waved his hand. The corpse transformed into a beam of light in midair and was devoured by the system. Yi Xian said calmly, since you've done it, you have to bear the consequences. He disappeared from the spot. The problem downstairs has been resolved. As for those who remained at the Xian level, Yi Xian did not pursue them. After all, 10 days had passed, and they should all have left by now. They didn't see any of Yi Xian's trump cards, and instead went out to testify that it was Yuan's sect who attacked first. Yi Xian ran wildly across the sword pavilion. Besides killing all of Yuan Ji and his ilk, he had other grand plans to carry out. Every second of time is precious. On the ground floor, Yuan Ji was sweating profusely. Although he couldn't hear the screams downstairs, his intuition told him that something was wrong. That's very wrong. Come back. Assemble, he shouted. However, a moment later, only 2 groups of accomplices rushed over. The remaining 2 groups of 4 people have disappeared without a trace. Yuan Ji's hair stood on end when he saw it. Where are Yuan Xiang's and Yuan Pu's groups? Yuan Ji roared. The 4 people shook their heads blankly. Yuan Ji's hair stood on end. He had seen Yi Xian in action and knew that Yi Xian could kill a qi refining stage cultivator by surprise. Yi Xian's martial prowess is formidable. It's quite extraordinary that someone in the body tempering stage can fight against someone in the qi refining stage. But even though they were in pairs, Yi Xian still managed to kill them all. They can't even issue a warning? Chapter 39. Even a grain of rice can shine. Just how fast is Yi Xian's killing speed? The 5 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Form ranks. Yuan Ji roared angrily. The 5 men drew their swords and looked around, but their hearts were filled with confusion. The surroundings were completely silent, with no one knowing where Yi Xian, that damned god of death, had come from. Drip, drip. The sound of dripping water. Yuan Ji turned around in shock. Surprisingly, one person was sweating profusely. He angrily rebuked. We, 5 dignified qi refining stage cultivators working together, were actually terrified into sweating by a mere body tempering stage cultivator. If word gets out, how will we face anyone? At the critical moment of life and death, the man didn't hold back and retorted, if we hadn't listened to you, how could we have ended up in this state? The other person remained silent for a moment before saying, no, let's crush the jade slip and leave. This Yi Xian is too terrifying. A fierce glint appeared in Yuan Ji's eyes. The 2 men drew their swords, on guard. Tensions were high. Yuan Ji suddenly sighed and said with deep regret, I was wrong about this. The group was taken aback. Yuan Ji took out several small bottles from his pocket and distributed them to the group. These are spirit energy pills and chi replenishing pills that my master gave me, worth over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Having received the favor, the group's hostility diminished considerably. Yuan Ji then blamed himself, saying, just now, it was my fault for giving orders. I shouldn't have split them up, giving that good-for-nothing Yi Xian the opportunity to defeat them one by one. But, Yuan Ji's gaze darkened. If we go out now, all our efforts will be in vain. I promise that as long as we kill Yi Xian, my uncle will permanently gift each of us a low-rank cultivation technique after we leave. The morale of the group has recovered considerably. Yuan Ji pressed his advantage. Yi Xian killed those 4 people. He should be at his last gasp. The 5 of us joined forces and formed a defensive formation. How could he possibly win? I refuse to believe he'd dare to confront us head-on. Ha ha ha, my bronze seal isn't to be trifled with. He burst into wild laughter. The group burst into laughter again when the bronze seal was mentioned. Yes, This person only dares to ambush. If he shows himself, he's doomed. Yi Xian is no match for Brother Ji. However, a lazy voice rang out. Nephew, are you calling me? A figure appeared in front of Yuan Ji and his group of 5. Yuan Ji's laughter abruptly stopped, like a goose singing loudly being grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Awkward. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian refuted his words. Yi Xian, you still dare to come out? Yuan Ji gritted his teeth. What did you do to Yuan Pu and the others? Smack. A teleportation jade slip was thrown on the ground. Smack. Another one. Another one. Besides, one teleportation jade slip after another was thrown in front of everyone. Yuan Ji and the others were shocked. Each person has only one teleportation jade slip. Yi Xian threw out a full 10. What does this illustrate? Explanation. He has already killed 10 people. They were all disciples of Yuan Ji. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yuan Ji then heard the sound of cold sweat dripping from the person behind him. He knew that the morale that had just been raised had plummeted to rock bottom again. This time, small favors and small gestures won't work anymore. Yi Xian is truly an extremely terrifying demon. He truly exploited the weaknesses of human nature to the extreme. The mere jade slips from 10 companions were enough to completely shatter their morale and cause them to collapse. You bastards. You lot. Don't panic. Form ranks. Form ranks. Yuan Ji roared, his veins bulging. The group managed to form a formation, but the tips of their swords were trembling. Fear. Their fear of Yi Xian had reached its peak. Yi Xian smiled and stepped forward. If you dare to do something, you must dare to bear the consequences. Since you dare to hunt me down, then you must be prepared to accept the consequences. Oomph. A mere grain of rice dares to shine. Yuan Ji snorted coldly and began chanting a spell. A beam of light shot into the sky. The mysterious bronze seal appeared in the void, slowly rotating and growing larger and larger. Even Yi Xian's expression hardened. The reason he fled before was because the bronze seal was too terrifyingly powerful. Die! Yuan Ji roared, his eyes bloodshot. The bronze seal crashed down. This time, even those at the peak of the qi refining stage couldn't withstand it. They will inevitably be annihilated. To everyone's surprise, Yi Xian vanished from his spot in an instant. Boom! The bronze seal struck, causing the entire sword pavilion to shake. Yuan Ji felt extremely weak and was about to take medicine to replenish his spiritual energy when he saw a flash of light. Yi Xian, he left and then returned, completely unharmed. You, how could you? Yuan Ji was shocked. Nephew, are you out of your mind? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Last time I dodged this thing, I hid inside a book, didn't I? This time, I'll do the same thing. He pointed to a local-level cultivation manual beside him, and the book transformed into a beam of light, entering his arms. Yi Xian has managed to get another book sorted out. Yuan Ji was furious. Yi Xian hid inside the book again. This sword pavilion is practically a place where one can restrain their bronze seal. He couldn't refine this treasure either. He could only barely activate it, and that required consuming all his spiritual energy. If he can refine it to perfection, how could Yi Xian possibly escape? You've used up your ultimate move? Feeling weak now? Uncle Master, I won't hold back. Yi Xian rushed forward. Under the pressure of the crisis, Yuan Ji completely erupted. He knew very well that if he couldn't stop Yi Xian now, the morale of the others would collapse. His reputation as a prodigy is well-deserved. So what if you're only at the body-tempering stage? He roared and drew his sword in fury. A flash of cold light. Yellow rank superior sword technique. Draw sword flash. This sword technique has only 3 moves. Countless enemies have already been slain. In the instant he drew his sword, with the terrifying speed of a flash, combined with the high-grade mortal-level sword given to him by Yuan Ji, he could sever the opponent's arm cleanly at the root. Die! Yuan Ji smiled proudly. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The speed is even faster. Like a rocket, it hurtled towards Yuan Ji. This time, we're going all out. The surrounding disciples grinned maliciously. That kid's dead meat. Dare to make a move? A cornered dog will do the opposite. Useless trash, you're asking for death. Yuan Ji sneered. Fool, my sword can cut through iron like mud. How can you, a mere body-tempering cultivator, withstand this? Die. He seemed to see Yi Xian's arm being severed cleanly at the root, blood spurting out, his entire right arm flying into the air and his head being cut in two. Brain matter splattered. Fire. A crisp sound. Yuan Ji's spirit sword struck Yi Xian's right arm. I thought I could slice Yi Xian in half as easily as cutting tofu with a knife. Who knew? Yi Xian was not cut off. Instead, he blocked it with his right arm. Yuan Ji. Lackey. The air fell silent instantly. Yi Xian was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan Ji was, after all, a prodigy built up from countless pills and a high-level qi refining cultivator. This sword strike caused Yi Xian's qi to churn. You bastard. You're actually quite skilled. Yi Xian charged in like a lion, slamming his fist into the ground and sending Yuan Ji staggering backward. With arms as strong as a unicorn, strength capable of uprooting mountains, and a spirit that overshadows the world, Yuan Ji was terrified, never expecting that Yi Xian would dare to make a move. There are 4 qi refining stage cultivators behind me. If they all rushed at him, Yi Xian would be no match for them and would be beaten to death. Even more unexpectedly, Yi Xian was able to withstand his sword flash. Yuan Ji's eyes bulged out as he felt the terrifying, deadly power of Yi Xian and the horrific damage it brought. Yi Xian's face was as cold and stern as ice. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. There's absolutely no logic to it. If it weren't for the fact that his right arm had been fused with the ancestral Dragon Emperor bone, making it indestructible and extremely defensive, he would have been cut in two by Yuan Ji in one blow. Kill. Chapter 40. Who is the prey? Who is the hunter? You're all useless. Yuan Ji roared. If I die, none of you will live. The 4 stunned disciples snapped out of their daze and unleashed a flurry of attacks. The 5 of them formed a defensive formation, attacking and defending against each other, creating a pincer movement so that if one side was attacked, the other 4 could provide support. For precious swords, swirling with celestial energy, simultaneously slashed towards Yi Xian. Let go. They only hoped to force Yi Xian to let go, so that Yuan Ji could recover his spiritual energy and activate the bronze seal again. But Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with a frenzied fighting spirit. War, only war. Calling him a good-for-nothing is forgivable, but scheming against my sister-in-law is unforgivable. The more Yi Xian killed, the more agitated he became. He never imagined that settling scores could be so exhilarating. Facing the 4 swords, he clenched his fist and slammed it towards Yuan Ji, whose face was as pale as paper. We will not give them any chance to catch their breath. Yuan Ji could have activated the bronze seal again with just one breath, but Yi Xian refused to give it to him. He had no choice but to retreat. Not only did he retreat, but he also struck with a palm strike. The 5 people formed a battle formation, but Yuan Ji's retreat broke the formation. The other 4 were pushed to the front line by him and sold out completely. Yuan Ji retreated frantically and fled. In his heart, only his own life mattered. Everyone else was just a pawn, to be discarded at any time. The 4 were shocked and furious, but Yi Xian was so close that they could not stop. The 4 attacked together, striking Yi Xian. Yuan Ji thought to himself with relief. Now, you good for nothing, you'll be seriously injured even if you don't die. At least it lets me escape. He was immediately stunned, his mouth agape. The 4 disciples also cried out in despair. Because Yi Xian was like a tiger emerging from the gorge, even though he was injured and bleeding, he was even more ferocious. Dragon Tiger Roar Emperor Fist. 7th level. Snap. Recently, 2 enemies were both hit in the chest. Their chests caved in deeply, and they flew backwards in the air, spitting out blood. They were clearly going to die. The poor physical body encountered a terrifying spiritual being, and the result of close combat was a one-sided slaughter. He can kill 1 man in 10 steps, and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. The remaining 2 were terrified. Their fighting spirit had been completely shattered by Yi Xian's earth-shattering blow. The 2 shouted in unison and turned to run. Idiot! Yuan Ji roared. If we join forces, we can hold him off for a moment. If we run away, we'll die even faster. The reminder came too late. Yi Xian smiled contemptuously, and the ancestral Dragon Emperor bone accelerated its frantic pursuit, catching up with someone from behind. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the man immediately knelt down with a thud and begged loudly for mercy. Uncle Master, Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian kicked him in the throat. He leaned back, spat blood, and flew up. Yi Xian then used the Dragon Tiger Roaring Emperor Fist to finish the job. The man died instantly. The last person was completely terrified. He scrambled and crawled, running wildly towards the fourth floor. Yuan Ji had already rushed to the stairs ahead of time. Yi Xian's hands were covered in blood, but he walked up slowly and deliberately. Yuan Ji and his only remaining disciple were terrified and desperately rushed up the stairs. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer prey in their eyes. It's the hunter. They are no longer the hunters who have everything under control, but the prey who live in constant fear. The situation on both sides has been completely reversed. An unprecedented resistance blocked the two of them. Yuan Ji suddenly kicked out and struck his companion's leg. His companion mumbled something and tumbled down. The framed accomplice cursed loudly. Yuan Ji, I'll F*** your ancestors. Yuan Ji's eyes were sinister as he struggled frantically. He had only one thought in his mind: to survive. He acted as if he were insane, crashing into the barrier. The heavenly realm barrier was indeed the strongest, making even breathing extremely difficult. Yuan Ji used all his strength to activate his dual spiritual roots in his dantian, frantically circulating his spiritual energy. If we can't get through, we'll only die. Charge forward, reach the heavenly realm, and there will still be hope for survival. Fear, on the contrary, stimulated Yuan Ji's potential, driving him to break through and move forward at breakneck speed. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Ji felt a sense of relief. He miraculously overcame the obstacles and arrived at the celestial realm as he wished. Here, you'll find only heaven-rank cultivation techniques. Yi Xian was blocked downstairs. Yuan Ji lay on the stairs, panting heavily, celebrating his victory. He burst into laughter, overjoyed. Ha ha ha! Yi Xian, you've finally been stopped. This feeling of surviving a disaster is just wonderful. Yuan Ji had already started daydreaming. In a little while, he will be able to obtain the heavenly rank cultivation technique. Then, immediately crush the teleportation jade slip and escape. Even if he had to face the elder who passed on his skills after he got out, he had his uncle's protection. He could then twist the truth and falsely accuse Yi Xian of attacking him. With his uncle's power and connections in the Sword Immortal sect, even the outer sect elders would readily respond and stand on his side. If Yi Xian goes out, he will be arrested instead. Hey, even if I gain the upper hand. Yuan Ji became increasingly smug as he thought about it. Who knew? His daydreaming hadn't ended yet. A ripple of light appeared. One foot has stepped onto the heavenly realm. That was a foot that was calm and composed, yet confident and determined. No. Yuan Ji was terrified, his face contorted, and he crawled backward on the stairs like a wronged woman. The scene was inexplicably funny and quite amusing. When he was chasing Yi Xian before, he was like an immortal descending to earth, his light shining brightly, and he saw Yi Xian buried in the ground. Now, they've fallen to this state of disarray. Beneath the sword pavilion, within 10 days, most of the disciples gradually emerged. Whether it's sadness or joy, they all sat cross-legged on the square, waiting for the final trial to end. Yuan Ji and the elders had been waiting impatiently for some time. An elder asked, "Chief, why hasn't your nephew Yuan Ji come out yet?" Yuan Ji glanced at the composed Huang Yuerong and smiled. With Zhiyer's innate dual spiritual roots, she will surely not give up until she obtains a heaven-rank cultivation technique, right? She will definitely come out at the last moment. Huang Yuerong smiled and said, "I hope so." She looked up, her eyes filled with worry. "Yi Xian, you must return safely. If Yuan Ji really dares to hurt you, I will risk everything to kill him." A hint of murderous intent flashed in Huang Yuerong's intelligent and gentle eyes. Above the sword pavilion, the owner of that foot seemed to have encountered tremendous resistance. Clumps of glue-like spiritual energy were frantically gathering, preventing this person from advancing any further. Haha, Yi Xian, stop dreaming. I am a once-in-a-century genius with dual spiritual roots in the Sword Immortal sect. Only cultivation prodigies can break sect records and reach the heavenly rank of the Sword Pavilion. You, a cultivation failure, can only dream. He roared hysterically, insulting Yi Xian, which was also a way for him to bolster his own morale. His spirit had been worn down to the extreme by Yi Xian, like a taut bow. Time and again, he was full of confidence. only to be crushed into dust time and time again. His Tao heart suffered a devastating blow. Yuan suspected that even if he escaped alive, he would have no hope of attaining the great Tao. His Tao heart had completely collapsed. This time, Yi Xian did not disappoint him either. Smack! Yi Xian used his immense strength to forcefully enter through thin air. The glue barrier on the heavenly staircase was unfortunately breached. Smack! Several teleportation jade slips were thrown on the ground, signifying that Yi Xian had killed all his accomplices downstairs. Yi Xian looked down at Yuan Ji, who was as weak as a dismembered chicken with utter despair in his eyes, and smiled brightly. Hey, nephew, why are you being so polite? You're prostrating yourself to welcome your uncle? Please rise. Chapter 41 Smash Yuan Ji. 13 Dragon Elephant Techniques. He was going to help Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji screamed in terror and scrambled up the stairs. Yi Xian gave chase at lightning speed. At this point, we must act ruthlessly and quickly. Yuan Ji, as expected of Yuan Ji's nephew, actually had a trump card to save his life. He flipped his hand, and a talisman appeared, which he then stuck to his leg. The speed suddenly doubled. Yuan Ji rushed up to the 4th floor. Sword Pavilion Heavenly Staircase. As expected, the place was completely empty, with very few cultivation techniques available. The vast array of martial arts techniques on the 1st floor, resembling a library, is in stark contrast. This is easy to understand. Heaven rank and earth rank cultivation techniques are extremely precious resources for any sect. Only a large sect like the Sword Immortal sect, with its countless generations of heritage, has the resources to establish a sword pavilion, where heaven rank techniques can be stored on a separate floor. Some smaller sects don't even have a single earth rank technique, let alone a heaven rank one. The Sword Immortal sect, with its million-year heritage, only has a mere 4 heaven rank cultivation techniques suitable for disciples below the Qi refining stage. There's one shelf in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Yuan Ji's eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward the nearest heaven rank cultivation technique. He wanted to emulate Yi Xian and sneak into the restricted world to buy time. They were about to succeed. Yi Xian, you wait. My uncle will definitely come to save me. He turned around and was horrified. Yi Xian had appeared behind him without him even noticing. The ancestral Dragon Emperor bone increases speed by 3 times, no joke. Yi Xian chuckled. When you're about to die, you've got too much nonsense to waste. He grabbed Yuan Ji by the neck and lifted him up like a chicken being slaughtered. Yuan Ji felt the immense strength of the Qilin arm, and his face turned horrified. He finally understood why Yi Xian was able to kill so many Qi refining stage cultivators. This physical body is incredibly strong, and no ordinary person can defeat it. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Otherwise, you'll get nothing. Yuan Ji shouted. Oh, Yi Xian smiled enigmatically. Take it out. Right. Yuan Ji gritted his teeth and took out a storage ring. It's all in there. You have to keep your word. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't let you off the hook. This item is still a spoil of war. Yuan Ji's eyes were filled with resentment as he cursed. Yi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. He couldn't even finish his curses because his neck had been snapped. Yuan Ji, a genius of his generation, a prodigy with dual spiritual roots, and a person recognized by the Sword Pavilion's heavenly rank, has passed away. Yi Xian searched the storage ring and took it away. He waved his hand expressionlessly. Yuan Ji's corpse turned into a green light and was devoured and decomposed by the system. This time, even Linger came out, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. You killed Yuan Ji? Yi Xian. So what if I kill him? Linger smiled slightly and said, not so much. He was born with dual spiritual roots and has consumed a large amount of rare and precious herbs and pills, including the Heaven and Earth Creation Pill. His contribution value is extremely high, enough to give you 30 points. Yi Xian was stunned. So many. He had killed more than a dozen Qi refining stage cultivators before, and his cultivation and aptitude became stronger and stronger, and he also decomposed more and more contribution points. But the most monstrous one was only 7 points. This Yuan Ji, he can actually earn 30 contribution points by decomposing? This demonstrates his extraordinary talent. No wonder Yuan Ji valued him so much and cultivated him so carefully. How much contribution value do I have in my account? Yi Xian asked. You went on a killing spree, killing 15 people, 77 points. Linger was slightly surprised. You did a good job. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Can I exchange this for a get-out-of-jail-free card? You're overthinking it. The immunity card is a reward for avoiding execution if you fail to make a godlike choice. Linger sneered slightly. The first get-out-of-jail-free token is worth 100 points, the second 200, the third 400, and so on. It gets more and more expensive and harder to redeem. The God-level selection system doesn't raise pigs, or else it will eliminate 100% of them. I advise you to redeem the rewards now. You can get quite a few good things. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, then I'll keep my points and wait to exchange them for an immunity token. Safety is the top priority. A brilliant choice might bring momentary pleasure, but one wrong step can lead to disaster. Who can guarantee that they can always complete all sorts of tricky tasks without making mistakes? Linger's eyes flashed with surprise. Whatever you want. She left behind a bare item and vanished. Yi Xian looked and saw that it was a mirror. The jade treasure of lower grade, innate 8 trigrams mirror. It can be used to divine good and bad fortune and predict one's future. What's the use of this thing? Yi Xian frowned, but his eyes lit up when he saw the 4 heavenly rank cultivation manuals in front of him. Time is almost up, and I don't know which of the 4 cultivation techniques to choose. Should I use this mirror? He took out the innate 8 trigrams mirror and began divination. Within the Bagua mirror, 2 beams of light, one yin and one yang, shone forth like 2 swimming fish, ceaselessly thriving. Yi Xian's attribute was yang. He could discern good or bad fortune simply by observing the direction the yang fish swam. Yi Xian walked towards the southern bookshelf. 13 Dragon Elephant Technique. A low-grade heaven rank technique, ineffective for those at the foundation establishment stage or above, as their bones and muscles are already fixed and cannot be improved. It is most effective during the body tempering stage. It has 13 levels. Reaching the top level is equivalent to the power of 13 dragons and elephants. Yi Xian was stunned. In his understanding, heavenly rank cultivation techniques were so powerful that only those at the nascent soul stage or above could possess them. Unexpectedly, there's even a heavenly rank specifically for those in the body tempering stage. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The Sword Pavilion has 13 floors in total, but currently only the bottom 4 floors are open to apprentices below the Qi refining stage. The upper floors are the library for higher-level cultivators. Disciples of average talent would never even see such a heaven-rank body tempering technique and would rush to break through to the Qi refining stage, missing the best time for body tempering. Yi Xian chose this technique without hesitation and rushed in. Time waits for no one. There's only an incense sticks time left. The restricted world of heavenly rank cultivation techniques is naturally different from that of lower-level techniques. Inside, there wasn't just one swordsman, but a full 10 shadow elephants. Moreover, these elephants were different from those Yi Xian had seen in reality. Each one was 3 zhang tall, with tusks more than 1 zhang long. They were extremely rugged and fierce. Being gored or bumped by them would result in death or serious injury. Holy crap, a mammoth? Yi Xian was startled. As soon as Yi Xian entered, the 10 elephants' eyes turned blood red, and they roared in unison as they charged forward with a thunderous roar. The enormous elephants' feet trembled as they trampled the earth. Yi Xian immediately understood. Jiang'a is still the best. It can design targeted assessment questions for each type of exercise. To cultivate the 13 Dragon Elephant skill, one must first have sufficient strength and physique to master this skill. Then we must defeat the 10 Shadow Elephants. Yi Xian was relieved that no 10-headed dragon had been created to test him. 10 elephants charging? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he roared. Kill. Charge into the elephant formation. Since you're testing my strength, I'll use my strength to overcome all your skills. The powerful physical body of the spirit realm expert could withstand 10 elephants. Bang! Yi Xian's punch clashed fiercely with the tusk of the lead elephant. The lead elephant took a slight half-step back, its color fading slightly, almost imperceptibly. Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. A mere earth-rank sword cultivator would be weakened by a single punch from him. This elephant was truly thick-skinned and tough. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it was extremely angry. In its eyes, this mortal, who was as insignificant as an ant, dared to confront its power head-on. Chapter 42. Yi Xian obtains a heaven-rank cultivation technique. Yuan Ji is enraged. Court death. It let out a loud neigh, raised its forelegs high, and stood upright, its 100-ton weight making it stand on its own. A hint of arrogance flashed in the giant elephant's small eyes. Boom. The elephant's foot stomped down, trampling. That's enough to crush an ant. Boom. The giant elephant leader trampled Yi Xian into the dust. But it didn't feel like flesh and blood had turned into mud. Above his head, a person leaped high into the air. Yi Xian. The dragon tiger roar emperor fist slammed into the giant elephant leader. He won't rely on brute force alone. You beast, kneel down. Yi Xian rode atop the giant elephant's head, relentlessly and frantically bombarding it. Each punch carries a trace of the ancient beastly power of the ancestral dragon emperor bone. The leader of the strange phenomena screamed in pain, further enveloped by the fear of the ancestral dragon's might. This made Yi Xian's attacks even more powerful and his momentum even stronger. The other elephants tried to attack Yi Xian, who was charging at their leader, but they could only ram the leader, which was injured, and could not attack Yi Xian. Not enough. We're running out of time. Yi Xian was anxious. Even if time flows 10 times slower within the forbidden world, he estimates it would be difficult to wear down an elephant like this. When the time comes, you either have to leave voluntarily or you'll be trapped here. Let's give it our all. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and landed on the ground. The 10 elephants were overjoyed and surrounded Yi Xian, attacking with their tusks. Yi Xian sneered and dodged in the blink of an eye. Boom. The elephants attacked each other, their cries of pain echoing through the air. Shadow concentration has decreased significantly. As expected, they can hurt each other. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He had observed that when other elephants attacked, the leader would also be injured, which was why he decided to risk a strike. This heavenly rank cultivation technique restricts the world, testing not only the disciples' skill, but also their wisdom. Yi Xian secretly admired the Sword Immortal sect's patriarch. No wonder the Sword Immortal sect could rise to the ranks of the 5 great sword sects, given that such a person established a treasure like the Sword Pavilion. Yi Xian made full use of his speed advantage, dodging left and right among the elephants, luring them to attack each other. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Outside Jianguo, a great light shone brightly on Jianguo, causing a great tremor. This is a precursor to shutdown. Oh no, Jie still hasn't come out. At this moment, Yuan Ji no longer cared about maintaining his elder's demeanor and shouted anxiously. Yi Xian. Huang Yuerong's eyes also turned red. Immediately halt the closure of Jianguo. Yuan Ji roared. Huang Yuerong shook her head. Although the Sword Pavilion is managed by the Transmission Elder, the immortal treasure left behind by the Sword Immortal Ancestor is only opened once a year, and no one can control it. Yuan Ji, in a frenzy, cried out, My Jie hasn't come out yet. Jianghe is about to close for the last time. The gate is slowly closing. If the door closes, you'll never be able to get out again. A moment later, only a slit remained. No! Huang Yuerong and Yuan Ji exclaimed in unison. At this moment, a figure shot out from the Sword Pavilion. At the last moment, they escaped. Jie. Yuan Ji rushed over in ecstasy, but froze when he got there. It's not Yuan Ji. Instead, Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked calm, with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Yi Xian? What are you doing here? Yuan Ji was greatly alarmed. What's wrong? Junior brother Yuan, are you surprised to see that I've passed the trial? Yi Xian smiled and joked. No, it's not. Yuan Ji turned around and looked. Boom. Jianghe Pavilion has been completely closed. His face turned ashen instantly. Regardless of whether Yuan Ji lives or dies, he will remain in the Sword Pavilion forever at this moment. The lower 4 floors will reopen after 1 year. Yuan Ji has almost no chance of surviving. You wicked man. What have you done to Jie? Where did he go? Yuan Ji's face twisted in anger as he demanded an explanation. Yi Xian looked surprised. Why are you biting people like a mad dog? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I wandered around inside for 10 days. How would I know what Yuan Ji was up to? You must have killed Yuan Ji, right? Yuan Ji went berserk, his snow-white hair and beard bristling with rage. Don't make false accusations. Yi Xian looked as innocent as a little white flower. Which eye of yours saw me kill someone? Yuan Ji was furious, and blurted out, "Don't play dumb. I sent Yuan Ji to kill you, and you killed him instead." Huang Yuerong coldly said, "Oh, Elder Yuan, what did you just say? You told Yuan Ji to kill Yi Xian? That's the crime of insubordination and betraying one's master. And you instigated your disciple to betray his master. That's the same serious crime." Yuan Ji was speechless. Yi Xian sneered and remained silent. Yuan Ji gritted his teeth. More than 30 disciples of the Yuan sect went in. But now, less than half of them have come out. None of the disciples with outstanding aptitude and talent emerged. Yuan Ji was his most cherished and carefully cultivated talent. But now, it's empty. Not a single person has returned. Yuan Ji was enraged. He pointed at Yi Xian, his face full of viciousness, and said, "Yi Xian, we were supposed to be fellow disciples undergoing a trial. Yet you are so cruel. Countless of my disciples have perished. What is your crime? Guards, drag him away and give him 100 strokes of the poison board." The poison board is a special instrument of torture used by the Sword Immortal sect to punish its disciples. It is infused with the poison of the golden bird tongue from Mount Shimong, and 10 strikes can leave a disciple unable to get down from the ground for half a month. 100 poison plates, it almost killed me. More than a dozen disciples of the Yuan sect stepped forward, their killing intent palpable, ready to attack Yi Xian. Huang Yuerong brandished her sword, her beautiful face darkening. "Who dares?" Yuan Ji's face twisted in anger as he roared. "Elder transmission of skills. Today I will exercise the authority of the chief elder to cleanse the sect. If you dare to obstruct me, you will bear the consequences." He waved his hand. A dozen or so outer sect elders stepped forward aggressively, demanding, "Transmission elder, this is not something you can interfere with." Using power to intimidate others. These elders actually tried to use their power to force Huang Yuerong to hand over Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was about to launch a tirade, Huang Yuerong remained unfazed, looking directly at Yuan Ji and asking, "Are you planning a rebellion? Passing on skills is my responsibility. It's not your place, Yuan Ji, to punish Yi Xian." Huang Yuerong said calmly. Yuan Ji said with a gloomy face, "Then Yuan Ji and more than a dozen of my disciples went missing, and no one is taking responsibility? Today, even the sect leader's obstruction was useless. Yi Xian must pay the price." A beam of light shot over. As Dongfang Shifeng landed, Pinger and dozens of female disciples protecting Yi Xian tightly. Dongfang Shifeng winked at Yi Xian with a charming smile, indicating that he had done well. "Oh ho, Elder Yuan, you're quite the show-off. I could hear your roars all the way from my cave." But Dongfang Shifeng's smile suddenly turned cold. "I am the enforcement elder. It is not your place to punish my disciple. You all intend to force me to rebel today?" Yuan Ji roared furiously. "My Jier deserves an explanation." Dongfang Shifeng and Huang Yuerong exchanged a glance. Yuan Ji is exceptionally talented and is also Yuan Ji's nephew. Yuan Ji will never let his disappearance during the trial go unpunished. The outer sect had a dozen elders and thousands of disciples, and tensions were high. A single disagreement could easily escalate into chaos. Huang Yuerong whispered, "This old dog is clearly using this as an excuse to attack us while Sister Nangong is in seclusion." "That's right, he has ulterior motives. He wants to force the sect leader to end his seclusion." Dongfang Shifeng frowned. "You have malicious intentions." Yuan Ji's face darkened, and he transmitted his voice to the outer sect elder. "We'll take this opportunity to cause trouble and disrupt Nangong Zhao's consolidation of her nascent soul peak. If she doesn't come out of seclusion, we'll make a big scene." Chapter 43. A gentleman is frank about his private parts, while a petty person hides his private parts. Who knew? Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yuan." Yuan Ji, enraged and embarrassed. "Yi Xian, how dare you call me brother?" Yi Xian looked surprised. "You're not my junior brother? You have no manners. You deserve a beating." Yuan Ji. Yi Xian smiled and said, "This matter can be investigated. The sword pavilion is closed. How can we investigate?" Yuan Ji said angrily. Yi Xian said calmly, "The sword pavilion cannot be reopened. But you nascent soul cultivators, don't you have any sensing techniques? Don't you have any scanning magic treasures? We need to find Yuan Ji and his dozen or so disciples, dead or alive. They can't just have vanished into thin air, can they?" Yuan Ji pondered. An elder named Wu Yong said, I do have a mid-grade jade treasure called the fiery golden crystal mirror. It can break through all illusions and see through all things. It can scan the lower 4 levels of the sword pavilion. With a flick of his wrist, a jade mirror, radiating spiritual energy and as clear as jade, appeared. Ordinary treasures cannot see through the sword pavilion. But my fiery golden crystal mirror has a great history and specializes in seeing through things. As long as Huang Yuerong cooperates to open the sword pavilion's restrictions, I can scan the 4 levels below. Wu Yong said smugly. In that case, Elder Wu, please use your treasure to see through. Huang Yuerong, open the sword pavilion's restrictions for me. Yuan Ji gritted his teeth. Wu Yong looked at Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng, not daring to offend the sect leader too much. Huang and Dongfang looked at Yi Xian. Although they were elders, they obeyed Yi Xian's every word. This kid had a lot of clever ideas, and they were incredibly effective. Yi Xian chuckled. If you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. But let me make this clear from the start. Even if we investigate, we can't just do whatever we want. If we can't find any evidence that I committed murder, how do you plan to compensate your senior brother, Yuan? This guy is the kind of person who can squeeze oil out of rocks. He kicks a tree 3 times and takes the opportunity to extort money from Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji, enraged, laughed coldly. We're investigating you as a murderer, and we're going to give you an explanation? You piece of trash, how dare you? Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. I'm acting honorably, without offering any benefits. Why should I let you investigate? The sword pavilion is a treasure of the sect, not something you can scan as you please. Yuan Ji and Wu Yong both coughed up blood. Yi Xian is utterly shameless. Tell me, what do you want? Yuan Ji nearly crushed his teeth. If you ask me, Yi Xian gave a wicked smile and pointed at Wu Yong's fiery eyes golden crystal mirror. You can investigate, but if you can't find any evidence that I killed anyone, this mid-grade jade treasure will be yours as compensation for my emotional distress. Compensation for emotional distress? Yuan Ji and Wu Yong were dumbfounded. Yi Xian often used modern slang, leaving everyone completely confused. But we all understand the meaning. It's gambling. If evidence can be found, Yi Xian will accept the punishment. If no evidence can be found, he will compensate for the fiery eyes mirror. When Yi Xian looked at this treasure, it seemed familiar at first glance, and then he thought, this item seems to be exactly the same as the innate 8 trigrams mirror that the system rewarded. The functions are extremely similar. The innate Bagua mirror states that if the other half is lost, it can be restored to its original state, greatly increasing its power. It might even be able to upgrade its grade. A glint of light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Wu Yong jumped up on the spot, feeling an immense pain in his heart. No way. This item was obtained through a fierce battle, at a great cost. I cherish it, and have cultivated it into my natal treasure. I absolutely cannot give it up as a gamble. Don't even mention it. Wu Yong's voice trembled with heartache. In the immortal realm, celestial treasures are extremely rare. Even a dignified elder of the Sword Immortal sect might not possess a single jade-grade treasure. Never mind then. Yi Xian yawned, put his arms around Dongfang Shifeng and Huang Yuerong's slender waists, and said casually, You two stay here by yourselves. The restriction won't be lifted. He said he was leaving. Wait a minute. Yuan Ji grinned menacingly and roared. Yi Xian, you think you can just kill someone and leave? Dream on. If you don't break the seal today, don't blame me for. Before he could finish speaking, a voice came from afar from Misty Peak. Yuan Ji, what will you do? Nangong Zhao. Nangong Zhao is currently in seclusion. An incomparably powerful spiritual force soared into the sky above Misty Peak. A phantom image of a 9 heavenly phoenix appeared vaguely in the sky. Peak nascent soul stage, terrifying aura, absolute suppression. The mountains around the Sword Immortal sect trembled. The sky and earth changed color. Yuan Ji fell silent. The outer sect elders all narrowed their eyes slightly. Nangong Zhao's attitude was very clear. If you want war, then let's fight. Does Yuan Ji dare to fight to the death? Then let's immediately break off all pretense of civility. Yuan Ji's gaze fell on the outer sect elders, but the elders' attitudes changed drastically, and they all bowed and addressed him respectfully as sect leader. Yuan Ji trembled with rage. You brat. You're not worth discussing things with. He knew that now that Nangong Zhao's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage, the outer sect elders dared not easily rebel, unless he could seize an opportunity that was absolutely certain of victory. Today, it's impossible to use power to intimidate others. Yuan Ji remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Junior brother Wu Yong, put your fiery eyes and golden crystal mirror as collateral. Just as Wu Yong was about to speak, Yuan Ji transmitted his voice. After what seemed like some shady deal between the two old men, Wu Yong finally said with a pained expression, Fine. Today, to uncover the truth about Sword Pavilion, I'll stake this jade treasure. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, finally dispelling the fiery eyes golden mirror, his natal magic weapon. Yuan Ji roared, Sect leader Nangong, my disciples Yuan Ji and others have gone missing. I made a bet with Yixian. If it's found that he killed them, then he will be punished according to the sect rules. If it's not found, the fiery-eyed golden crystal mirror will belong to him. I implore the sect leader to uphold justice. The outer sect elders, along with countless disciples, were all anxiously watching how things were developing. This is the most direct conflict in recent years between the sect leader faction and the outer sect elders faction. The outcome of the conflict is not just about the ownership of a high-ranking treasure, but directly related to the rise and fall of the two sides' power. This is also why Yuan Ji insisted on initiating an investigation into Yixian. Yixian's lips curled up slightly as he transmitted his voice to Nangong Zhao from afar. Nangong Zhao paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. Good. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Huang Yuerong opened the Sword Pavilion's protective barrier. Wu Yong spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the fiery eye golden crystal mirror. The fiery eye's golden crystal mirror then slowly rose up. A beam of light shot from the mirror toward the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion instantly became transparent, revealing its interior in all its glory. Yuan Ji opened his eyes wide and activated his thousand eyes divine power. His body was suddenly covered in eyes. Each eye is fixed in only one direction. No detail, no matter how subtle, could escape his keen eye. The outer sect elders who were determined to cause trouble for Yixian were also unleashing their supernatural powers, keeping a close eye on the Sword Pavilion. All eyes are on us, in full view of everyone. Huang Yuerong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She glanced at Yixian and transmitted her voice. Hey, are you serious? Yixian smiled and said, Second sister, as the saying goes, a gentleman is frank, while a scoundrel hides his secrets. If you haven't done anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. Let them look all they want, investigate all they want, and if they find anything, I'll admit defeat. Huang Yuerong blushed and glared at him. What kind of nonsense is this? A gentleman is frank about his genitals, while a scoundrel hides his manhood. This person is really unreliable. It's come to this point. If bloodstains, clothing, or signs of a struggle are found, it will be troublesome. Yuan Ji will definitely not let this opportunity pass by and make a big fuss about it. Yellow class, no abnormalities. Yuan Ji's expression remained unchanged. The Xian level is normal. Yuan Ji glared fiercely at Yixian. The lower stratum is normal. The crowd stirred. Yuan Ji and Wu Yong's expressions grew increasingly grim. They examined every detail carefully but found nothing suspicious. There was no blood, no body, no clothes, nothing at all. The celestial rank. Yuan Ji's face twitched, and he roared. The camera scanned up to the celestial level. The celestial tier remains empty and desolate. There are no abnormalities at all. That's impossible. Chapter 44. They love to die. What does that have to do with me? That's impossible. Yuan Ji roared, his expression losing all composure. How could more than a dozen living people just vanish into thin air? Dongfang Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly pinched Yixian's arm, and whispered in his ear, Well done. You can fool others, but you can't fool the discerning eyes of the law enforcement elders. Dongfang Shifeng knew perfectly well that Yixian had done it, but she was quite surprised that he had done it so cleanly and efficiently, without leaving a trace, and had deceived a group of nascent soul cultivators. Yixian chuckled inwardly. The God-level selection system is 10,000 times more powerful than any corpse-dissolving powder. Not to mention the corpse. Even the soul turned into a green light, completely shattered, and regenerated into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can be described as a green, environmentally friendly, pollution-free, additive-free, and essential household item. Let alone the mere fiery eyes and golden mirror, let alone Yuan using any thousand eyes technique. Even if he turned into a giant eye, he still wouldn't be able to find Yuan. This person, along with their soul, has completely and permanently disappeared. How about it? Yi Xian said calmly. Did I say I didn't kill them? If I had, with your nascent soul stage abilities, there would be a way you wouldn't have left no trace at the scene, right? Snort. Yuan was furious. You must find a way to hide the body. Who the hell knows if they overestimated themselves and died in the forbidden world? Yi Xian coldly said, let them die wherever they want. What does it have to do with me? Enough nonsense. A bet is a bet. Wu Yong felt a pang of pain and was about to back out when Dongfang Shifeng pointed at him. The fiery eyes mirror slowly descended in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian put it directly into his storage ring. Seeing his natal magic weapon being taken away, Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongfang Shifeng laughed and said, Elder Wu, you are a respected elder. You can't go back on your word, can you? Wu Yong. Yuan glared at Yi Xian with a face full of resentment. Yi Xian, I will never let this blood feud of killing my son go unpunished. Yi Xian chuckled. Junior brother Yuan, next time you want to deal with me, please send someone stronger. I'm tired of killing them all. They're all coming to my door. With a crunch, Yuan crushed one of his teeth. From the clouds came Nangong Zhao's voice. This matter is closed. Anyone who dares to mention it again will be severely punished. Nangong Zhao's aura subsided and disappeared. Her consciousness returned to seclusion. You little brat, come with me. Dongfang Shifeng grabbed Yi Xian's ear, jumped onto the Xiaoyao sword, and flew away. Huang Yuerong also followed closely behind, riding on the Tiansu sword. The two curious senior sisters were eager to interrogate Yi Xian. Yuan clenched his fists fiercely. Yi Xian, I'll kill you, Wu Yong said with a pained expression. My fiery eyes mirror. How about you compensate me with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Yuan glared angrily. My nephew and more than a dozen disciples are all dead, and you're asking me for a piece of jade. Wu Yong. Humph. From now on, when you're fighting against Nangong Zhao, don't try to win me over again. Smack. Yuan tossed over a storage ring, his face ashen, and soared into the sky. Wu Yong and the other elders were all humiliated. In this sword pavilion trial, the outer sect elders were utterly humiliated. Yi Xian's fame spread throughout the entire sect in an instant. What kind of opportunity did Yi Xian obtain? Why has he suddenly become so powerful? Everyone was baffled. Some people also mocked Yuan and Yuan. They've been running rampant and tyrannical, always plundering resources. This time, they've finally met their match. Enraged, Yuan smashed all sorts of treasures in the cave, worth over 6 figures in spirit stones. Yi Xian, I will definitely kill you. Snap. Yi Xian was pulled back to the cave by Dongfang Shifeng and thrown onto the bed. Huang Yuerong followed her in. The transmission elder and the enforcement elder jointly interrogated the petty thief Yi Xian. Third sister, spare me. I'm still young. Yi Xian begged for mercy. Roll. Dongfang Shifeng blushed, kicked him down, and said sternly, You brat, tell me the truth. Did you kill Yuan? No. Oh. Dongfang Shifeng glared at him. You're not even telling the truth to your senior sister anymore. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. What? Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng exclaimed in disbelief. Did you really kill him? How is that possible? Dongfang Shifeng widened her beautiful eyes. How could you, a mere body-tempering stage cultivator, possibly kill so many qi-refining stage disciples under the Yuan sect? Besides, Yuan is quite clever and has dual spiritual roots. How could they all have died at your hands? They were used to protecting Yi Xian, and they were extremely shocked when Yi Xian suddenly became so powerful. Yi Xian leaped up and pinched Dongfang Shifeng and Huang Yuerong's cheeks hard with both hands. Amidst the two women's simultaneous exclamations, Yi Xian vanished in a flash. From now on, I'll protect my senior sisters. Changing the subject is the most effective way to get away with something like being a scoundrel to the female seniors. I guarantee they'll forget what we were talking about right away. You little rascal. Huang Yuerong stomped her foot angrily and cursed. Take care of yourself first, and watch out for Yuanji. Dongfang Shifeng blinked. The sect leader already thought of that. Yi Xian's cave has an array set up, and the sect leader personally monitors it with his divine sense. The eldest sister dotes on her youngest disciple the most. How could she let anything happen to him? Huang Yuerong frowned. In a few days, it will be the day of the 5 Great Swordsmen's Tournament, right? That will be the greatest test for Yi Xian and our Sword Immortal sect. 5 Great Swordsmen Tournament, a bunch of kids below the Foundation establishment stage, chatting and fighting. What kind of test is that? Dongfang Shifeng lay lazily on the chaise lounge, her beautiful figure fully exposed. It's not that simple, Huang Yuerong said solemnly. In the great battle 10 years ago, countless experts of my Sword Immortal sect perished, and our strength was greatly reduced. The other 4 great sects, the Myriad Swords Alliance, the World Sword Manor, the Sword Extreme Pavilion, and the Sword Tomb, did not suffer any losses. On the contrary, they are eyeing us covetously. They talked about the 5 Swords Alliance and being of one mind before, but when the Immortal Demon War broke out 10 years ago, the Sword Immortal sect sent people to ask for help, but they didn't even see a ghost. Alliance leader Lin of the 10,000 Swords Alliance was indifferent and sent us a bunch of nonsense, telling us to hold our ground and wait for reinforcements. When Dongfang Shifeng mentioned the other 4 masters, she became furious, her breast heaving. The 5 Sword Alliance, although all are righteous sects, are scheming against each other. Huang Yuerong sighed. Now the strength of my Sword Immortal sect has been greatly reduced. The other 4 great masters, especially the current leader of the 10,000 Swords Alliance, Lin Wanli, are very ambitious. According to my intelligence, the Sword Extreme Pavilion has become his puppet. We must be wary of his covetousness towards my Sword Immortal sect. Sword Extreme Pavilion, he swallowed it all up? Dongfang Shifeng sat up in shock. That's right. It's said that he has already occupied 5 of the 7 major pavilions of Sword Extreme Pavilion. They've become almost vassals. Huang Yuerong's Tianzi mansion is also responsible for external intelligence. In addition, Cheng Hao of Tianxia Sword Manor has also openly pursued sect leader Nangong as his Taoist partner. A toad trying to eat swan meat. Dongfang Shifeng sneered. My sister Nangong is an unparalleled goddess. What is Cheng Hao anyway? Cheng Hao Yin is a prodigy. 60 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and it is said that he is only one step away from the divine transformation stage. In the 5 Absolute Sword Alliance, he is recognized as the only one who can fight Lin Wanli in a one-on-one duel. Huang Yuerong shook her head and said, we must not be careless. In order to balance the pressure from the 10,000 Swords Alliance, sect leader Nangong did not reject his pursuit outright. And those madmen in the Sword Tomb, I heard they've taken in a lot of monstrous disciples over the years. They're extremely mysterious and strange, outcasts in the righteous path. I wonder what they're up to. Huang Yuerong said with a headache. I have a bad feeling about the 5 Great Sword Tournament. I'm afraid the other 4 will use this opportunity to make a big fuss. Chapter 45 Lin Wanli of the 10,000 Swords Alliance. Cheng Hao of the World Sword Sect. Emperor Shitian, the 10,000 Swords Alliance, 10,000 Swords Peak. The highest point. A colossal, gleaming throne, breathtaking and radiant. Upon closer inspection, this throne is surprisingly made from flying swords. It wasn't just one flying sword, but thousands of flying swords. Thousands of flying swords of jade quality or higher. You should know that each of these high-grade flying swords is worth no less than 6 figures in high-grade spirit stones. So many flying swords, such awe-inspiring top-grade immortal treasures, yet they were made into a throne, merely an embellishment in the background. Such spirit, such arrogance, his aura is like a tiger swallowing the world. This is the most renowned sword throne of the 10,000 Swords Alliance. On the sword throne, a man of imposing stature sat upright, looking down upon the world like the Jade Emperor. Lin Wanli, leader of the 5 Great Alliance. Before his sword throne, 3 swords stood side by side, floating in mid-air. The 3 supreme swords renowned throughout the cultivation world. Each one is a top-grade immortal treasure. Every time this weapon is released, it causes bloodshed. Countless geniuses lose their heads. The origin of the supreme sword is even more astonishing. The first one is the five great alliance leaders' sword, the Myriad Realms sword. It commands the five great alliance, and none dare disobey. The second sword is Lin Wanli's signature sword, the Seeking Defeat sword. A solitary pursuit of defeat, yet unattainable. The third sword is the Zhu Xian sword, the sword of the Sword Extreme Pavilion Master and the North Pole Pavilion Master. Even the sword of the Sword Extreme Pavilion, one of the five greats, is included in the collection, which shows how arrogant and domineering he is. However, the Immortal Execution sword trembled slightly and emitted mournful cries, as if it wanted to take off and return north to the Sword Extreme Pavilion at any moment. However, it was suppressed and refined by Lin Wanli's incomparably powerful aura. With a clang, the Zhu Xian sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, yet it failed to harm him in the slightest. His cultivation level had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage 100 years ago. To this day, no one knows what level of cultivation he has attained. In all realms, I reign supreme. Among the five greats, I am the leader. He is refining the sword of immortal slaughter, the supreme treasure of the Sword Extreme Pavilion. His subordinates, like a celestial palace in the clouds, stood on the left and right, in two rows of celestial ranks, all respectful and attentive. How are the preparations for the five great swordsmen's tournament going? Lin Wanli said calmly. One of the elders stepped forward. He was Tong Dajiang, one of the 9 sword immortals under the 10,000 Swords Alliance, who was in charge of passing on his skills. Tong Dajiang said in a deep voice, Alliance leader, I have carefully selected Qi refining stage disciples from the Myriad Swords Alliance to go to the Sword Immortal sect in 100 days. Let those people in the Sword Immortal sect see what the true aura of a strong person is. The Sword Extreme Pavilion will also cooperate. The 9 Sword Immortals and the other elders laughed contemptuously. The Sword Immortal sect has long since fallen. His reputation is undeserved. If I were the leader of the Sword Immortal sect, I would have already recognized the times and proactively pledged allegiance to my alliance leader Lin. If my disciples go there, won't they be scared to death? Another Sword Immortal elder, Bloodhand Sword Immortal, Feng Lei, stepped forward and sneered. Alliance leader, the Sword Immortal sect is left with nothing but a bunch of women. Why not issue an ultimatum and have the Sword Immortal sect merge with the Sword Extreme Pavilion? This sparked another wave of extremely arrogant and maniacal laughter. But the Sword King remained silent, and the laughter gradually faded away. Idiot! Lin Wanli uttered a single word. Feng Lei turned pale and retreated with his fists clasped. Lin Wanli coldly said, the Sword Immortal sect is one of the 5 most ancient sects, and its foundation is not to be underestimated. Even those women you look down on, Nangong Zhao has recently broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. A commotion erupted below. Nangong Zhao has broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage? Stuck at a bottleneck for 30 years? How is that possible? This is getting a bit troublesome. I heard that Chonghao is also pursuing Nangong Zhao, which has pushed the 2 factions to the brink and led to an alliance. This is not good. Lin Wanli smiled faintly. It's all right. Once I have completely refined the Immortal Execution sword, my 10,000 swords return to one technique will have completely broken through to the nascent soul stage. I will go to Misty Peak, defeat Nangong Zhao, forcibly take a Taoist partner, and annex the sect. What about Chonghao? What about Dugu, the sword bone in the sword tomb? The 5 greats will be unified sooner or later and submit to me. All the elders bowed in submission. Tong Dajiang, you take Long Xie there. Lin Wanli said coldly, let the Sword Immortal sect, the World Sword Manor, and the Sword Tomb see what a genius is. Here you go. Tong Dajiang smiled slightly. Long Ju should be enough to intimidate the 5 greats. The elders all smiled smugly. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Emperor Shirtian, Zhongnan Immortal Mountain, the Sword Manor of the world. The Sword Washing Pool. The flowing water, the falling petals, the ethereal beauty. It's breathtaking. A man with cascading black hair and an exquisitely handsome face was carefully washing a sword with his slender, jade-like fingers. Chonghao. It would be hard for outsiders to imagine that this man with such a domineering name is so gentle. His appearance was so stunning that even the immortal Lingbo was envious. Her beautiful, star-like eyes are now obsessed with that sword. Every move he made was done with utmost focus and obsession. It was as if it were the skin of the most beautiful woman in the world. But his eyes were filled with infatuation, which gradually turned into fanaticism. Yet he murmured, "Nangong Zhao Zhao? I wonder when this sword will be able to fight you after you break through to the peak." If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a lovesick man with unrequited love, but all he wanted to do was fight with Nangong Zhao. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly started coughing violently. The embroidered handkerchief covering her mouth was dotted with plum blossoms. It was blood. Coughing up blood. He missed Nangong Zhao so much that he coughed up blood. "Master," a female cultivator serving behind him said anxiously. The medicine king's son Simiao said that the master must not be sentimental and hurt himself again. Otherwise, his lifespan will not exceed 60 years. Because one can reach the extreme of emotion, one can also reach the extreme of swordsmanship. Chonghao slowly shook his head and smiled. Didn't my extreme emotion sword realm only advance by leaps and bounds after I met Nangong Zhao 100 years ago? Without her, where would I be today? A hint of sorrow flashed in the female cultivator's beautiful eyes. You pursue Nangong Zhao, but she doesn't want to become your Taoist partner. If she really agrees, my extreme emotion sword realm will not make any further progress. Chonghao said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't die. I'm on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage." The female cultivator remained silent. This is sadomasochism, a bloody and sadomasochistic relationship. On the contrary, it can greatly stimulate Chonghao's cultivation. May this genius of his reach even greater heights. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one's lifespan will increase by at least another 1,000 years. That's fine then. Chonghao closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then suddenly said, 100 days from now, the 5 great swordsmen will hold their duel. I will personally lead the team to the Sword Immortal sect. Master, the female cultivator trembled and knelt down, saying, the 5 Absolute Sword Tournament is only for disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage. It's a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. How could I trouble you, Master, with your status? Nangong Zhao has finally broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chonghao's eyes burned with fervor. I only want to fight him. Reaching the divine transformation realm is within my reach. The female cultivator remained silent. The Myriad Swords Alliance is said to be taking this very seriously. So, who will participate? Let the water and clouds rise. Chonghao said calmly, go all out in battle. Yes. A sharp glint flashed in the female cultivator's beautiful eyes. Nangong Zhao, I will never lose to you. Shui Yunshi is the most outstanding genius in the Tianxia sword manner for the past century. He was born with a top-grade water-type spiritual root. I will make your Sword Immortal sect lose all face. Chapter 46, Yi Xian's Connections. A disgrace to the 5 greats? Indra, the great wilderness mountain, the sword tomb. Withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk. The sun is setting. A desolate, barren mountain. A forlorn, ancient tomb. A chilling wind and rain. A massive, jet-black sword was stuck in the ground. This giant sword is a full 3 zhang tall. It is entirely black, without any other colors. Like a black hole, it doesn't reflect a single ray of light. Any light will be sucked in. Who would have thought that this is the location of one of the 5 great sword sects, renowned throughout the 33 heavens? Sword Tomb. A group of white-robed elders, along with more disciples, knelt before the sword tomb. Senior Dugu, in 100 days, the 5 great swordsmen will hold their duel. Who from my sword tomb sect will go? A full moment later, the gate to the sword tomb, weighing a full 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, the dragon-slaying stone, burst open with a deafening roar. A thin, small boy slowly walked out. On his thin back, he carried a heavy black sword that seemed disproportionate to his body. It bears a striking resemblance to that 3 zhang tall ink sword. The boy's face was filled with sorrow, as if he had lost his parents, which was completely out of character for his age. A desolate voice echoed throughout the ancient tomb. Little Bone. Promise. The white-robed elders and others were overjoyed and knelt down together. With the monstrous Xiao Gu personally trained by our seniors, Our sword tomb will surely sweep aside this five great swords tournament. We'll shut up the 10,000 Swords Alliance, the World Sword Manor, and the like. As for the Sword Immortal sect, they weren't even worth considering by the Sword Tomb. They weren't even worthy of being mentioned. The 10,000 Swords Alliance, the World Sword Manor, the Sword Tomb, the Sword Extreme Pavilion. Beams of spiritual light shot into the sky. Flying sword delivers a message. This is a common practice among the five great sword sects and other prestigious sects. Before any major event, a formal message must be sent via flying sword to demonstrate the prestige of a prestigious family and to maintain proper etiquette. For beams of light shot into the Sword Immortal sect, the five masters discuss swordsmanship, and as is customary, they issue a letter of invitation. The chief disciple representing the sect in the sword competition must be listed above this list. There is only one requirement. They cannot break through the foundation establishment stage. There are no other restrictions. Long Ju of the 10,000 Swords Alliance. 11 years of cultivation, heaven rank 5 elements spiritual root, peak foundation establishment stage. Sword Master of the World, Shui Yunxi, has cultivated for 13 years, possesses a top-grade water-type spiritual root, and is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Sword Extreme Pavilion, Meng Jianfei, 15 years of cultivation, mutated earth and metal dual spiritual roots, peak foundation establishment stage. Sword Tomb Little Bone, 5 years of cultivation, bone spirit root, mid-stage foundation establishment. What the hell is this? Are they serious? That's incredibly audacious. It's over, we're doomed. Dongfang Shifeng, who also serves as an elder in charge, hurriedly headed to Misty Peak. Although the sect leader, Nangong Zhao, was still in seclusion, the matter was of utmost importance, and he couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Sect leader, all 4 of the most powerful forces have gone out to fight. These monstrous geniuses are all using cheat codes, one after another. Now it will be difficult for my Sword Immortal sect to host this event. Dongfang Shifeng was about to throw the 4 flying swords engraved with the resumes of demons to Nangong Zhao. To quote Yi Xian, other people's children never disappoint me. I already know. Nangong Zhao replied calmly via telepathy. Just keep a calm mind. Dongfang Shifeng rolled her eyes. That group of geniuses with cheat codes came to our door, treating us like dirt. How can we stay calm? Nangong Zhao did not respond. Dongfang Shifeng rolled her eyes. You're such a hands-off manager. How am I supposed to apply for the chief disciple position? The Sword Immortal sect is huge, and while there are quite a few foundation establishment cultivators, we can't find a genius who can match them. Nangong Zhao smiled slightly and uttered, Yi Xian. Dongfang Shifeng exclaimed in surprise. No way? You're asking Yi Xian, a body-tempering stage cultivator, to fight against someone at the peak of foundation establishment? Their cultivation levels are 2 major stages apart. How can they possibly compete? Losing doesn't matter. Let Yi Xian see the world. Nangong Zhao never came back. Really? I don't care anymore. Helpless, Dongfang Shifeng released her flying sword to send a message back. It reads confidently above. Yi Xian, the top disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, has cultivated for 130 years, counting from the previous one, and his cultivation level is low-grade body tempering. His spiritual root is ruined, and he has just been reborn. His attributes are unknown. The 4 factions were deeply shocked by this impressive resume. From elders to disciples, everyone was shocked by Yi Xian's awesomeness. What is this thing? I've never heard of this person before. I'm dying of laughter. Is this a sign of disrespect towards us? What does it mean that it takes 130 years to train one's body? A useless spiritual root? It was just reborn. The Sword Immortal sect is definitely up to something. It's impossible for such a useless person to be the chief. A whole bunch of prodigies and geniuses were dumbfounded. Yi Xian was subjected to all sorts of relentless probing. But the answers I got were all, what a useless piece of trash. I have just started cultivating again. The reason he was able to become the chief disciple is probably because of connections. He is said to be the female sect leader's most beloved junior disciple. Each faction. They all scorned in unison. Sword Immortal sect, a disgrace to the 5 greats. Yi Xian returned home and went straight to sleep. This Sword Pavilion trial is truly exhausting, both mentally and physically. The mental and physical exhaustion was enormous. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights, completely unaware that he had been ruthlessly betrayed by Nangong Zhao. Suddenly, I had a strange feeling. He was still half asleep when he saw Dongfang Shifeng in his bed, with a half-smile on her face. Yi Xian jumped up in fright. "Wait, when did you get here? What are you doing here? I have something to inform you. The 5 great swordsmen will hold a sword competition in 100 days. Dongfang Shifeng lay lazily in Yi Xian's bed, completely unaware of how her well-developed curves aroused such fantasies. Yi Xian almost spurted blood from his nose. Dudu, a type of traditional Chinese undergarment. Oops, that's a foul. The sect leader has decided. You are chosen as the chief. Yi Xian was immediately shocked. Choose me? Let me represent the Sword Immortal sect in the sword competition. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. I'm only in the body tempering stage? Do you guys have no humanity? But your older sister will broaden your horizons. Dongfang Shifeng smiled slightly and lifted Yi Xian's chin. I'm just here to inform you. In 100 days, if you don't want to be played to death by the 5 greats, you'll have to cultivate diligently. Here are their resumes on jade slips. Whether you go or not is up to you. Yi Xian looked at the resumes, and the more he looked, the more exasperated he became. Are all these prodigies cheating? Long Ju reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage in a mere 11 years? Is this person eating the creation pill of heaven and earth, like it's food, every day? What Shui Yunqi, what Meng Jinfei? They're all so monstrous, they're not human at all. Spiritual roots are either of the highest grade, top grade, or even mutated. The most outrageous one is the sword tomb. There are actually people who have reached the mid-stage foundation establishment level in 5 years. What's it called, little bone? How could this grandmaster uncle, who had theoretically cultivated immortality for 130 years but was still stuck in the body tempering stage, possibly bear? A system voice announced, you have triggered a god-level choice. Faced with the sect's 5 great swords tournament and numerous monstrous geniuses, what will you choose? A. Taking on heavy responsibilities. Winning first place in the 5 great swords tournament will earn you 200 contribution points or any designated item from the in-game store. B. Voluntarily admits defeat. He ends up with a reputation for deserting in the face of battle and loses the right to choose next time. Yi Xian made up his mind. 200 contribution points? Dry? He chose A. Third sister, I've decided to participate in this 5 great trials. Yi Xian, I said I would protect all my senior sisters. These 5 greats look down on my Sword Immortal sect. I have to defeat them and prove them wrong. This time, Dongfang Shifeng was actually shocked. One dares to nominate, and the other dares to accept? She gave Yi Xian a deep look, then gracefully walked away with her slender waist and long legs. Upon reaching the door, she turned back with a smile. Since you're such a man, I'll give you a perk. If you win the 5 Great Swords tournament, I'll grant you the opportunity for dual cultivation. Chapter 47, Refining the Dragon Spine Bone. Breaking through to the Golden Body Realm. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Yi Xian shook his head. I can fight monstrous geniuses, but I can't afford the benefits that third sister offers. Thump. Dongfang Shifeng is dead. Yi Xian flipped his hand. Several storage rings appeared in his palm. The storage rings of Yuan Ji and several other Yuan disciples. They were all killed and captured by Yi Xian. The Battle of Jiangu yielded tremendous gains. A heaven-rank cultivation technique for the body tempering stage, titled 13 Dragon Elephant Technique. The innate Bahua mirror and the Fiery Eyes mirror are 2 mirrors. And Yuan Ji's treasures, the bronze seal and the fish intestine sword. The 5 Great Swordsmen's tournament will last only 100 days. We must spare no effort to enhance our strength. Strength, strength, only strength. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and the fish intestine sword was immediately sent into the system, shattered and restored to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The system was unusually generous, giving Yi Xian 30 contribution points, which shows that this item is indeed quite good. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Open the system shop. On the list, cultivation techniques, treasures, materials, elixirs, and spiritual bones are all available. The sheer number of treasures is dazzling. Each has its own price, but the entry-level prices are not expensive. Yi Xian completely ignored it and headed straight for the spirit bone area. Sure enough, they found a piece of the ancestral dragon's bone, marked as the dragon's spine. The selling price is a full 100 contribution points. It was noted that this was the last piece in the store, and Yi Xian had to find the other 6 pieces of dragon bone. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. No madness, no life. My strength is too weak right now. I won't say anything more about Yuan Ji, the old silver coin. In 100 days, the 5 greats will compete in the sword tournament, where we will face many monstrous talents. If it's a 5 great swordsman tournament, and I die and my cultivation dissipates, what use are my contribution points? Change. A golden light flashed. A long, golden vertebra of the ancestral dragon, bearing obscure inscriptions, appeared before Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor. The third one. He has already obtained 3 ancestral dragon emperor bones. The reason Yi Xian went to such lengths to exchange for this item was because he had experienced the benefits of strengthening his physical body. His physical body was so strong that even a peak chi refining stage cultivator couldn't hurt him. The saying goes, one force can overcome 1,000 skills. In close combat, Yi Xian kills chi refining stage cultivators as easily as killing chickens. Even a second-generation immortal like Yuan Ji, who possessed various treasures and supernatural powers, still met a tragic end under Yi Xian's iron fist. Yi Xian had long ago made up his mind to strengthen his body, sparing no effort and going all out to strengthen his body. Before breaking through to the chi refining stage, I need to strengthen my body to a level that others wouldn't believe. Yi Xian happily accepted the remaining spoils, including about 100 low-grade spirit stones and about 10 bottles of basic pills such as Spirit Chi Pill and Healing Pill. The only thing that aroused Yi Xian's strong interest was the bronze seal. Yi Xian attempted to refine the bronze seal, but discovered the bronze seal requires spiritual energy to activate. One must be at least at the upper level of chi refining to use it. Yi Xian's cultivation level was insufficient, so he had to give up for the time being and put the item back into his storage ring. Having cleared out the spoils, it's time for seclusion. Yi Xian smiled slightly. First, he needs to refine the 3rd ancestral dragon emperor bone to frantically strengthen his physical body. Second, he needs to cultivate the heavenly rank 13 dragon elephant technique. Third, he needs to study those 2 strange mirrors. Cultivation knows no days or months. In the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. Cultivation really does take up a lot of time. I really missed the sword pavilion, where time flowed 10 times faster. Yi Xian sighed and stood up. His body made a popping sound like popping beans. He seemed to have been reborn. His muscles and bones were stronger. The ancestral dragon emperor's bone and spine were completely refined over 81 days to be used by him. At this moment, Yi Xian's power was entirely focused on his mind, making him as light as a swallow. The ancient divine beast ancestral dragon. Its bones are indeed extraordinary. A faint hint of joy flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. My movement technique has improved by at least 50%, and my strength has increased by 30%. I feel that my meridians are thicker and smoother, and the speed of my progress in cultivating superior techniques has increased immeasurably. The 3 dragon bones of the ancestral dragon, right arm, spine, and left leg, are connected as one, making it even more imposing. Yi Xian's physical strength has broken through the rock realm and reached the golden body realm. If this news gets out, it will definitely shake the entire world of Emperor Shirtian, because he's only at the body tempering stage. A mere body tempering cultivator has actually reached the golden body realm. Yi Xian truly deserves to be called the strongest body tempering cultivator. Unfortunately, there are no other dragon bones left in the store. Yi Xian said regretfully. There are 9 ancestral dragon emperor bones in total. I received 3 as a reward, and the remaining 6 can only be found through chance. The 13 dragon elephant technique has been cultivated to the 3rd level. Yi Xian clenched his fist, feeling the powerful muscles on his Qilin arm bulge out. One punch down, like a large rock on the table, crush it instantly. The 13 dragon elephant technique truly lives up to its name. The power amplification is terrifying. Yi Xian said admiringly. Only at the 3rd level, you already possess the power of 3 dragons and 3 elephants. If you were to face those 10 elephants, I could withstand their brute force alone. He estimated that his strength exceeded 30,000 gene. This is the terrifying combination of ancient dragon bones and celestial-level cultivation techniques. But having these two trump cards alone is still not enough. Yi Xian glanced at the resumes of the 4 chief disciples and shook his head. The opponents are at least at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and there are 3 at the peak. Although he has cultivated his physical body to the golden body realm and has the 3rd level of the heaven rank 13 dragon elephant technique, the risk is still extremely high. There's no time left for further cultivation. We must find a magical treasure to increase our strength in the shortest time. Yi Xian flipped his hand. 2 almost identical jade mirrors appeared in his hand. Middle grade, jade rank. Innate 8 trigrams mirror, fiery eyes golden pupil mirror. These 2 mirrors, no matter how I look at them, I can't see anything about a broken mirror being mended. Yi Xian's gaze darkened as he smiled. However, we can ask a big shot to take a look. Hee. He went out and headed straight for a towering, entirely red mountain to the west of the Sword Immortal Sect. That's one of the 13 peaks of the Sword Immortal Sect, Fire God Peak. Mount Vulcan is a massive and active volcano that constantly spews out lava. On Vulcan Peak, there is the master that Yi Xian is looking for. Yi Xian felt relaxed as he climbed the extremely steep and lava-covered Vulcan Peak. My physique has truly undergone a complete transformation. In the past, I would feel like my skin was peeling off after just one trip here, but now I don't even have to pant. Where is the lady? He looked around. At Vulcan Peak, thick black smoke billows from the crater, forming a cloud of smoke that blots out the sky, but no one is in sight. Only in this mountain, where the clouds are so deep that one cannot know its location. The legendary Madam has also disappeared without a trace. Mrs. Nanhua, Yi Xian shouted. No one answered. Yi Xian sighed. This fool, is he probably obsessed with some kind of artifact crafting again? Or maybe he's trying to forge some kind of immortal treasure. Humph, there's no other way then. Yi Xian quickly took out one. Pikachu. That's right, it's one of those cute anime creatures. He made this himself. It's incredibly lifelike and adorable, especially the pair of long ears that are so endearing. Nobody wants it. What a pity, just throw it away. Yi Xian was about to throw himself off the volcano. A sudden gust of wind was heard. Stop it! Thump, thump, thump. Before Yi Xian could see clearly, a phantom flashed by. The Pikachu in my hand has vanished. Yi Xian. Chapter 48 Lady Nanhua. Forging a spiritual treasure. A petite girl, dressed in a flowing hanfu, clung to Pikachu like a fairy, her adorable big eyes glaring at Yi Xian reproachfully. How could you abandon such a cute creature on the volcano? You bad person. But Yi Xian smiled and said, You've finally come out. This is a gift for you. Do you like it? Yes, I like it. It turns out that the beautiful girl was Yi Xian's 6th sister, Madame Nanhua. She has a name that sounds like a mature, sophisticated woman, but she's actually an incredibly cute little girl. On her slender back, she carried an exaggerated and completely disproportionate weapon. The heaven collapses and earth shakes. Purple gold hammer weighs 18,000 gene, heavier than the golden cudgel. A cute and gentle girl carrying such a huge purple gold hammer is unforgettable. The forging elder is skilled in crafting magical artifacts, weapons, and armor, and is also in charge of mining. She possessed a mid-grade nascent soul cultivation level and came from an extremely mysterious background. Even after spending 10 years together, Yi Xian still didn't know where she came from. The little elder looks delicate and graceful, but her arm strength is truly astonishing. Lady Nanhua held Pikachu, but her gaze fell on Yi Xian. Huh, brother, you're very different from before. She stared at Yi Xian, a finger in her mouth. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. How many times have I told you? Don't call me brother. You're my senior sister, just call me Yi Xian. Okay, brother. Brother, I see you're really muscular. Want to have a fight? Lady Nanhua said with great interest. Yi Xian. I'm sweating. No, that's not necessary. Yi Xian sternly refused. Joke. This little girl may look harmless, but she's actually extremely violent. With this earth-shattering purple gold hammer, she has defeated countless nascent soul stage monsters. It weighs 18,000 gene, and it especially loves to fight. Then what are you doing here? Lady Nanhua gave a disgruntled snort. Yi Xian took out 2 jade mirrors. The 5 Great Swordsmen's Tournament is coming soon. You know that, right? Lady Nangua was bewildered, blinking. Brother, could it be that you're going to represent my sword immortal sect? Right. Yi Xian smiled wryly. It's arranged by my eldest sister. You? The violent lowly was shocked. Then wouldn't my sword immortal sect lose face on home turf? Yi Xian, you have so little faith in me? Yi Xian took out 2 treasures. Let's see if we can combine them into one and mend them. Lady Nangua was taken aback when she saw the 2 jade mirrors. He snatched it away with great interest. Yi Xian, this little girl, besides being cute and fighting, is also obsessed with a third thing. It's all about weapon forging. Her skill in weapon crafting and forging was, among the vast array of sects in the realm of Indra, it is probably one of the top ones. Although her cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, which wasn't considered very strong, no one dared to question her ability to refine artifacts. The heaven-crushing purple gold hammer on her back, along with Nangong Zhao's vermilion bird sword, Huang Yuerong's heavenly strategy sword, and Dongfang Shifeng's carefree sword, were all forged by her personally. These swords, without exception, are all of celestial grade or higher. The best of the best. How terrifying. A full half-hour passed. Hey, have you figured anything out? Yi Xian urged. That's really interesting. Lady Nangua fiddled with the 2 jade mirrors for a while, then reluctantly put them down, saying, these 2 little trinkets are only of mid-grade jade treasure, but if we combine them into one, restoring the broken mirrors to their original state, they can at least be upgraded by 1 grade and become spiritual treasures. Wow! Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. A magical treasure can definitely give you a lot more confidence in a sword duel. Then what are you waiting for? Get back together with me. It's not that easy. It takes a lot of time. Lady Nangua said slyly. I have a condition. Yi Xian was shocked. No way? Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather die than sell my body. Lady Nangua chuckled and jumped up, saying, brother, just give in to me. Yi Xian trembled. This little girl has a strange quirk. She likes to. He cuddled Yi Xian while sleeping. According to Yi Xian's analysis, this child definitely has a brother complex. She probably lacked care and love in her early years, and since marrying into the Sword Immortal sect, she's been eyeing Yi Xian, their only disciple. Yi Xian struggled desperately. Don't come any closer. The super-strong little girl, Lady Nangua. Hee, you've already delivered yourself to my door, so hurry up. Let me hug you for just one hug. Just one. I don't believe your nonsense. How many times have you lied to me? The relationship between Sixth Sister and her youngest disciple will always be this good. The 2 went from pulling and tugging at each other, to verbal sparring, to a full-blown argument, and finally to fight. Snap, snap, snap. The 2 started fighting. Yi Xian screamed incessantly. It was clearly outmatched and was carried off by the female Tyrannosaurus. A full hour. Yi Xian was already exhausted, and only then did Madame Nangua stand up with satisfaction. All right, I've made it for you, brother. She waved her hand. 2 jade mirrors slowly rose into the sky. Lady Nangua swung the sledgehammer in a wide arc. 180 degrees, smash it down. Hello. Yi Xian was horrified. No. With a clang, the 2 jade mirrors were smashed to pieces. Wow. Yi Xian jumped up on the verge of tears. I sacrificed my virtue, and you still want to ruin my precious thing? Give me back my innocence, wah? Lady Nangua chuckled. Brother, you watch first. Her spiritual power stirred her short skirt, and a terrifying aura surged forth from her body. It moves automatically even without wind. Miraculously, the fragments of the jade mirror flew onto the iron felt under her spiritual power. Lady Nangua raised the golden hammer high. Boom, boom. Keep tapping. Yi Xian. I thought repairing the jade mirror and mending it was a woman's job. But who would have thought that under the iron hammer of the violent lowly, none of that mattered. Something amazing happened. After a series of breathtaking maneuvers, a beam of light shot into the sky. That was none other than the radiant glow of a broken mirror mended. Lady Nangua tossed over a jade mirror. Here you go. Yi Xian was both surprised and delighted, and picked up the jade mirror. Spiritual Light Reflection Mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, composed of the innate Bagua mirror and the fiery eye mirror, capable of spiritual light attacks. It can break any illusions or illusions below the nascent soul stage, dispel all falsehoods and bloodshed, possesses the power of the innate Bagua, and can divination for good and bad fortune, predicting destiny. Supernatural power, mirror of spiritual light reflection, capable of completely reflecting any attack below the foundation establishment stage, using the opponent's own methods against them. If reflecting evil magic, the reflection effect is tripled. Uses. The mirror will break after 3 uses. Wow, a complete rebound? That's so strong. Yi Xian was shocked. This is a mid-grade spiritual treasure, with top-tier attributes among spiritual treasures. Lady Nangua curled her lip, looking down on Yi Xian, this country bumpkin who had never seen the world. However, she was clearly very interested in the item. Where did you steal this treasure from? It's so amazing. I bet even Yuan Ji doesn't have this. Yi Xian laughed heartily, his eyebrows dancing with delight. This item, of course, was obtained through my swindling and deception. Ah, bah, it was a stroke of luck bestowed upon me by heaven. But this treasure is not yet complete. Chapter 49 Yuan Ji, you really are my good junior brother. Lady Nangua thought for a moment and said, we are still missing a very crucial rare spirit stone, this soul stone, for the spirit mirror. The attributes of this treasure can be further improved. Rare spirit stones are not ordinary spirit stones. They have very special properties, but are commonly used in weapon crafting. They are usually extremely valuable. Continue to improve? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What rare spirit stones are you lacking? Even Fire God Peak doesn't have any. Unfortunately, this kind of spirit stone is quite rare, and even my Vulcan Peak doesn't have any. Madame Nangua shrugged. It's called the Spirit Stone, and it's a heaven-ranked spirit stone material. Let me think. She slapped her forehead. That's right. I think I saw it when I was mining in Yunming's. In the core area. Yi Xian. Yunming's? Lady Nangua exclaimed excitedly. The arena for the 5 Great Sword Tournament seems to be right there. Yi Xian. What a coincidence. Madame Nangua patted her small chest and said, in short, you need to find the heavenly rank material, spirit stone, and directly embed it to make a weapon spirit. This, reverse spirit mirror, can be immediately upgraded to a high-grade spiritual treasure. Its supernatural powers will be more powerful, and it can be used more times. Yi Xian nodded. Although the results are not yet perfect, obtaining a mid-grade spiritual treasure is already incredibly impressive. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators do not have mid-grade spiritual treasures for protection. At that moment, the bell at the main peak's gate rang out. Repeat 3 times. Assemble, sections. Farewell. Yi Xian ran away quickly. Only Madame Nangua remained, tilting her head and muttering. I seem to have forgotten something. Oh, I forgot to tell him that those rare spirit stones and natural treasures are surrounded by powerful demonic beasts that covet and guard them. Huh, where is he? Yi Xian left long ago. Forget it, let my older brother experience it too, Lady Nangua gave a mischievous, wicked smile. On Misty Peak, a resounding bell echoed through the mountains. Thousands of disciples of the Sword Immortal sect soared into the sky from their various cave dwellings on the 13 peaks. They all rode on flying swords, riding the wind, and shot towards the main peak. In an instant, thousands of people had gathered. Elder Huang Yuerong, who transmits skills, and Elder Dongfang Shifeng, who enforces the law, both arrived with their respective groups, ready for action. The other senior sisters didn't come. They were all busy with their own duties and didn't usually concern themselves with worldly affairs unless personally summoned by the sect leader. Yuan Ji and other outer sect elders also rushed over by flying sword. Yuan Ji was surrounded by a large entourage, and his disciples were numerous and influential, readily responding to his every call. Upon seeing Dongfang Shifeng, he excitedly proposed, today, in the 5 Great Swordsman Tournament, our Sword Immortal sect must not fall behind. With a generous reward, there will surely be brave warriors. I propose that each elder of the sect offer extremely precious items as a reward for the disciples who participate in the battle. If a disciple wins, all these rewards will belong to him. Dongfang Shifeng. That old dog must have something on his mind. Yuan Ji, fearing others might disagree, preemptively said, all right, I'll take the lead and offer 10,000 spirit stones, plus a jade-grade immortal treasure and an earth-grade cultivation technique. He flipped his hand. A large bag of spirit stones, a jade-tiered Chinquan bag, and a tertiary-tiered jade slip floated in the air. The disciples exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with envy. Elder Jian of the Sword Cultivation Hall chuckled wickedly. I second that proposal. I'll donate 10,000 spirit stones and a low-rank earth-grade cultivation technique. Similarly, the reward floats in midair. Elder Wu Yong stepped forward. I second that proposal. I am willing to offer a bottle of precious earth-grade pills, the Lesser Creation Pill, which can cleanse the marrow and improve the speed of cultivation. With a flick of his hand, a bottle of pills appeared. One by one, the elders stepped forward, echoing Yuanji's sentiments, and at the same time, they took out their own rewards for the winning disciple. The rewards piled up like mountains in an instant. Huang Yuerong and Dongfang Shifeng exchanged a glance. Yuanji and his old dogs are usually more cunning than thieves and more slippery than eels. Would they really be so kind as to bleed so much money for the sect? I'm afraid they have ulterior motives. Sure enough, Yuanji chuckled wickedly. Transmission of skills and enforcement elders. We outer sect elders are all so generous. You can't just leave empty-handed, can you? Huang Yuerong transmitted her voice to Dongfang Shifeng. That old dog is taking advantage of the fact that none of our 9 disciples are outstanding. The sect leader has 9 female cultivators, and their biggest weakness is she has only been married into the Sword Immortal sect for 10 years, and they are short of disciples. Yuanji had many outer disciples. Yuanji chuckled inwardly. If we contribute half, we'll force you to contribute half as well. That means the Sword Immortal sect will send only 1 disciple to fight. Only our disciples are at the foundation establishment stage. Whether we win or lose, our disciples will only benefit and not suffer any loss. The other elders were already in cahoots with him, acting as his accomplices. However, how could he possibly succeed when he encountered the intelligent and quick-witted Huang Yuerong? Huang Yuerong smiled and said, of course we should reward them too. But this chief disciple? Chief disciple? Of course, it's my genius Xiahou Mao. He's only been cultivating for 15 years, yet he's already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He can represent the sect in the competition. Yuanji said impatiently. Beside him stood a tall, arrogant, and aloof young man who bowed to Dongfang Shifeng. Dongfang Shifeng understood. Xiahou Mao was a disciple personally accepted by Yuanji during his travels. He was incredibly talented and had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage after only 15 years of cultivation, far surpassing Yuanji. Other elders from the outer sect also spoke out in support. Xiahou Mao possesses astonishing opportunities. Wu Yong stroked his beard with admiration. He was struck by lightning in his childhood, but instead of dying, he fortuitously unlocked an extremely rare mutated lightning spiritual root. From then on, he was suited to cultivate lightning-based techniques. Every time it rains, he sits on Sword Screen Peak, absorbing and exhaling lightning, making his attack power extremely formidable. No one in our sect's foundation establishment stage can rival him. In our sect, only Xiahou Mao can rival those 4 exceptional disciples. We all support Xiahou Mao. Yuanji stepped forward and said loudly, the sect leader and the other female elders should also reward Xiahou Mao. We're giving him an earth-rank treasure, so you should at least give him a heaven-rank one, right? Who knew? At this moment, a lazy voice said, Junior brother Yuan, you're so thoughtful. Knowing that I'm going to fight, you even tried to get a sect reward for me. Thank you so much. Yuanji. Jian. Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked over, stood in front of Yuanji, and patted him on the shoulder with a chuckle. Yuanji, you really are my good junior brother. Yuanji's eyes blazed with fury. Yi Xian, with a formidable enemy at hand, I'll spare you the score for Zhier's death. Get back here and stop embarrassing yourself. Junior brother, what are you saying? Yi Xian smiled and said, I am the most senior direct disciple and have the longest cultivation time. Who is more qualified than me to represent the Sword Immortal sect? Puff. Elders Yuanji, Jian, Wu Yong, and others all coughed up blood. Do you even know what you're doing? Yi Xian's confidence is not scary, but the key is that he speaks so confidently and matter-of-factly, making people wonder where his inexplicable confidence comes from. Yi Xian, Elder Jian of the Sword Cultivation Hall jumped up and down, saying, "You can't embarrass my sect in front of the 5 Absolute Sword Alliance again. Don't you think you're infamous enough already?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. Infamous? How could someone as handsome and talented as me be infamous? The elders were speechless. I wish someone would go up to him and beat him up. Chapter 50 doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. You're so arrogant and ignorant. Wu Yong pointed at Yi Xian and cursed. What kind of trash are you? Don't you know yourself? If you were to represent my Sword Immortal sect, we would be laughed at to death by the 5 greats. You are a disgrace to my Sword Immortal sect. How could my Sword Immortal sect have such a trash disciple as you? Before Yi Xian could speak, Dongfang Shifeng said calmly, Elder Wu, do you dare to utter another curse? Wu Yong, seeing the elder's imposing presence and his arrogance suppressed, let out a cold snort. Huang Yuerong announced, the sect leader has been decided. Yi Xian will represent the Sword Immortal sect in this 5 Great Swords tournament. Whoosh! The Sword Immortal sect was in an uproar. Countless elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Yi Xian? The disgrace of the Sword Immortal sect, which has not been able to cultivate to the Qi refining stage even after 130 years. Not long ago, he was a useless person who didn't have spiritual roots and couldn't cultivate. He represented the Sword Immortal sect in the battle. Yuan Ji stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. Sect leader, have you gone mad with your cultivation? Choosing him? Haha, any disciple of mine is 1,000,000 times better than him. His smile vanished instantly, and he said fiercely, Yi Xian, if my judgment is correct, you haven't yet achieved Qi refining. Once you cultivate Qi into your body, you enter the Qi refining stage. Yi Xian nodded decisively. Junior brother, you have good judgment. I haven't reached the Qi refining stage yet. A gust of wind blew across Misty Peak. The wind was a bit strong, and everyone was disheveled in the wind. Because there were so many things to criticize, and Yi Xian was so candid, Yuan Ji and the others were dumbfounded and didn't know where to begin. Cough, cough. How can trash like you represent my Sword Immortal sect? Yuan Ji was so angry that his beard trembled, and he shouted hoarsely, even if Nangong Zhao is the sect leader and dotes on you, he cannot act so perversely. My Sword Immortal sect is an ancient sect with a 10,000-year history. How can we treat it so lightly? That is, the elders roared in unison. Let Yi Xian fight. Absolutely not. But I have already sent letters to 4 factions, and it has been decided that it is him. Dongfang Shifeng said. I disagree. Yuan Ji was furious. Hadn't all his previous actions paved the way for Yi Xian? I'm so angry. The outer sect elders and disciples collectively launched a vicious attack. Yi Xian, you piece of trash, how dare you go on stage? The Sword Immortal sect is gone. Yi Xian, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? I would never believe it if you told me that the sect leader and Yi Xian had no shady relationship. Yi Xian stepped forward and roared. You bunch of idiots. Shut up. This guy has an extraordinary physique and naturally possesses a powerful voice, making him a veritable roaring celestial venerable. His roar echoed throughout the entire Misty Peak. The sound was so loud that it drowned out the wind. Yi Xian beckoned to Xiahou Mao with his finger. You, come up here. Xiahou Mao's eyes narrowed. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Yi Xian said lazily. Let me kill you with one punch. Xiahou Mao couldn't believe his ears. The elders and disciples were all stunned. A piece of trash who hasn't even reached the Qi refining stage actually pointed at a peak foundation establishment stage expert and said, I'll kill you with one punch. Xiahou Mao was so angry that he trembled all over. Yi Xian's injuries weren't significant, but the insults were extremely strong. At this time, suddenly, a faint melody drifted from the sky. A giant dragon appeared amidst the clouds and mist. It's like a dragon whose head is seen, but whose tail is never seen. It was actually a dragon? The entire Sword Immortal sect was stunned. On the back of that giant dragon, dozens of people stood high above, looking down at the Sword Immortal sect. Everyone wore a disdainful sneer, as if they were city dwellers looking down on country bumpkins. Oomph. This is the so-called oldest and most prestigious sect from ancient times. How unsophisticated. They've never seen anything like the Cloud Dragon ship. They've fallen. Hee hee, I really want to see Yi Xian, the chief disciple with the body-tempering stage cultivation, right away. Only then did everyone in the Sword Immortal sect realize that this was not a dragon. Instead, it was a cloud dragon ship that was a full 1,000 feet long. The cloud dragon ship, the Sword Extreme Pavilion's airship. Huang Yurong said with great familiarity. Only the Sword Extreme Pavilion can develop such a large ship, driven by an array, capable of flying through the air. It can carry thousands of people, is very fast, and plays a vital role in war. This Cloud Dragon ship made a grand entrance, towering high above the Sword Immortal sect and playing celestial music. Many of the girls from the Sword Extreme Pavilion were still scattering flowers on the ship, which danced in the air. The imposing manner was so great that it made the Sword Extreme Pavilion seem like an immortal descending to Earth, visiting the home of a wealthy country bumpkin. The entire Sword Immortal sect was extremely displeased. Yuan Ji's face turned ashen, and he spat out a curse. Sword Extreme Pavilion, huh? They've already submitted to Lin Wanli and become his dogs, yet they're still so arrogant. Yi Xian, junior brother, this is the first time I've ever felt that even a dog's mouth can produce ivory. What do you mean? I say you're right. The Sword Extremity Pavilion's Cloud Dragon ship began its slow descent. When they were still 100 feet above the ground, a man suddenly leaped off the Cloud Dragon ship. A golden light appeared beneath his feet, and he descended from the sky on a flying sword. On the Yunlong boat, everyone cheered in unison. The members of the Sword Immortal sect disdained it. I don't understand why Sword Extreme Pavilion is so excited. It's just the art of sword control. I happen to know it too. Sword control is a skill that every disciple at the Golden Core stage can master. But the moment this person landed, everyone from the Sword Immortal sect was greatly surprised. The man stood with his fists clasped. Sword Extreme Pavilion, Meng Jianfei. The members of the Sword Immortal sect were utterly shocked. Because Meng Jianfei only cultivated for 15 years. It was because of him that he reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Logically speaking, someone at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage should never be able to learn how to fly. As the name suggests, the Foundation Establishment stage is for cultivators who are laying the foundation for immortality. The Golden Core stage involves condensing spiritual energy into a golden core and nurturing it within the Dantian. This represents a qualitative leap, enabling the unleashing of various supernatural powers. In a sense, cultivators at the Golden Core stage are the true cultivators of immortality. Those cultivators below the Golden Core stage can only be considered beginners. Yi Xian, at the body tempering stage, is not even considered a cultivator. Meng Jianfei, despite being at the Foundation Establishment stage, can fly on a sword. This brilliant move, which took the initiative, has already shocked the Sword Immortal sect. On the Yunlong ship, several elders of the Sword Extreme Pavilion landed. The leader was none other than Jian Wuji, the 7th master of the Sword Extreme Pavilion. The Sword Extreme Pavilion consists of 7 pavilions, and the 7 pavilion masters are the people who hold the highest power. Jian Wuji proudly cupped his hands and said, Sword Extreme Pavilion has come to pay our respects. Although the Sword Immortal sect was displeased, they still had to be courteous and welcome the Sword Extreme Pavilion. Theoretically, both sides belonged to the 5 Great Sword Alliance and were allies bound by common interests. However, the path of immortality is ruthless, and cultivation is devoid of kinship. Just how strong is the alliance between the two sides? Their appearance here will tell you. Many elders and disciples of the Sword Extreme Pavilion came down and exchanged pleasantries with the Sword Immortal sect. The two parties are not truly at peace. It's just a matter of politeness. Meng Jianfei's gaze fell on Xiahou Mao, lingered for a moment, then ignored him and looked away. Xiahou Mao was so angry that he trembled all over. Meng Jianfei completely disregarded him. Where is your esteemed Yi Xian? Meng Jianfei said calmly. Your grandpa's right here. Yi Xian said lazily.